A warm welcome to ladies and gentlemen. This is Manhwa Mochi, and today we are here for Bullied. For his broken meridians he awakens the most powerful constellation. In this video, in a world where strength is written in the stars, one boy was born broken. He couldn't cultivate. His meridians were shattered. Everyone called him trash, but when the heavens opened and the stars chose him, he awakened something ancient. Something divine. Now, he doesn't just chase power, he defies destiny itself. And one day, even the gods will kneel. This is the story of a crippled boy who became the war god of the 9 heavens. So here we go. AGM 0001, cultivation with broken meridians. Within the province of the 9 skies, far above the heavens, there exists 9 galaxies of astral rivers. Each of these astral river is made up of the combination of countless constellations interwoven together. These 9 galaxies can also be collectively known as the 9 layers of heaven. Humans of this cultivation-oriented world advocate the importance of meditation as a method to sense the yuan qi of heavens and earth. From a young age, they would practice breathing techniques to train the spiritual qi in their bodies, and to increase their vitality, they would cultivate their martial techniques in order to eventually become a martial cultivator. Those with exceedingly strong senses could, through mediation, sense the existences of the 9 astral rivers. By absorbing the energy projected by the boundless array of stars, and after forming an innate link with any of the constellations, condense an astral soul, and become a revered stellar martial cultivator. But there were even stronger humans, whom after becoming a stellar martial cultivator, continued to train and condense the astral chi absorbed from the constellations, unceasingly strengthening the toughness of their bodies, and broke away from the realm of a stellar martial cultivator. They forcefully opened the astral gate within their bodies, enabling them to be able to link with even more constellations, and able to condense more types of different astral souls. Legend has it that the strongest cultivators in the province of the 9 skies were beings that could open an astral gate every time they advanced into a new realm. Their talent in cultivation was such that they could even establish innate links with constellations that existed on a higher layer than the 9 layers of heaven, eventually transforming into the heaven-defying and earth-shattering powers known as the war gods within the 9 layers of heaven. Chu Country, Sky Harmony City, by clan, the surnamed by Autumn Snow's forehead was filled with perspiration, almost as if she was undergoing intense suffering, as she gritted her teeth and continued to persevere on. Under the curtain of darkness, the radiance of the boundless stars situated above the sky seemed to unceasingly gather and shine onto the body of Autumn Snow, contrasting against her gene and beautiful frame, and, combined together with her sweat-soaked translucent robe, one could see her jade-white abdomen being revealed. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian had no inclination nor motivation to admire that beautiful scenery. Steel your heart, pain is but a passing thought. Relax yourself. Imagine yourself to now be filled with beauty and vitality while soaring amidst the 9 galaxies of the astral rivers, admiring the beauty of the countless stars, lost in an entrancing dream, and the pain shall slowly subside as you awaken. His voice was soft and gene, and drifted along with the wind into the eardrums of Autumn Snow, causing the convulsions of her body to lessen in intensity. When the convulsions completely stopped, Qing Wentian took out 9 silvery needles, and pierced them through some of the acupoints located at Autumn Snow's head region. Bai Qing, who was standing near the side as a spectator, involuntarily let out a small gasp as her hand moved to cover her mouth, after seeing the seemingly crazy actions of Qing Wentian targeting her sister Autumn Snow. Attract the energy of the constellations towards your body, circulate the energy along your meridians and energy channels, and seal them inside your astral gate. Qin Wentian's mystical voice drifted into Autumn Snow's eardrums, guiding her methodically on the steps needed to absorb the energy of the stars, and to circulate it around her body. Return back to the 9 layers of heaven, you are but an astral projection. Now, find a constellation that resonates with you, and attempt to form an innate link with it. Qin Wentian's voice seemed to contain some sort of hypnotism powers, and after a few moments, one could see that slowly, on the surface of Bai Autumn Snow's forehead, a faint shadow was condensing gradually. This process was akin to when a golden pen was spreading its wings, giving off a sensation that was filled with a sense of beauty and magnificence. Bai Qing's eyes were wide open. This was astral soul condensation. Her elder sister Autumn Snow was condensing an astral soul. I've done all I can, the rest depends on you now. Qin Wentian silently said in his heart, as his sly immature face was filled with heaviness as it displayed an extremely serious countenance. Autumn Snow's body seemed to shine with brilliance, eventually culminating into the cry of a bird, as the faint shadow revolved faster and faster, as it condensed into the shape of a golden peng. A wave of terrifying astral energy emanated forth as Autumn Snow opened her beautiful eyes, which seemed to shine with the luster of the stars in the skies. Success! Bai Qing happily jumped about, as she rushed forward to embrace Qin Wentian in a hug as she stammered incoherently, "Wentian Gij, it won, it really succeeded." After finishing speaking, as if on impulse, Bai Qing moved her head closer and gave Qin Wentian a surprise peck on his cheek. The kiss was that of the chase type, full of bubbly innocence. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with amusement as he burst out into laughter, his previously serious countenance finally relaxed. "Which heavenly layer?" Qin Wentian looking at his fiancée, smiling as he asked. "The third heavenly layer." Autumn Snow also smiled. Her smile was filled with resplendence, as it fully brought out her beauty. Autumn Snow was 16 this year, and was one of the 4 great beauties in the Sky Harmony City, and the eldest daughter of the Bai clan. The third heavenly layer, sister could already form an innate connection with one of the constellations of the third layer on her first try. Doesn't this mean that she'll easily be able to condense her second, and even third astral soul in the future? Excellent, let me tell this news to father. Bai Qing seemed to be even more excited than her elder sister. "There's no need for that." A middle-aged man walked by. This was the father of Autumn Snow and Bai Qing, and his name is Bai Qing Song. Looking at Autumn Snow, his hands trembled slightly in excitement as he beamed. "Autumn Snow, you have suffered. Daddy, if it wasn't for Wentian Gij, elder sister might have been unable to be as successful in condensing her astral soul." Bai Qing piped in, after which, Bai Qing Song turned his attention to Wentian and laughingly stated, "Wentian, thank you for today. You should rest early, me and Autumn Snow will make a move first." "Okay, Uncle Bai." Qin Wentian replied with a smile. Ever since both their clans decided on the marriage engagement 3 years ago, Bai Qing Song had frequently invited him to stay at the Bai residence, and had treated him very well. "Bai Qing, you light brat, you follow us too, and don't disturb your Wentian Gij anymore," Bai Qing Song sternly told Bai Qing. However, Bai Qing stuck her tongue out at him, saying, "I still want to chat with Wentian Gij." Shaking his head, Bai Qing Song grunted out his agreement and departed together with Autumn Snow. Sister Autumn Snow could actually form an innate link with one of the constellation from the third heavenly layer based on father's personality. He should have gone to inform all the elders of our clan. "I, of course, don't want to go to such a boring place," Bai Qing Sekre whispered to Qin Wentian while giggling. "Wentian Gij, I didn't believe in your methods in the past, but to think that you actually succeeded. In the past, you refused to let my elder sister absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and also told her not to attempt condensing her astral soul earlier. Could it be that you were planning on waiting for today? By absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, the energy channels and meridians in your body would then be filled with the yuan qi you absorbed, which would in turn cause your sensory ability to diminish gray, which would eventually end up destroying your chance of condensing your astral soul." Qin Wentian replied, lying on the ground as he gazed at the vast starry skies. "The majority of humans would concurrently absorb the yuan qi from heaven and earth while attempting to sense the astral rivers. This way, even if one failed to become a stellar martial cultivator, it would still have no negative impact on the progress of one's road to become a martial cultivator. Yet, the method Wentian Gij used totally disregarded the absorption of heaven and earth yuan qi in an attempt to increase the chance of sensing and condensing an astral soul. Isn't this too risky? If one failed to sense the astral rivers in the 9 layers of heaven, their path to becoming a martial cultivator would be hindered as well, due to the lack of yuan qi in their meridians." Bai Qing curiously asked Qin Wentian, "Qinga, how many types of astral souls have you heard of before?" Qin Wentian countered with another question. Very light. There are only a few people that have successfully condensed their astral souls in the Sky Harmony City, so I don't really know much about this." "How about Wentian Gij? In the 9 astral rivers, there are an infinite number of constellations that can form innate links with stellar martial cultivators. Among the myriad of starry constellations, there too are an infinite number and type of astral souls. Those who condense an astral soul based on the Leo constellation would find that he possesses the tyrannical might of a ferocious beast, easily tearing apart tigers and leopards. Those that condense an astral soul based on the Heavenly Vision constellation would find that their vision and sensory abilities have been Grey enhanced, enabling one to see further, as well as increasing one's ability to predict opponents' movements in a bait. Those who condense an astral soul based on the Forger constellation would become a master smith. One based on the Great Dream constellation would allow you to cultivate in your dreams, and even grant you the ability to cause enemies to hallucinate, sinking into your illusions. Wow, cultivating while dreaming, and creating illusions, this is too magical. Bai Qing murmured in a low voice, the size of this province is so immense. I've heard that many cultivators from the outside world manage to condense many unique, strange, and fascinating types of astral souls. They could even soar through the skies and tunnel through the earth with ease. In this world, stellar martial cultivators are the true rulers and dictators, while the martial cultivators could be considered an existence equivalent to ants. If you cannot be one of the rulers, you might as well give up cultivation. Qin Wentian had a trace of burning intensity in his eyes. He was determined to become an outstanding stellar martial cultivator, condensing many different types of astral souls, gaining power, and soaring throughout the skies to tour the vast world. Uncle Black once said that the Sky Harmony City was too small. When compared to the world, it was naught but an insignificant insect. But I heard that. Bai Qing mumbled hesitantly. You heard that I was born with crippled meridians, and was destined never to embark upon the path of cultivation, right? Qin Wentian smiled, as he stood up. Who said that those born with crippled meridians are unable to cultivate? I will be the one to defy logic, and become an extremely outstanding stellar martial cultivator. Looking at the confident expression on Qin Wentian's face, Bai Qing also chawed with laughter before adding sincerely, I too believe in Wentian Gij. I shall leave first, lest I interrupt your cultivation to become a stellar martial cultivator. Okay, remember to rest early, and do not absorb any yuan qi from the heavens and earth. Qin Wentian reminded her again. Understood. Bai Qing stuck out her tongue towards Qin Wentian, before giggling and running away. Looking at the lithe and graceful back view of Bai Qing, Qin Wentian froze as a sudden realization hit him. Unknowingly, this lass had already grown up. The current 15 years old her was no longer the 12-year-old lass he knew from 3 years ago. Qin Wentian broke out into a smile as he lost himself in memories. After Bai Qing departed, Qin Wentian started his cultivation, and despite his crippled meridians, he still went ahead and closed his eyes, entered into a meditative state. He began attracting the energy of the constellations, circulating them fully around his body through the broken pathways of his meridians. The explosive strength of the energy from the constellations constantly bumped and crashed through the broken pathways, as if they were threatening to grind his meridians into dust. In that moment, a hideous expression of pain and suffering appeared on the face of Qin Wentian. This pain, compared to the pain autumn snow felt earlier, was a spring shower in the face of a thunderstorm. The intensity felt was increased by at least 10x. Without a choice, he gritted his teeth and persevered on. The energy channels and meridians were the pathways that connect the energy flow in a human body, but once the meridians are crippled, one can only be considered as a disabled person, equivalent to having an incomplete body. Cultivators, other than expand their energy channels and meridians, after the body refinement realm, had to reconstruct their energy channels, recast their 9 great meridians, connecting through to all of the 7 main orifices, and refine their internal organs, for limbs, and even their bone structure. Only then would they be able to fully unleash their true potential. When Qin Wentian intentionally crippled his energy channels and meridians back then, if not for Uncle Black soaking him in various herbal medicine solution for treatment, he would have long since turned into an invalid. The herbal solution was so effective that not only did Qin Wentian not become an invalid, in addition to his efforts of training his body daily, soon afterwards, he began to regain the constitution of a normal human. Nevertheless, he wasn't an idiot. Crippled meridians was obviously not the goal of Qin Wentian. There was a record in the stellar meridians transformation. Only with broken meridians would one be able to reconstruct and transform them into a perfect set of stellar meridians. This concept consisted of destroying first the imperfect foundation, before re-establishing second, the perfect one. AGM 0002. Repaying gratitude with enmity. The air in the morning was refreshingly clear. Qin Wentian, after meditating through the night, felt refreshingly clear-headed and invigorated. As a result of not absorbing the yuan qi from heavens and earth, his body was relatively weak. Hence, Qin Wentian would go for a run every morning, using the oldest and most original method of body tempering technique in order to strengthen his body. Everyone in the Bai clan would see what he was doing daily, and though in the beginning they felt that this type of training method was extremely bizarre, gradually, everyone got used to it. With his broken meridians, it was impossible for the young master-in-law to cultivate even the most basic forms of martial cultivation arts, so it seemed like he was hoping to temper his body by using running as a method to enter into the first level of the body refinement realm. This was nothing but a fool's dream, and as a result, everyone in the Bai clan despised Qin Wentian. If it wasn't for his good fortune in that he was the young master of the Qin clan, the Bai clan leader would never have chosen such a trashy young master-in-law to marry Autumn Snow. I heard that the eldest Mrs. broke through and became a stellar martial cultivator last night. I wonder if the marriage engagement will still hold. A few voices, which belonged to the servants of the Bai clan, were sneakily discussing as they watched Qin Wentian doing his running regime. Yeah, I heard that last night. Clan Master gathered all the elders for an urgent meeting in order to disseminate the news throughout the city. Rumor has it that the eldest Mrs. Autumn Snow has managed to form an innate link with a constellation from the third heavenly layer. Even among the stellar martial cultivators, she could be considered to be a peak-level genius. Yep, I agree. Humans naturally have an astral gate within them that can be used to store an astral soul. But if one has no talent, there's no way an astral soul will be condensed, and yet, the eldest Mrs. could already sense the constellations from the third layer of heavens. In the future, when she breaks through the 9th level of the body refinement realm, and steps into the arterial circulation realm, she can open yet another astral gate, which would then easily aid her in condensing her second astral soul. At the very least, it too should be condensed from the third layer of heavens. That's just too terrifying. I don't dare imagine what level of power she'd have if she opened even more astral gates. Not only that, an astral soul that's been condensed from the third heavenly layer contains an immense amount of energy when compared to astral souls that were condensed from the first heavenly layer. It really appears that that trash position will soon disappear. What these servants didn't know was that their low voices had still been heard by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had meditated for many years, and thus his sensory abilities were extremely powerful, far beyond that of a normal human. He could even hear and differentiate minute variations in vocal tones. However, Qin Wentian didn't put the gossips whispered by these servants in his heart. He'd already known Autumn Snow for 3 years, and had had close interactions daily. The two of them had already reached a stage similar to kinship. Even if Autumn Snow didn't love him, it didn't matter, as the two clans they belonged to could just seat the matter easily with some discussion. It didn't really matter to him even if this marriage failed to go through, for he had long regarded Autumn Snow as his own sister. 7 days from now will be Uncle Bai's 50-year-old birthday celebration, and I shall condense my astral soul on that exact day. That could also be considered a gift to Uncle Bai. Qin Wentian smiled as the scenario appeared in his mind. Everyone thought that he couldn't cultivate due to his broken meridians, yet what they didn't know was that his Uncle Black was the one that had instructed him to cripple his own meridians. Qin Wentian had never once questioned the words of his Uncle Black, and by using the methods Uncle Black had taught, he'd assisted Autumn Snow in her condensation of her astral soul. However, Uncle Black's personality was eccentric, and had strictly forbidden Qin Wentian to mention his existence in front of others. Qin Wentian slowed his steps as, unknowingly, he had arrived at the courtyard of Bai Qingsong's residence. Wentian! A voice drifted closer, only for the silhouette of Bai Qingsong to appear. He looked at him before asking, "Jogging again?" "En." Qin Wentian nodded his head. "How's Autumn Snow? I wish to visit her." "Wentian, even if you're unable to cultivate, it doesn't matter. Don't be too hard on yourself." Bai Qingsong didn't answer Qin Wentian's question, giving Qin Wentian a shock momentarily, before he calmed himself and replied, "I'll work harder. You don't need to force yourself. In fact, being an ordinary human, setting up a family, and peacefully living one's life, is a rather good choice too." Bai Qingsong continued saying, causing Qin Wentian to freeze up on the spot, after which, he glanced towards Bai Qingsong as he couldn't help but feel that he was talking to a stranger. "Okay." Qin Wentian forced a smile on his face before saying, "Uncle Bai, I'll be leaving first." "Okay, take note not to run around for these few days." Bai Qingsong intoned, and after Qin Wentian left, he didn't let Bai Qingsong nor autumn snow meet for 2 days, while the news about autumn snow condensing an astral soul spread across the entire Sky Harmony City. When day number 3 arrived, it was already morning by the time Qin Wentian had completed his meditation. As he strolled outside, he realized that there were 2 guards blocking his way. At this moment, his heart sank and his expression turned frosty before stating, "What do you all mean by this? It's very chaotic outside. Young Master Qin had best peacefully stay here for the next few days." One of the guards interjected back coldly, as Qin Wentian's heart continued sinking. Previously, everyone in the Bai clan would greet him as young master-in-law respectfully, but now, this guard had actually dared to use such a cold tone of voice whilst speaking to him. What Qin Wentian was concerned about was not the tie of young master-in-law, but the attitude behind those words. What happened? Qin Wentian suddenly felt a chill in his bones. Ever since he had assisted Autumn Snow in condensing her astral soul, he felt that everything had turned topsy-turvy. It's better for young Master Qin to mind your own business, and obediently stay inside your residence. How dare you? Qin Wentian excoriated, "I want to see Uncle Bai," only to see that one of the guards burst out coldly laughing, glaring at Qin Wentian before saying, "For trash, I shall say it again, you better obediently stay in your residence." "Did you really think that you were our young master-in-law?" Qin Wentian's heart had sunk down to the bottom of the valley. He wasn't a dumb person, how could he not have guessed at what was happening? He was imprisoned now, and when he thought back to the words Uncle Bai had said to him a few nights before, he knew that the Bai clan wanted to destroy this marriage engagement. "Uncle Bai, if you wanted to annul the marriage agreement, you could have directly spoken to me." Qin Wentian murmured in his heart, as he felt the rending of his heartstrings. Could it be that the interactions between him and the Bai clan for the past 3 years had been nothing but an act? Qin Wentian knew that the reason why the Bai clan was willing to propose a marriage engagement with him back then was because they'd wanted to borrow the strength of the Qin clan. But to think that the Bai clan would dare to act this way today. "Shut your mouth!" A reproachful voice rang out, and Qin Wentian turned his head to see Bai Qing running towards him, before pulling him into his residence. "Wentian Gij." Bai Qing's eyes were both tinged red with tears as she looked at Qin Wentian. "Wentian Gij, my Bai clan has let you down. I don't understand." Qin Wentian asked, "Qinga, I want to meet with your father. If he is unwilling to go through with the marriage, I could ask my adoptive father to discuss annulling the marriage engagement with him." "I, Qin Wentian, wouldn't force someone to do the things they don't want to do. Wentian Gij, my dad the Bai clan they may want to kill you." Tears were flowing down Bai Qing's face as her voice was breaking. Her voice was akin to a clap of thunder that struck right at Qin Wentian's heart, causing him to be stupefied. "Kill me? Why?" Qin Wentian was at a loss, as he didn't understand. "Don't ask why, Wentian Gij, you better leave fast," Bai Qing tearfully implored. Qin Wentian contemplated for a moment, before saying, "But I'm already imprisoned, how do I leave? I've long prepared a fast steed for you at the back gate. You just need to hold me as a hostage and leave." Bai Qing took out a dagger and passed it over to Qin Wentian, beckoning him closer. "Clan Master." Outside the residence where Qin Wentian was imprisoned, a voice drifted over in addition to the sounds of many footsteps, causing Bai Qing's face to turn pale with fright. "Wentian Gij, hurry up. Qing, tell me the reason." Qin Wentian's steady eyes stared resolutely at Bai Qing as he slowly enunciated each word. Bai Qing hurriedly stated, after elder sister became a genius, that very night, the news had already been disseminated throughout the Chu country, and eventually, the Yi clan from the royal city expressed their interest in a marriage engagement. The Yi clan from the royal city. The coldness in Qin Wentian's heart grew colder in intensity by a few more degrees. "They are the sworn enemies of my Qin clan, so the Bai clan wanted to use my life to announce that they have truly cut off all ties with my Qin clan, and use my death as a betrothal gift to the Yi clan from the royal city. Wentian Gij, quick, stop talking please." Bai Qing stuffed the dagger into the hands of Qin Wentian, only to see him shake his head, and caress her adorable face as his cold visage broke out into a Jin smile. "I, Qin Wentian, no matter how powerless I am, I could still not stoop so low as to point a dagger at you." The door was pushed open as Bai Qing's face instantly turned pale. "Bai Qing, come here." Bai Qingsong coldly stated. No, Daddy, elder sister only managed to condense her astral soul from the third heavenly layer due to the assistance from Wenti and Gij. Why are we repaying his gratitude with enmity? Bai Qing hollered at her father. What do you know? Your sister's talent is far beyond your imagination. She condensed her astral soul from the third heavenly layer solely based on her own abilities, through her own efforts. When did she ever needed his assistance? Bai Qingsong stated calmly while looking at Bai Qing. He softened his tone. Qing'er, you are still young and insensible. Listen to Daddy, come back here. Qing'er, go over. Qin Wentian Genie smiled at Bai Qing, causing her to stiffen as she mouthed, Wentian Gij, remember what I have taught you. Qin Wentian roused the hair on Bai Qing's head as he Genie pushed Bai Qing towards the direction of Bai Qingsong. After which, he glanced at Bai Qingsong, before calmly saying, Uncle Bai, what do you intend to do with me? Qin Wentian, not only are you a heaven-born trash, your conduct is questionable too, to think that you have designs on my light daughter. You tell me, how should I deal with you? The current Bai Qingsong felt like a complete stranger to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's only response was to laugh, as the last hope in his heart flickered out. Looking at Bai Qingsong, he asked, I only want to know, regarding this, what was Autumn Snow's reaction? You have no need to know. Bai Qingsong coldly replied, as killing intent began emitting from him. Today, if I were to die in the Bai clan, no matter what the reason was, I dare to guarantee this. My foster father would surely lead his army and trample the Bai's residence into a flat ground. Qin Wentian unexpectedly stated, with no fear in his eyes. In that instant, the previously Jin-looking countenance of Qin Wentian underwent a swift transformation into an expression exhibiting a steel-like determination. Uncle Bai, the Bai clan still does not have the ability to contend against my Qin clan. I urge you, you better not make a move against me. Shocked to his core, Bai Qingsong looked Qin Wentian in his eye. To think that this Jin-looking youth still had such a ferocious side to him. After contemplating for some time, Bai Qingsong turned his back and departed. Escort the second young miss back to her room, and don't let her take a single step out of there. And as for Qin Wentian, ensure that he doesn't step out of the entrance of this courtyard. AGM 0003, Awakening of a Genius. As he looked at Bai Qingsong and his men departing, Qin Wentian couldn't help but feel the biting cold of winter gnawing on his soul. In the space of a single night, all roots of relationship that had been built between them seemed to have been instantly severed. The once harmonious Uncle Bai actually had the intention to kill him. Despite Qin Wentian's mental state and temperament being extraordinary, he could still feel the numbness in his heart, making him unable to sit down for a long period of time. Eventually, after Qin Wentian drew in a deep breath, the shadow of a smile gradually resurfaced once again on his sly immature face. So what if human relations run thin? He just needed to be himself. He knew that the kindness shown to him by his foster father was as weighty as a mountain, and then there was still Qing'er. She had unhesitatingly gone behind her own father's back, and warned him of the danger. However, the Qin Wentian now didn't have the time to process his thoughts. He only knew that he had to extricate himself from his current situation, and it seemed like cultivating was the only way to do so. Qin Wentian sat down cross-leggedly, glancing down at the piece of rock that had always hung on his chest, while saying, "That damn old fogey. Uncle Black said that the only thing you left for me was this piece of broken stone. Don't pull me into hell to meet up so soon." After that, Qin Wentian took out the 9 silvery needles and pierced them through the acupoints located on his head. He Swi-Fi closed his eyes and steeled his heart as he forgot everything, and entering into that state of deep meditation, envisioning himself as a vessel. Very Swi-Fi, Qin Wentian managed to sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth, as well as the existence of astral energy. This was the effect of meditation. As for how strong or weak the sensation was, it all depended on the power of one's sensory abilities. The sensory abilities of Qin Wentian were incomparably, exceedingly, strong. This type of strength, other than his own innate talent, was also the result of Qin Wentian assiduously practicing meditation every day. Despite it still being daytime, he rapidly entered the necessary state and attracted the astral energy towards his body before circulating it around the pathway of his meridians. At this moment, despite the fact that the entirety of Qin Wentian's energy channels and meridians had long been crippled, he didn't mind and continued to circulate the astral energy around his body. He remained in this state all the way until the moon had risen, and until the light from the constellations had started cascading down towards Qin Wentian's body, enveloping it in a layer of starlight. Qin Wentian, using his imagination, envisioned a pathway into 9 layers of heaven. His sensory abilities continued accelerating through this pathway, reaching higher and higher in an attempt to sense the astral rivers from the 9 layers of heaven. This self-hypnosis technique was taught to him by none other than his Uncle Black. Sometimes, it was necessary for humans to gain an even stronger will and intention from self-hypnosis. Along with the rising reach of his sensory abilities, Qin Wentian began to feel a slight amount of pressure as his sensory abilities reached higher and higher. Nevertheless, this was unable to stop him. Suddenly, Qin Wentian could feel himself standing in the middle of the boundless starry space. He had arrived at the first astral river. Every time he was here, Qin Wentian would feel his soul being stirred by the majesty of the boundless space. Standing alongside the innumerous constellations within the 9 heavenly astral rivers, he felt as insignificant as an ant, like a grain of sand on the beach, or like a droplet of water in the vast ocean. Broom Constellation. Qin Wentian could sense the first constellation in his surroundings as the constellation took the shape of a broom. It was the Broom Constellation. Smiley face. Broom Constellation. Broom star is a pun in Chinese for being a jinx, signifying bad luck. The Drooping Willow Constellation. If I condense an astral soul after forming an innate link with it, my body will take on the properties of being soft and flexible, akin to a willow. Water Snake Constellation. Heavenly Zither Constellation. Qin Wentian sucked in a huge breath. It appeared that, as long as he was willing, he could form an innate link with any of the constellations in his surrounding, even those constellations that were deemed as ultimates by the stellar martial cultivators. However, he didn't want to give in so early. Calming himself, Qin Wentian allowed his senses to soar even further, passing the first layer of heaven, and going all the way up before stepping into the 3rd layer of heaven. The amount of pressure he felt got more and more intense, and Qin Wentian lamented that he no longer had the luxury to be as carefree and relaxed, as he slowly contemplated which constellation to pick, like back when he was in the 1st layer of heaven. However, if this thing were to be known to the other stellar martial cultivators, they would be infuriated to the point of puking blood. Qin Wentian himself didn't know how strong his sensory abilities were. But just by taking autumn snow as an example, after she'd condensed an astral soul by forming an innate link with one of the constellations in the 3rd heavenly layer, her name had already resounded throughout the entirety of the Chu country. Indeed, the level of power an astral soul possesses after forming an innate link with a constellation from the 3rd heavenly layer is simply, incomparably, stronger than those of the 1st and 2nd layer. However, the 3rd layer of heaven is still not my limit. I can still go further. As Qin Wentian's sensory abilities continued soaring upwards, the pressure he felt also increased in intensity. It was as if the pressure wanted to stop him from continuing, as Qin Wentian had also begun to feel waves of stabbing pain within his mind. Despite this, he still gritted his teeth and persevered on. Pain is but a passing thought. I need to relax myself. The pain will subside as I awaken. Qin Wentian had arrived at the 4th layer of heaven, where the constellations were all emanating a terrifying energy, causing him to have a strong impulse to rush and form an innate link with them. Qin Wentian knew that, as long as he was willing, he could immediately become an unprecedented genius of the Chu country. Uncle Black once prepared for me all of the information regarding constellations from the 5th layer of heaven, therefore it's evident what his expectations are for me. Qin Wentian silently braced himself, as he forced his senses to their utmost limit, attempting to continue upwards to the 5th layer of heaven. Forming an innate link and condensing an astral soul is very difficult. Other than talent, one must also have an immense amount of determination. Qin Wentian told himself that he needed to bear the fiery waves of stabbing pains in his mind as he continued upwards. Finally, he stepped past the 4th astral river, and arrived at the 5th layer of heaven. In front of him, there was a constellation in the shape of a skull, emitting a fearsome aura filled with evil and malice. Skull Constellation. Qin Wentian averted his astral body as he shifted his senses away. Currently, unlike his experiences in the 1st heavenly layer, he no longer had the ability to sense all the constellations in one go. He could only attempt to sense each constellation one by one. A short moment later, he came across a constellation that seemed to be filled with a volcanic fiery aura. This is the Ember Lion Constellation. If I formed an innate link with it, I would gain the ability to control the power of flames at a terrifying level, and the power I would wield then would be extremely tyrannical. Qin Wentian contemplated, but eventually decided not to make his decision so hastily, as he still wanted to explore the starry horizons in order to sense other constellations, after which, he sensed another constellation nearby that had taken on the shape of a huge hammer. It was the Heavenly Hammer Constellation. Heavenly Hammer Constellation. Qin Wentian thought of the information Uncle Black had given him regarding this particular constellation. Suddenly, he steeled his heart as he decided to take a gamble. His extraordinary sensory abilities began to rapidly reach out to in an attempt to connect and form an innate link with the Heavenly Hammer Constellation. He imagined himself as a willing vessel as he slowly integrated with the astral energy from the Heavenly Hammer Constellation, while the stabbing pains in his mind intensified. Columns of starlight began cascading down from heaven, shooting past the various astral rivers, before shining down upon the currently cultivating body of Qin Wentian, shrouding his body in a starry radiance. The astral energy began to meld with his body, as some of the starlight concentrated on the stone that always hung around his neck. At this moment, after the terrifying astral energies had gathered on the common stone hanging on the neck of Qin Wentian, the stone began shining with a dazzling brilliance as it began to disintegrate. The remnants integrated into the body of Qin Wentian fully, until the stone completely disappeared. Only now did the columns of starlight fully concentrate and shine on Qin Wentian's body. Converging onto many points, the immense amount of astral energy was incomparably tyrannical. A faint shadow with the shape of the heavenly hammer began to coalesce on Qin Wentian's body, while the pain in his mind was so intense that it was nearly comparable to an explosion. However, how could Qin Wentian give up at this point in time? He gritted his teeth, doggedly intending to continue on with no hints of giving up, as he let the astral qi circulate through the pathways of his broken meridians, gradually forming into the shape of a qi spiral, and at the same time, risking his life to complete the condensation of his astral soul. For only after that could he be considered as to have truly stepped into the ranks of the stellar martial cultivators. Hong long long. Sounds of rumbling rang out from within Qin Wentian's body as the tyrannical astral qi dashed chaotically about in the pathways of his broken energy channels and meridians, following the direction dictated by the qi spiral, frenziedly revolving about, circulating through his entire body. Qin Wentian knew that this was the most critical junction, that only after he succeeded could he be considered to have finished his transformation. The extraordinary pain was incomparably tough to bear, but what was even more horrifying was that Qin Wentian still needed to split his mind to focus on completing the two tasks, both the condensation of his astral soul and the reconstruction of his entire meridian and energy channel structure throughout his body. Pain is but a passing thought. Qin Wentian's heart was filled with determination as the tyrannical energy qi spiral in his body opened up an astral energy pathway, connecting it throughout his body, and successfully forming the legendary unique set of stellar meridians. At the same time, the heavenly hammer gradually took shape, while blood seeped out the corner of his mouth. Finally, Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood before fainting into unconsciousness. At the same time as Qin Wentian fainted, far off in the distance, away from the Bai clan's residence, Mustang was standing near a window inside the Clear Wind Inn. There was a faint shadow of an astral soul on his forehead. This astral soul was condensed by forming an innate link with the Heavenly Vision constellation, and was one of the three astral souls condensed by Mustang, the Heavenly Vision astral soul. What a strong astral light! Autumn Snow's talent is indeed extraordinary. It seems like she shouldn't have any problem passing the first round of inspection. Mustang cast his gaze upon the horizons, focusing on the starlight cascading down at location of the Bai clan. Only after the astral pressure had faded did he let out a breath that he didn't even realize he was holding. The pressure emitted from that source of astral power, at the very least, belonged to a constellation of the third heavenly layer, and in the Bai clan, other than Autumn Snow, there were no others who could form an innate link with constellations from the third layer of heaven. Stretching his body, Mustang decided to retire for the night. After hearing that Autumn Snow of the Sky Harmony City had managed to condense an astral soul from the third layer of heaven, the Emperor of Chu country had immediately sent people to investigate, and Mustang was among the group of scouts sent out. Despite the intense competition between the scouts, Mustang wasn't worried that there would be people who'd snatch Autumn Snow away from his hands. After all, he was the representative from the prestigious Emperor Star Academy, AGM 0004, the Tempered Thousand Hammer Refinement Technique. Qin Wentian regained consciousness in the middle of the night, and as he shook his head, his heart thumped in confusion. My astral soul. Qin Wentian mumbled, as if was trying to recall something, and he suddenly closed his eyes, entering into a meditative state. The next moment, a ray of dazzling light lit up the whole room, and on Qin Wentian's forehead, a faint shadow in the shape of a huge hammer appeared. It was incomparably resplendent, as if it was interwoven from starlight. Success! To think that I'd successfully condense my astral soul by forming an innate link and communicating with the heavenly hammer constellation. Now, I just need a set of cultivation techniques that can fully match up and complement my heavenly hammer astral soul so that I can unleash my full power. Qin Wentian muttered to himself. After which, Qin Wentian slyly knit his eyebrows, as he discovered that there seemed to be traces of starlight hidden inside his sea of consciousness. What is that? Qin Wentian delved deep within his sea of consciousness in order to investigate. In his sea of consciousness, there too, existed a faint shadow in the shape of the heavenly hammer constellation, which was fully occupying his astral gate. As he delved even deeper in, he could sense that there seemed to be a tiny being made of astral energy suspended behind the faint shadow, which was constantly emitting an intangible source of astral energy, which seemed to be locking down the heavenly hammer astral soul. Qin Wentian scratched his head in confusion. Why would such a thing appear in his sea of consciousness? Could it be? Qin Wentian vaguely remembered some of the scenes that happened before he fainted. To confirm his guess, he hurriedly glanced at the stone which had always hung around his neck. There was only the string left, the stone had disappeared. Ah, that stone was left by that damn old fogey for me. Qin Wentian's countenance stiffened. Smiley face, the stone was left by his blood father. At this moment, all of the light which was being radiated out from the astral being seemed to be released onto the top of the faint shadow of the heavenly hammer. The points of starlight released were saturated to the point of explosion, and then suddenly, bang! As he felt a splitting pain in his head, memory fragments began to flow through Qin Wentian's sea of consciousness. After this, the light from the astral being began to dim rapidly, as it seemed to fade away totally, to the point where Qin Wentian was unable to even sense it. Tempered thousand hammer refinement technique. This is a memory storage technique. That astral being actually contained volumes of memories in it, and after it sensed the existence of the astral soul, it somehow integrated with it. Qin Wentian's heart was beating rapidly in excitement as he deduced what had happened. Suddenly, memories began appearing in his mind, a set of cultivation technique that could use either the yuan qi from heaven and earth or the astral qi to temper his body, harden his bones, cleanse his meridians of impurities, and strengthen his organs. This was the first realm of a martial cultivator, the body refinement realm. In order to allow a cultivator to have a perfect body, there were a total of 9 levels to the body refinement realm. After obtaining a perfect body and undergoing impurity cleansing, one would be able to make use of their inner yuan to stimulate the potential of the vital acupoints, providing a boost of strength. After which, all of their energy channels and meridians would be interconnected, and form a circulatory pathway, where all the blood vessels were enlarged. This way, inexhaustible strength would rotate around the newly connected pathways, through the meridians and energy channels, and generate boundless might with the aid of certain martial techniques. This realm was the arterial circulation realm, the body refinement realm, the perfect human body that could tap into the full potential of humans. Possessing Herculean strength that would allow one to tear apart leopards and tigers, cleaving huge rocks in twain. Arterial circulation realm, able to generate boundless might, and gain terrifying strength. There was almost nothing that one couldn't accomplish. After this, was the legendary realm that possessed peerless might, the Yuanfu realm, Yuan Palace realm, somewhat similar to Zifu realm, Violet Palace realm, in the Desolate era. In this stage, the entire Yuan energy in one's body would be condensed into liquid form, establishing the foundations for a Yuan Palace within one's body. Cultivators at this stage possessed peerless, tyrannical strength, and were able to soar through the skies with ease. For stellar martial cultivators that had condensed an astral soul, they would naturally be able to absorb yuan qi from the constellations into their own body. The yuan qi from the constellations was known as astral yuan qi, or astral qi. The astral qi absorbed by the stellar martial cultivators would complement the constellation with which they had formed an innate link from. For example, those who condensed their astral souls based on the Leo constellation, the astral qi in their bodies would take on properties similar to that of their constellation. Which meant, they would have the might of a ferocious lion, and during times when they struck out, their might multiplied. By using their astral chi in conjunction with their astral soul, the might unleashed would be even stronger. This was why stellar martial cultivators were the rulers of all in this world. Common cultivation techniques, tempering and refining the body through suffering and pain. But this tempered thousand hammer refinement technique, it's even more perverse, it's akin to self-torture. Repeatedly undergoing the blows of a smith's hammer, 100 times, and then 1,000 times. Steel needs to be hammered repeatedly before it can be forged into a good sword. Only through constant refinement will one be able to break through their limits and overcome themselves. Qin Wentian's heart palpitated as he gained sudden enlightenment. After which, he got up and walked outside to the training grounds located within the backyard. Qin Wentian drew in a deep breath before inclining his head to look up at the boundless stars in the skies. A slight smile appeared on his face. Now that he had condensed an astral soul, he could finally absorb the astral chi from the constellations and embark on the pathway to cultivation. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian released his astral soul, as well as using his sensory abilities to feel the innate connection to the heavenly hammer constellation located within the fifth layer of heavens. At this moment, an overbearing, extremely tyrannical astral chi cascaded down onto Qin Wentian's body, shrouding his body in a layer of starlight. Qin Wentian could clearly feel every minute fluctuation of that overbearing, extremely tyrannical astral chi, which originated from the fifth heavenly layer. The gulf between the might of astral chi of stellar martial cultivators who'd condensed their astral souls from the fifth layer of heavens was incomparably wide in comparison to those from the first and second heavenly layer. There was no way to compare them at all. After a long time passed, and once Qin Wentian's capacity for absorption was finally filled to the brim, he began executing the tempered thousand hammer refinement technique. Instantly, numerous astral hammers coalesced within his body and started flying around and hammering frenziedly. Only absorbing the astral chi wouldn't enable him to reach the desired effect of the body refinement realm. The only method was to use the cultivation art he gained, in conjunction with the astral chi absorbed. Only then would his body become stronger, and achieve the true effects of body refinement. How painful! Rivulets of sweat began appearing on the forehead of Qin Wentian, while grinding sounds rang out from within his body as he endured the constant attacks from the astral hammers within his body. Only through enduring this excruciating pain generated by the tortuous tempered thousand hammer refinement technique would he be able to achieve a perfect body. The more tyrannical the source of astral chi was, the higher the pain intensity level would be. Qin Wentian involuntarily let out a low roar, but was still determined to bear the pain inflicted by the tempered thousand hammer refinement technique. The volume of the rumbling sounds that rang out got more and more terrifying, as the astral chi in his body was totally exhausted. However, this wasn't the end yet. Refusing to give up, Qin Wentian stood up on his feet as a heavenly hammer materialized in his hands. He began to wield the hammer in a graceful dance, while enduring the agonizing pain. This was what cultivating the tempered thousand hammer refinement technique meant. Only by going through tens of thousands of hammer blows would he be able to transcend his limits and gain the desired effect. From the fifth layer of heavens, the starlight from the constellation shined down onto the heavenly hammer that was being wielded in that graceful dance by Qin Wentian. Crackling sounds rang out as the hammer began to undergo unceasing transformations. After 100 repetitions, the unique set of stellar meridians within Qin Wentian's body also gradually transformed into the shape of the heavenly hammer, while the astral chi circulated through the pathways of the stellar meridians around his whole body, smoothly without a hitch. The feeling emitted was extremely comfortable, to the point where Qin Wentian had forgotten about all the pain and tiredness that occurred from before. A kacha sounded out from within Qin Wentian's body. It was as if all his sinew, meridians, bones, and muscles were shuddering at the same moment. And finally, after a few more rounds of breaking his limits, the ordeal was finally over. Pointing both his palms towards the ground, Qin Wentian rapidly respirated. This tempered thousand hammer refinement technique really caused him to put his life on the line. Qin Wentian's body now was beyond the extremities of soreness and pain, and was totally devoid of strength, as if it would disintegrate into dust at any moment. Could it be that because I've never cultivated before, that the constitution of my body is weak, and thus the foundation shallow? Maybe that's why I'm suffering so much now. Qin Wentian murmured, as he sat cross-leggedly on the ground, no longer wielding the huge hammer. The supply of astral chi seemed inexhaustible, as the starlight continuously cascaded down on him. Qin Wentian absorbed the astral chi, in an attempt to recover quicker. The night passed quickly, and dawn approached. The air was filled with traces of dampness, but the Qin Wentian who was cultivating on the ground didn't feel any hints of frigidity. Opening his eyes, Qin Wentian stood up as he moved his body about, only to feel that his movements were smooth and unhindered, without any traces of the suffering that he'd undergone yesterday. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt fully invigorated and his body was filled with strength. He'd never once felt so strong before. What a strong recovery ability, indeed worthy of being the Heavenly Hammer Constellation. Recalling the research done by his Uncle Black, the reason why he selected the Heavenly Hammer Constellation to form an innate link with was because of a few special capabilities that only the Heavenly Hammer Constellation possessed. 1. Explosive strength. 2. Invulnerable defense. 3. High-speed regeneration. Not only that, the Heavenly Hammer Constellation could also be used for the forging of weapons, granting him insights and increasing his level of talent in forging abilities. Using the Tempered Thousand Hammer Refinement technique, and unceasingly transcending my limits, I used only a single night to reach the 3rd level of the body refinement realm. All this was endowed to me by my Astral Soul and Tempered Thousand Hammer Refinement technique. Now it's time to test my actual level of strength. Qin Wentian walked towards a stone bench and struck down after gathering his strength. A rumbling sound resounded out, as the stone bench was instantly shattered into dust, turning into a pile of residue on the ground. So this is my strength. How terrifying! A casual strike of mine already exceeds the strength level of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Qin Wentian muttered to himself. The strength level of 9 bulls and 2 tigers signified Herculean strength, and to a martial cultivator, as long as they stepped into the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, they too would possess such a terrifying amount of strength. At the 1st level of body refinement realm, one would possess the strength of a single bull. At the 2nd level of the body refinement realm, one would possess the strength of 4 bulls. At the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, one would possess the strength of 9 bulls. If one managed to break through to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, they would possess strength equivalent to that of 81 bulls. With a perfect body, an unimaginable terrifying amount of strength, this was the reason why countless people wanted to become a martial cultivator. Strength. After becoming a martial cultivator, one would be able to possess Herculean strength. However, this only referred to the power division among the common martial cultivators. As for stellar martial cultivators who used astral energy, the power they possessed would do bestly be many-fold stronger than martial cultivators at the same level. In only the span of a single night, the 1000 Hammer Refinement technique had enabled him to possess a strength level exceeding that of 9 bulls. How could Qin Wentian not be happy? Walking to the center of the training grounds, he prepared to continue executing the Tempered Thousand Hammer Refinement technique, to continue enduring the torturous excruciating pain in order to strengthen his body. In actuality, this was considered very normal for Qin Wentian. Stellar martial cultivators who condensed an astral soul from the 5th heavenly layer were capable of absorbing astral chi that was extremely tyrannical in nature. With such an overbearing astral chi from the 5th heavenly layer, in addition to the Tempered Thousand Hammer Refinement technique, at the very least, in the initial stage of cultivation, one would easily be able to refine their body and gain a massive surge in their power. Right now, Qin Wentian didn't wish to waste any more time. He was afraid that his foster father still didn't know the truth of his situation. Staying in the Bai clan was not a good solution, as there was danger lurking everywhere. He wanted to depend on his own strength and leave here as soon as possible. AGM 0005, Autumn Snows Attitude. Inside Clear Wind Inn, Mustang was sitting by the window seat and enjoying liquor by himself. Bai Qingsong's 50th birthday celebration would occur 3 days later. It was said that this time round, the Bai clan had sent invitations throughout the country, and there would be plenty of big shots coming from the royal capital of the Chu country. Patrons around the other tables begin their discussion. Most of them were here just for the booze and excitement. That was what I heard too. It seems like this Bai Qingsong is using his daughter's breakthrough to raise his own position. But his daughter's talent is really too terrifying, to think that she could condense an astral soul from the 3rd heavenly layer. Her future potential cannot be underestimated. When she opens up her 2nd and 3rd astral gates, she could condense at least 2 additional astral souls that are at least of the 3rd heavenly layer, or even higher. Such talent, even in the Chu country, is considered extremely important, akin to a great personage. Damn straight. I've heard that the Bai clan still wants to annul their previous marriage engagement, but this is something to be expected. That Qin Wentian from the Qin clan is just a piece of trash. What status does he have to be mentioned in the same breath as autumn snow? Anyone with half a brain would kick him away. I also heard that the trashy young master still wasted plenty of the Qin clan's Yuan meteor stones. I really don't know why Qin Chuan still loves and treasures this foster child so much. Many people silently shook their heads as they were unable to understand this matter. At this moment, all the chatter instantly ceased as a silhouette wearing a long dress could be seen making its way up the stairs of the inn. As the person in question came into view, everyone was awed by her beauty. Without a doubt, this was a lady from an eminent clan, Autumn Snow, the genius from the Bai clan. Someone intoned in a low voice. Mustang, who was nearby, stole a glance at Bai Autumn Snow, and silently approved of her. This light girl wasn't bad indeed, with a high level of talent in addition to a beautiful visage. No wonder the Yi clan was interested in proposing a marriage engagement with her, after which, Mustang continued to enjoy his liquor and shifted his attention away. His gaze was overlooking the direction of the Bai clan as he mused to himself. The Bai clan was previously driven away from the royal capital, and yet now, it seems that their status is going to rise abruptly. The birthday celebration a few days later is certainly going to cause the atmosphere to be extremely lively. At this moment, Mustang froze. Because of the special characteristics of the astral soul he condensed, his sensory abilities were extremely sensitive towards astral energy. In this instance, he could somewhat sense that there was an immense amount of tyrannical astral energy descending from the heavens, focusing in on a location somewhere near the Bai clan. With but a slight intent, both of Mustang's eyes underwent a transformation. Faint shadows of constellations orbiting appeared in the pupils of his eyes, giving off the impression that he was capable of seeing through everything. Mustang's heart slightly shuddered. Based on this fluctuation of astral energy that he was sensing, it was highly possible that it belonged to a layer that was higher than the third layer of heavens. Was there still another hidden talent in the Bai clan? But why'd they only spread the news about Autumn Snow? Mustang was puzzled by the actions of the Bai clan. It seems like I'll have to make a trip personally down to the Bai clan tonight. Qin Wentian didn't know of Mustang's existence. He was only concerned with increasing the level of his cultivation. Using the tempered thousand hammer refinement technique, he unceasingly endured the pain to reforge his body, and finally, after suffering excruciating agony, a KACHA sound rang out from Qin Wentian's body as his body underwent another transformation. A warm smile broke out on Qin Wentian's face. He knew that he had just successfully broken through to the fourth level of the body refinement realm. The initial 3 levels of the body refinement realm referred to the refinement of his flesh and muscles, while the middle 3 levels referred to the refinement of energy channels and bones, and finally, the last 3 levels referred to the refinement of one's inner organs. By the time he'd completed his cultivation practice, night had already fallen. Countless thoughts arose in his mind as Qin Wentian left the training grounds and walked towards the front yard. Qin Wentian believed that, if he were to tell the truth to Bai Qingsong, based on his current achievements, Bai Qingsong would immediately change his mind about the annulling of the marriage engagement. However, he didn't want to appear so cheap and inferior. Some matters, Qin Wentian believed, were enough to see a person's true colors. The only thing he wanted to know now was the attitude of Autumn Snow. Through these 3 years since they had come to know each other, he had come to believe that she too would care for him. 3 days later, at Bai Qingsong's birthday celebration, I must ask her personally. Qin Wentian silently stated in his heart. After which, he walked in the direction of the exit, only to see the 2 guards were still standing there, barring his path. As everyone knew that Qin Wentian was born with broken meridians, Bai Qingsong had no inclination to waste more manpower. Stationing 2 armed guards here was already thinking highly of Qin Wentian. As the guard saw Qin Wentian's approach, one of them stood in his path, barring his path as the guard angrily stated, F***CK off. Oh, it seems like the dogs have learned how to bite. Qin Wentian's visage turned cold. The words uttered by Qin Wentian caused the guard to freeze momentarily as shock suffused his features. Swifi after, the guards leered threateningly as a cruel smile appeared on his face. it looks like our young Master Qin was too used to living a carefree life and has forgotten his current position. Since this is the case, let me wake you up. Roaring in anger, the guard raised his fist as he rushed forward, aiming for the critical area of Qin Wenqian's head region. The movement of the airflow, caused by the fist strikes of the guard, was extremely overbearing. Qin Wenqian's reaction speed and senses were extremely keen. To the current him, who'd already stepped into the ranks of a stellar martial cultivator, the speed of his opponent's strikes were so slow that it seemed laughable. Qin Wenqian easily shifted his body to the side, dodging the strike, while advancing in the same moment, leaping up, and explosively using his knee to slam against his opponent's chest. In that instant, boom, the internal organs of the guard shattered as the impact sent him flying away, as he collapsed onto the ground, far off in the distance, dead. What? The remaining guard stared dumbstruck for a moment, before he recovered. Shrugging disdainfully as the guard thought to himself, how weak was he? To think that he was caught unaware so easily by attacks from a trash. With a cold glint in his eye, the remaining guard gathered his strength as he struck out. Each of his punches punctured the air with an angry roar akin to that of a tiger. This was the basic fist technique, ferocious tiger fist. This time round, Qin Wenqian did not choose to dodge. His fist, akin to that of a steel hammer, clashed diacy with his opponent. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Except, the broken fist belonged to that of the guard, shattered even before he had the time to let out a scream of terror. Not giving any chance for the guard to react, Qin Wenqian's fist instantly landed on his opponent's head. However, at that instant, Qin Wenqian retracted back his energy, merely knocking the guard unconscious instead of causing his head to explode. After doing what needed to be done, Qin Wenqian tossed both of their bodies inside the small house that was used for his imprisonment. After which, he stripped himself and swapped clothes with one of the guards, before exiting the courtyard and disappearing into the darkness. After living here for 3 years, Qin Wenqian was too familiar with the routine of the night patrol of the Bai clan. He purposely chose those remote paths, evading the night patrols, and after an hour, he finally arrived at the main gate of the Bai residence. As his footsteps echoed out as he walked towards the gate, Qin Wenqian couldn't help feeling slightly nervous. If, at this moment, he was caught by the Bai clan, he knew that there was no way Bai Qingsong would let him off so easily. As luck would have it, just as Qin Wenqian stepped out of the main gate, he heard footsteps approaching from in front of him. Without a choice, he dipped his head lower, making himself as inconspicuous as possible. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around? Incline your head. A cold voice that was extremely familiar to him drifted to his ears, causing his heart to slightly shudder. Traces of a small smile appeared on his face. Were the gods playing tricks on him? To think that they'd meet each other here, Autumn Snow couldn't help but to tremble slightly as Qin Wenqian inclined his head. Unconsciously, she retreated a small step back. Time momentarily paused, as the two of them looked towards each other in silence. Qin Wenqian from the start had been observing the expressions of Bai Autumn Snow. From the slight panic, to a state of calm. He lightly smiled, yet he was feeling disappointment in his heart. It was as if he could read what Bai Autumn Snow was thinking. I didn't have a choice. Bai Autumn Snow explained. Without saying anything, Qin Wenqian silently looked at her. Never in his imaginations would he thought that such a scenario would occur between them. How many years have you wasted in study regarding the condensation of astral souls, and yet, that is your limit? But what use was there? You could only be a secondary player, helping others to condense their astral soul. From the start, you were already destined to be lied to by me. Bai Autumn Snow's headful of beautiful black hair danced about in the wind, accentuating her beauty. However, the Qin Wenqian now didn't have any mood to admire that, for his heart went cold at the words of Bai Autumn Snow. So this is the reason why the Bai clan repaid my gratitude with enmity. Autumn Snow did not answer his question, and replied, Yi Wu Qiu, at the age of 13, had already formed an innate link with a constellation from the second heavenly layer, and condensed his first astral soul. At the age of 15, he stepped into the arterial circulation realm, and opened his second astral gate, forming an innate link with a constellation from the third heavenly layer, condensing his second astral soul. And now, at the age of 18, his cultivation is already at the 8th level of the arterial circulation realm, with high hopes of stepping into the Yuanfu realm before the age of 20. The distance between him and you is as incomparable as the distance between the heavens and earth. How could you even begin to compare? Qin Wentian understood the meaning behind Autumn Snow's words. The candidate selected for the marriage proposal this time round was most likely Yi Wu-Q. You can leave. After all, no matter what, you did help me. I'm not someone who is so cold and unfeeling, and will not make things difficult for you. Even if you don't die, there is no way you could affect the marriage between the Bai clan and the Yi clan. And in the future, both of us are already destined to be people belonging to different worlds. After speaking, Autumn Snow Lai walked past Qin Wentian. At that moment, he could help but feel how unfamiliar Autumn Snow had become. Or maybe, this was who she truly was at the very beginning. He had only himself to blame for not being able to see through her facade. Autumn Snow. Qin Wentian suddenly interjected, causing Autumn Snow to halt in her steps. 3 years ago, your father Bai Qingsong was the one who initiated the marriage engagement with my Qin clan. My foster father did not want to affect your future by agreeing, but yet, under the desperate urgings of Bai Qingsong, he gradually acquiesced. In these 3 years, my foster father did all he could for your Bai clan, providing cultivation resources, aiding the Bai clan in their attempts to rebuild themselves, and never once has he been haughty or overbearing, lording it over the Bai clan. And for me, in turn, I've long regarded you all as my kin. 5 days ago, I aided you in the condensation of your astral soul, and yet, your Bai clan actually wanted to kill me. Now that you say you'll let me leave and not make things difficult for me, this is nothing but a joke. This is not you repaying the kindness owed, but sarcasm instead. Every word of Qin Wentian was filled with indifference as he slowly walked away. But you are right, from the start, you and me was destined to be people belonging to different worlds. 1. Yi Wu-Q. Yi is a surname. Wu-Q stands for Flawless Perfection. AGM 0006, Emperor Star Academy. The Qin residence was located to the north of the Sky Harmony City. The distance between the Qin and Bai residence consisted of about 100 li. After Qin Wentian departed from the Bai clan, he Swi-Fi traveled through the night. It was already daytime when he'd arrived back at the Qin residence. After embarking onto the path of cultivation, Qin Wentian's constitution had naturally strengthened. As evidenced by the fact that he didn't feel any sense of exhaustion, despite walking for an entire night. Just outside the Qin residence's entrance, there was a carved, towering sculpture of the Qin clan's ancestor, Qin Wu, grasping a bait lance in his hands, whilst riding atop a mighty warhorse. Qin Wu was the supreme commander-in-chief, wielding the might of the Chu country's army. His famous name resounded forth in all directions, as his brilliant achievements in war led him to achieve astounding military merits. For his country, Qin Wu didn't hesitate to rush into the bait field, using his body as a shield, saving the emperor from the clutches of the enemies. But after the emperor consolidated his power, and after he passed away, his successive generations, out of fear of the authority Qin Wu wielded, banished the Qin clan to the north of the empire, to be stationed in the Sky Harmony City, far away from the center of power. And as time passed, the authority the Qin clan wielded got weaker with each successive generation. Looking at the sculpture of Qin Wu, Qin Wentian couldn't help but to let out a bitter laugh. There was indeed some similarities between both their stories. Taking a step forward as he entered the Qin residence, Qin Wentian noticed a number of people rushing towards a location. Curiosity burning in his heart, he stopped a passing maid as he asked, "What happened?" "Ah, young Master Wentian, the Qin clan's young miss and young master who went to the Royal Capital Academies just returned home yesterday. Clan Master will be inspecting their cultivation at the training grounds today. After all, it has been a year since they were back. The Chu country had a history of 3,000 years, with vast lands and over 100 cities, with a population of 1 trillion people. Among all the cities, the Chu royal capital was the most prosperous. Not only was it the center of authority, it was also a holy land for cultivation. Almost everyone in the country of Chu, especially the powerful clans, would send their young talents to the royal capital in hopes of joining one of the many prestigious martial academies and colleges. The Qin clan was obviously not an exception. In the same generation as Qin Wentian, there were 3 others who were the future of the Qin clan. In order to maximize their potential and to increase their level of cultivation, the three of them enrolled in the various prestigious martial academies in the royal capital. I wonder what their cultivation levels are now that they've returned back from the Chu capital. Qin Wentian murmured as he walked towards the direction of the training grounds. When Qin Wentian arrived at the training grounds, he could see those elders with a certain level of authority were already there. And atop the arena, there were crackling sounds akin to that of wind and thunder, where two youths were already in the midst of sparring. Qin Ji. Qin Wentian glanced at one of the two youths who was wearing a yellow robe. Qin Ji was the same age as Qin Wentian, and as Qin Wentian spectated the sparring session, he could see that Qin Ji had no trouble winning. A fist, accompanied by the roar of a raging tiger, struck out. The might of the fist was akin to that of when a ferocious tiger was hunting its prey. The boundless might displayed caused the entire mountain to shake. The youth whom Qin Ji was sparring against was sent flying out of the arena, as an explosive, thunderous sound rang out, his body landing heavily beneath the arena. The name of this fist technique, ferocious tiger leaving the mountains, is even more terrifying than when compared to a real tiger. From my estimates, Qin Yi should have already reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Qin Wentian deduced, after he sensed the might emanated from that strike. A martial cultivator, at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, would have the strength equivalent to that of 49 bulls, with fists even tougher than that of steel. Qin Ji was a stellar martial cultivator. The astral soul he condensed was the valiant tiger constellation, with the special characteristics of increased strength. When complemented with the tiger raw fist technique, his might was nothing to sneeze at. Not too shabby. To think that Qin Ji already possesses such a level of strength. However, when compared to brother Qin Shong and sister Qin Yao, his talent is still somewhat lacking. 1 year ago, sister Qin Yao had already stepped into the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Right now, her cultivation level must be even more astounding. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed as he silently added, moreover, this was just the strength one will possess when in the body refinement realm. If one ever breaks through to the arterial circulation realm, the whole potential of the human body would be ignited, as the boundless energy rotates in constant circulation, causing the martial techniques executed to display godly might and divine strength. How tyrannical would that be? Wentian! At this moment, a voice drifted over, and following that, the gazes of people who were spectating the fight turned and riveted their gazes upon Qin Wentian. The one who spoke was none other than his foster father, Qin Chuan. Wentian, why are you back? Qin Chuan's dignified and stern expression softened as a gene smile broke out on his face. Foster father. Qin Wentian had so many things he wanted to say, but at that moment, he was somewhat bowled over by memories of the past. From the time he was a kid, Uncle Black had escorted him all the way to the Qin clan, and the clan lord, Qin Chuan, had adopted him. Throughout all these years, the love shown towards Qin Wentian was not any worse off compared to that of his own blood children. Just as I expected, after autumn snow formed her innate link with a constellation from the 3rd heavenly layer and condensed her astral soul, word of her shocking talent spread out across the Chu country. You must have been driven out of the Bai clan, am I right? A voice beside Qin Chuan sneered. This person was the younger paternal cousin of Qin Chuan, the man with the 2nd highest authority in the Qin clan, Qin He. Silence! Qin Chuan coldly berated, elder brother, you refuse to believe my words. Now that the Bai clan and the Yi clan from the royal capital have such intimate connections, there were even people who said that the young genius Yi Wukyu from the Yi clan has already proposed a marriage agreement, seeking to marry by autumn snow. Do you think the Bai clan would still honor the marriage agreement between them and us? Qin He laughed coldly, causing the nearby spectators to have various looks of interest and conflict reflected on their faces. At this moment, the sound of a flute originated from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people momentarily froze as they inclined their heads, searching the skies for the source of the sound. Only to see that, soaring through the skies, in the middle of the air, was a man who wore a yellow robe standing on a huge eagle. Qin Chuan slyly creased his brows. How dare this person be so rude, to ride an eagle and soar through the airspace of my Qin residence? Teacher! At this moment, a voice belonging to a female youth cried out. Qin Chuan glanced at the girl who was standing beside him as he asked Yao, "He's your teacher, right?" Qin Yao nodded her head, before saying, Teacher, why has your esteemed self decided to visit my Qin residence today? Please join me at the seat of honor. Yao, I heard that there was a marriage agreement between the Qin clan and the Bai clan's autumn snow. Is this matter true? The yellow-robed middle-aged man asked. Qin Yao hesitated for a short moment, but eventually answered, yes, this is true. As she finished her sentence, the huge eagle swooped down from the skies and landed onto the arena. The yellow-robed man smiled coldly and stated, the reason I am here today is precisely because of this matter. I heard of Autumn Snow's astounding talent, and am here to extend an invitation for her to join the Royal Academy of the Chu country. This simple statement gave a huge shock to the spectators gathered in the training grounds. The current Autumn Snow had transformed into a phoenix among humans with but a single leap. Even the prestigious Royal Academy of the Chu country had personally sent out an invitation for her. One must know that, despite the immense size of the Qin clan, only Qin Yao had a high enough talent to qualify for her enrollment into the Royal Academy. Even if the Academy wished to recruit Autumn Snow, there is no need for esteemed teacher to personally deliver the letter. Couldn't the Academy just send the invitation via courier? Qin Yao curiously asked. Qin Yao, it's different this time round. To think that the first astral soul condensed by Autumn Snow was actually from a constellation in the third heavenly layer. Not only the Royal Academy, the other prestigious academies of the royal capital were also notified of this. They too sent out their personnel to personally extend their invitation to her. And thus, all the academies came to a conclusion, we might as well arrange for a recruitment drive in the Sky Harmony City. The location will be at the Bai clan, 2 days later, on the day of Bai Qingsong's birthday, at the Bai clan. Qin Yao furrowed her brow. This birthday celebration was obviously just a facade, correct? The birthday celebration is secondary, the crucial point is the recruitment of Autumn Snow. I received news that even the Emperor Star Academy was tempted, and has sent someone to the Sky Harmony City. And thus, I did not dare to be careless. Ha ha, Talon, since you already knew that my Emperor Star Academy was extending our invitation, why are you still here wasting your time? At this moment, a voice brimming with carefree laughter drifted over. Talon's expression turned frosty as he turned his head towards the direction of the voice. Mustang! Talon bared his teeth in a cold smile. To think that Mustang would have the same idea as him, planning on using the knowledge of the relations between the Qin clan and Bai clan to recruit Autumn Snow. Despite this, Talon wasn't worried. After all, Qin Yao was his personal disciple. In terms of relations, he was one level above Mustang. Brother Qin, long time no see, how is Uncle Qin's health these days? Mustang walked forward as he addressed Qin Chuan. The Uncle Qin which Mustang was referring to was the son of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, Qin Wu. Qin Wu was also the father of the current clan lord, Qin Chuan. When the Qin ancestor was still alive, both father and son had stormed the bait fields. After the previous emperor passed away, the Qin clan lost most of their authority as they were banished to the Sky Harmony City. Smiley face, both the Qin ancestor and his son was named Qin Wu. Same pronunciation but different meaning. Thank you for Brother Mustang's concern. My father is doing well, just that it is difficult for him to walk, and as such, didn't come out to personally welcome you. Although the exterior of Qin Chuan was smiling, inwardly, he was feeling apprehensive in his heart. Mustang was the representative from the Emperor Star Academy. To think that even he had personally come forth for the recruitment of Autumn Snow, it seemed like there was really no more hope of saving the marriage engagement between Autumn Snow and Wen Tian. Mustang, Autumn Snow can only join my Royal Academy. Talon glared at the representative from the Emperor Star Academy as hints of challenge could be heard from his voice. Is that so? Mustang laughed, before he took a seat. His gaze swept across the entirety of the spectators gathered in the training grounds before landing on Qin Wentian. When he snuck into the Bai clan's residence yesterday night, hoping to find out the genius they were hiding was, to his surprise, he accidentally discovered something interesting. There was actually someone running away from the Bai clan. Out of curiosity, he followed the youth all the way to the Qin's residence, and here, I was thinking that the Bai clan was hiding an expert of the Yuanfu realm. Never would I have imagined that the expert was actually this youth in front of me. Based on the pressure and fluctuations of the astral energy which I sensed, his talent is certainly not below that of Autumn Snow. Mustang silently intoned. It seemed like this time round, he didn't make a wasted trip. At this moment, the spectators all sighed in their hearts. The Royal Academy would only accept clan members of the royal clan or people with astounding talents. Among all the academies of the royal capital, it was ranked in the top 3. As for the Emperor Star Academy, their criteria for recruitment was even stricter. They would only accept stellar martial cultivators. And every student who enrolled in the Emperor Star Academy would graduate with a cultivation level of at least the Yuanfu realm without fail. The Yuanfu realm was the realm above that of the arterial circulation realm. Yuanfu realm cultivators had a Yuan palace established within their bodies, with unimaginable strength, far beyond that of the arterial circulation realm, and were able to draw on the essence of heaven and earth, even hovering in the air, and flying through the skies. The cultivators of the Yuanfu realm were all terrifying existences that could wipe out the Sky Harmony City with a flick of their finger. To think that now, representatives from both the Royal Academy and even the Emperor Star Academy would come to the Qin residence, all because of autumn snow. AGM 0007 Iron Bond between father and son. Talon thought that the reason for Mustang's presence at the Qin clan was the same as his. And as such, he couldn't help but to feel a slight sense of pressure. Turning to Qin Yao, he asked, "Yao, who's the lucky guy that had the marriage engagement with autumn snow?" This and reluctant look appeared on Qin Yao's face, as her beautiful eyes flicked towards Qin Wentian before she replied, "Teacher, this matter I'm afraid to say that something unexpected occurred." "Ooh? Something unexpected?" Talon froze. Qin Wentian glanced at Qin Chuan, as if seeking for help as she stood there awkwardly. She too had only heard the vague rumors, but had not ascertained what was the truth yet. And thus, she didn't dare to inform Talon, for fear of misleading her esteemed teacher. "Wentian, come over here." Qin Chuan beckoned to Qin Wentian. After Qin Wentian arrived by his side, Qin Chuan began addressing the two representatives of the prestigious academies. "Brother Mustang, Brother Talon, this is my son, Qin Wentian. The one with the marriage engagement with by autumn snow, is him precisely. The circumstances surrounding my son are somewhat special. Despite him having God-sent talent, he was unable to cultivate. Dear brothers, based on your immense amounts of experiences, do you think there are any solution for my son? Big brother, he was born with crippled meridians. What bullsh asterisk T God-sent talent?" Qin He interjected, "Silence. Wentian was not born with crippled meridians, it was caused by an accident. His talent and sensory abilities towards the astral constellations are both immeasurably high." Qin Chuan berated, as anger suffused his features. At this moment, both Talon and Mustang narrowed their eyes, as if they understood something. Though their actions might be the same, the thoughts behind the actions were not similar. "Let me take a look," both Mustang and Talon said at the same time, as they extended each of their hands and placed them upon each wrist of Qin Wentian. Indeed, a human with broken meridians. Talon's heart shuddered slightly with disappointment as a nasty look reflected on his visage. Withdrawing his hands, he laughed and stated, "What a waste of my time. I expected a dragon to be matched with the phoenix, but to think that the dragon was a snake instead." Qin Chuan's pupils contracted as his countenance turned cold. Your words, they seem a light inappropriate. You better watch what you say." After Talon heard how Qin Chuan rebutted him, killing intent appeared in his eyes. How insolent! The authority of the Qin clan diminished with each generation. Were it not for the talent of autumn snow and Qin Yao, he would never have stepped into the Qin residence. To think that a has-been dared to use such a tone when addressing him. Suppressing his anger, Talon let out a sarcastic laugh. "Qin Chuan, look at how pathetic the Qin clan is now. Stop your foolish daydreams and face reality. If you have nothing else to add, get out of here," Qin Chuan said coldly. This made Qin Yao felt as if she was sandwiched between a rock and a hard place. "Teacher, my dad has always been impulsive, please don't take it to heart. Qin Yao, this father of yours, he lacks proper understanding of the current state of affairs." Talon said icily, "Yao, in the future, you are not to acknowledge this person as your teacher." Qin Chuan interjected, causing Qin Yao to turn pale with fright. Anger apparent on his features, Talon muttered, "Excellent. Very good." Looking at these proceedings unfolding before him, Qin Wentian couldn't help but feel a stab of guilt to his heart. All this while, for the sake of him, Qin Chuan had knowingly offended many people. And now, he had even caused Qin Chuan to have a falling out with the esteemed teacher of Qin Yao. However, the thoughts of Mustang traveled down a totally different path compared to Talon. Glancing at Qin Wentian, Mustang let out a slight smile before asking, "Brother Qin, when was it that his meridians were crippled?" "When he was 6. Qin Chuan replied, "Initially, we thought that the accident was a one-off occurrence. Who would have thought that there were intermittent effects as the intensity increased over time and ultimately leading to all the pathways of his meridians getting destroyed?" 6 years old. Mustang breathed. Staring intently at Qin Wentian, he withdrew his hand. If what he guessed was right, what frightening tenacity, what frightening willpower. Thinking of Talon's earlier display, Mustang couldn't help but to sneer disdainfully. What a foolish boar. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, all the spectators could feel the earth tremble beneath their feet as the sound of horses galloping could be heard. The members of the Qin clan all had expressions ranging from shock, rage, and astonishment on their faces. Who would dare to ride their horses and barge into the Qin clan? Very quickly, they could see a warrior wielding a long spear in his hand, mounted on a war horse, galloping in their direction. Other than being equipped with armor, this warrior had a long black cloak that seemed to gleam with a dim light, fluttering along with the movements of the wind. His gaze was as sharp as sword, emitting a chilly air. Ice Hawk. The pupils of Qin Chuan widened in hatred. To think that his Qin residence would be such a popular place today. Ice Hawk was the vice-general under his father back during the days when they had fought for the country. His personality was sinister and ruthless, and always had disagreements with Qin Wu. After that, he defected to the Yi clan, and using his knowledge gained from the time they were working together, relentlessly suppressed the Qin clan. "Young master, long time no see," Ice Hawk replied, looking straight at Qin Chuan. The gaze of Ice Hawk was akin to that of an actual hawk eyeing its prey. "Ice Hawk, you actually dared to storm the Qin residence with so many people. It seems like you're truly getting more and more unruly," Qin Chuan coldly exclaimed as killing intent surged in his eyes. Ice Hawk didn't even put Qin Chuan's words in his eyes. The Qin clan now was no longer the Qin clan of the past. A crippled tiger, how could Ice Hawk fear it? He was the one working in the shadows, pulling strings to influence the major powers into suppressing the Qin clan. But as long as Qin Wu was still alive, he still had some fear of clashing dynasty with the Qin clan. Well, it didn't matter to him who suppressed the Qin clan, as long as the Qin clan was suppressed. There are 2 reasons why I'm here today. First is to respectfully inquire about the health of my previous respected commander. Second, I'm here to tell the Qin clan that 2 days later, representatives from the Chu country will all be invited to the Bai clan, where Autumn Snow will join one of the prestigious academies from the royal capital. That, and the matter regarding the marriage engagement between the Bai clan and the Qin clan, can be settled then. I truly hope that the Qin clan will be there, and not hide in the Qin residence like a cowardly rat. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ice Hawk leered threateningly. After saying what he wanted to say, Ice Hawk mounted onto his warhorse before galloping in the direction of the exit. Just as he was galloping away, one could hear his cold laughter resounding out loud in the distance, while his eyes stared daggers at Qin Chuan. The members of Qin clan all stared at the silhouette far off in the horizon, while Qin Chuan was shaking from anger. If Autumn Snow was enrolled into the Emperor Star Academy, the Bai clan could jolly well use this as an excuse to annul the marriage agreement. Because if that really happened, everyone would think that this was to be expected. After all, a trash like Qin Wentian who was unable to cultivate, would never be worthy enough to marry Autumn Snow. If they persisted, the Qin clan would only be humiliated. The Bai clan, how overbearing. Qin Chuan had never expected that the Bai clan would repay his kindness with enmity. He truly wanted to see with his own eyes what the Bai clan would say 2 days later. So this is the reason. Talon coldly smiled. Qin Chuan, I will just wait for your Qin clan to be embarrassed. Farewell. After he finished speaking, Talon leapt to the top of the huge eagle, after which, the huge eagle intentionally circled around the Qin residence as if it was mocking them, before soaring away through the skies. Silence descended, as all the members of the Qin clan had ugly looks on their face. Never had they faced such a grave humiliation before. Big brother, Qin, he suddenly stated, the situation is against us. As you can see, both the Bai clan and the Yi clan are joining forces against our Qin clan. 2 days later, we shouldn't attend. If we do, all our face and prestige will be wiped clean. You mean I should stay in the Qin residence just like a cowardly rat? Qin Chuan coldly interjected. All these years, Qin Wentian has squandered our clan's cultivation resources, wasting the valuable yuan meteor stones we had, and I have never spoken a word in protest. But however, now, this thing concerns the hope and future of our Qin clan. I suggest we kick him out. After all, taking good care of him all these years, we have already done more than we were supposed to. Qin He lowly intoned. It seems that there were many members of the Qin clan who were opposed to Qin Wentian. Taking into account that Qin Wentian was someone with broken meridians and was unable to cultivate, they felt that Qin Chuan expended too much effort on just a foster son, overly pampering Qin Wentian. Third brother, what do you think? Qin Chuan motioned to another elder that was standing next to Qin He. This person was the third son of Qin Wu, Qin Yi. Qin Wentian, he should just live an ordinary life. Qin Yi concurred with Qin He. Qin Chuan silently contemplated for a moment, sweeping his gaze through the members of the Qin clan before saying, "Back in the days, our ancestor enjoyed the grace and kindness of the former emperor. To repay that, our ancestor participated in over 80 great baits, and suffered critical injuries 18 times. Back when the alliance of the 10 countries trapped the emperor without any regards to his own life, using his own body as a shield, ancestor Qin traveled 1,000 miles in a single day, frenziedly slaughtering his way out of the encirclement, rescuing the former emperor. When they both returned back to the safety of Chu country, our ancestor didn't even ask for a single reward. How heroic was he, to think that now, my Qin clan has really degenerated. Just because of a light pressure, most of you want to abandon the descendant of our Qin clan's benefactor, severing all ties, and cast him out of the Qin clan. Just the very thought of it causes me to feel endless disgust. If our ancestor were to know of this, he would surely turn in his grave. My decision is this. The Qin clan shall live or die together with Qin Wentian. 2 days later, summon all our available troops to accompany us as we go to the Bai clan. If there is one more word about abandoning Wentian, no matter who the person is, I will kill him myself." After that, Qin Chuan slammed his palms down onto the stone chair, causing it to disintegrate into pieces. While the members of the Qin clan glanced down at their feet, not daring to look him in the eye or make any sounds in protest, the voice of Qin Chuan permeated the whole of the training grounds, while he stood erect. When looking at him, one would feel as if they could witness the valiantness and heroism that was exhibited by their ancestor. Just what did Qin Wentian's ancestors do for our Qin clan? To think that the clan leader would actually act this way. The other members of the Qin clan didn't know the exact reason. They only knew that Qin Chuan was repaying a debt of gratitude, and for this debt of gratitude, Qin Chuan would unhesitatingly sacrifice himself if need be. This sort of unbending love and spirit of valiantness caused respect to bloom in their hearts, as everyone, too, seemed to unconsciously stood up straighter, as respect straightened their spine. "Wentian, you needn't bother regarding this matter. Foster father will seek justice for you." The reply of Qin Chuan was tinged with genius. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. Initially, he wanted to inform Qin Chuan, after becoming a stellar martial cultivator. But to think that now, even before he got the chance to do so, the entire Qin clan would be affected. Qin Wentian did not know the story about the circumstances behind his birth, nor did he understand the debt of gratitude owed by the Qin clan to his parents. He only knew that he had to repay the gratitude shown towards him by Qin Chuan no matter how difficult it was in this lifetime. Qin Chuan was stunned into silence. On the training grounds, it could be seen that Qin Wentian had both knees upon the ground, as he looked at Qin Chuan, saying, "Foster faster, this matter arose because of me, I will seat it myself, so there's no need for the Qin clan to be involved. The Bai clan, even if they humiliate me 1,000 times, I'd be fine with it, but as long as the matter involves the prestige of the Qin clan, there's no way that I'd agree to it. This matter, I will take sole responsibility for it." "Father!" Qin Wentian shouted, as he knelt down heavily onto the ground, kowtowing. Only by kneeling could Qin Wentian fully express the gratitude towards Qin Chuan he felt in his heart. Qin Chuan slowly approached Qin Wentian as he helped him to his feet. As their gaze crossed, both of them had a smile broken out upon their faces. This time around, in Qin Wentian's speech, he no longer referred to Qin Chuan as his foster father. He referred Qin Chuan as his father instead. I have always believed in you, son. One day, you will definitely be able to accomplish things that others never would before. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Wentian with determination apparent in his gaze. Standing at the side, with laughter suffusing his features, Mustang beamed. In comparison to autumn snow, he preferred the youth standing in front of him 10 times more. Godly talent, a frightening amount of tenacity, combined together with an iron will of determination, there was no doubt that in the future, the youth before him would definitely amount to great things. It seemed like, 2 days later, during the gathering of the powers in the Bai clan, there would be a good show to watch. AGMA 0008. Brother and sister. Qin Wentian had yet to reveal the fact to Qin Chuan that he'd already condensed his astral soul. He believed that the appropriate time to reveal that would be 2 days later, during the time when he was seeking redress for the humiliation suffered earlier. Qin Chuan would be much happier then. Brother Qin, I wish to closely monitor your son's unique condition. I wonder if Brother Qin is willing? During this moment, Mustang moved forward, as a strange light flashed through his eyes when he looked at Qin Wentian. If Brother Mustang is willing, there is nothing I could wish for more. Qin Chuan quickly agreed. One must know that the level of power wielded by the Emperor Star Academy was so great, to the extent that they could disregard the authority of the Imperial Royal Clan. Many years ago, the reigning powers in the country of Chu were jealous and worried of the immense power wielded by the Emperor Star Academy, and as such, the Royal Academy was formed, with the intention of suppressing the Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian, follow me please. Mustang beckoned Qin Wentian to follow him to the side. Qin Chuan too motioned to Qin Yao, who was standing beside him. Yao, you go too. Qin Yao silently agreed, as she turned to follow behind the two of them. Qin Wentian, noticing the way Mustang stared at him, could barely suppress his shock. This person, his astral soul, might be that of the heavenly vision constellation. Astral light could be seen flickering from the pupils of Mustang's eyes as his pupils took on the shape of constellations orbiting, one with broken meridians, yet able to cultivate. Mustang Lai said, causing Qin Wentian to be thunderstruck. As he expected, the heavenly vision astral soul was able to see through the pressure and fluctuations of the astral energy in his body. Never would I have expected that today, I would meet someone who was able to condense an astral soul with a set of broken meridians. Mustang felt an unexpected joy in his heart. After he inspected Qin Wentian previously, he could confirm that Qin Wentian's meridians were crippled indeed, but at the same time, with the aid of the heavenly vision constellation, he could also tell that, without a doubt, Qin Wentian had already successfully evolved into a stellar martial cultivator. This left only one possibility: breaking the old before re-establishing the new. In order to recast a perfect set of energy channels and meridians, one had no choice but to first destroy their previously flawed foundation, before they could even attempt to recast this unique set of meridians from the legends, the stellar meridians. Although this was only the embryonic form of the legendary stellar meridians, its ability to accommodate and adjust the astral energy within one's body was already far beyond that of cultivators with normal meridians. This person, regardless of the cost, he must recruit him to the Emperor Star Academy. Elder, do you have any instructions for me? Qin Wentian asked as he looked at Mustang. Based on the strength of the astral pressure fluctuations from your body, your cultivation level should have already broken through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm, right? What a terrifying vision. Although my actual cultivation level is only at the 4th level of the body refinement realm, because of the astral soul from the 5th heavenly layer I condensed, the astral energy within me is tyrannical beyond compare, and thus, there's a lapse in his judgment. Qin Wentian kept silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. 2 days later, when representatives of all the powers are gathered at the Bai residence, there are bound to be many academies seeking for disciples to enroll, and undoubtedly, there will be many tests and examinations. Although your talent is unsurpassed and of the highest degree, your current strength is still insufficient. Here, I have something for you. 2 days later, I hope to see you there at the Bai residence. After ending the conversation, Mustang took out a manual and a yuan meteor stone and passed it to Qin Wentian. After which, he leapt through the air, flying through the skies as he bid goodbye. Qin Wentian's vision focused on Mustang, as he stared in awe. His body movement technique had actually reached the realm of being as light as a swallow, soaring through the skies. This was an obvious indicator that Mustang was a cultivator at the terrifying Yuanfu realm. One day, I swear, I too will soar through the heavens. Looking at the items in his hand, his pupils contracted, as his heart slightly shivered with excitement. This stone he held had an immense amount of astral energy stored within it. It was an extremely valuable cultivation resource, the Yuan Meteor Stone. And as for the manual, there were only 3 big words written there: subduing Dragon Fist, Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian silently murmured in his heart. At this moment, footsteps could be heard as the shadow of a body appeared next to him, along with a fragrance that drifted with the wind. I've told you long ago, Bai Qingsong is a sly old fox. That's why I was opposed to the marriage engagement earlier, but you proceeded on anyway, lusting for ravishing women, captivated by a lovely vision, losing yourself in the beauty of autumn snow. A Jin voice rang out teasingly. Traces of a smile could be seen from Qin Wentian's face. As his gaze shifted to the side, an incomparably beautiful face appeared before him. Her brows were comparable to the splendor of a crescent moon, with laughter in her eyes, that fair jade-like face with exquisite features, her skin that was so silky smooth and tender that it seemed that it would be damaged by the slightest touch, capable of invoking uncontrollable lust in men as they involuntarily wished to kiss her. Qin Yao had the same status as autumn snow. She was one of the 4 great beauties in the Sky Harmony City, someone at the epitome of beauty. If I was what you said, lusting for beautiful woman, I would just cling to Sister Qin Yao every day. Qin Wentian laughed in reply. Stop your nonsense. Qin Yao slyly berated, as she continued on saying, you drove a wedge between father and my esteemed teacher. How will I continue to survive when I return back to the Royal Academy? How are you going to compensate me for that? Qin Wentian withdrew the Yuan Meteor Stone which he had kept in his robes earlier, and passed it over to Qin Yao, laughingly stating, the astral energy contained within this Yuan Meteor Stone is exceedingly strong. The fluctuation seemed to indicate that it originated from the 2nd layer of heavens. You can have it. Qin Yao gazed at Qin Wentian and sighed. Every time father gifted you with Yuan Meteor Stones, you would always stealthily pass them to me. Now that I have already broken through to the arterial circulation realm, how could I still bear to receive the stones from you? As she thought of the past, the gaze of Qin Yao visibly softened. Although Qin Wentian had indeed caused a wedge to be driven between her esteemed teacher and Qin Chuan, there was no way she would have blamed him. Ever since young, this light brother of hers had always assisted her with her cultivation. Whenever their father gifted Yuan Meteor Stones to him, Qin Wentian would always unconditionally pass them to her, forbidding her from revealing so. If it wasn't for her light brother, how would she even have the cultivation level she had today? The arterial circulation realm. Qin Wentian joyfully exclaimed. Okay then, this time around, I shall keep this Yuan Meteor Stone instead. After all, there was only 2 days remaining. It was imperative that he raise his current level of strength quickly, through the aid of the Yuan Meteor Stone. Wentian, don't bother so much about people like the Bai clan. I am well acquainted with plenty of beautiful girls in the royal capital. In the future, when there is a chance, let me introduce some of them to you. Qin Yao consoled him. Only now did Qin Wentian know the actual reason why Qin Yao had followed behind him and Mustang. It was to offer consolation, as she was worried that this matter of the marriage engagement would heavily affect him. Qin Wentian stopped his steps as he squatted down, causing Qin Yao to be bewildered. Looking at Qin Wentian, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Come up." Qin Wentian laughed, gesturing to his back. "Come up your head." Qin Yao hastily replied, as tinge of redness could be seen blushing on her cheeks. Rolling her eyes at Qin Wentian, she ignored him. "What's the matter, pretty girl? Every day when we were young, you would climb up on my back, ordering me to piggyback you. Now that we're both adults, it seems like you no longer want me as your brother." Qin Wentian continued to tease her laughingly, causing Qin Yao to stamp her foot on the ground. This fellow, here he was dragging up embarrassing things from the past again. Qin Yao was slightly older than Qin Wentian, and she was almost 17 this year. Now that she had grown up, slender and elegant, and as pure as a jade, how could she not be embarrassed when Qin Wentian wanted to piggyback her around just like the times when they were both kids? But even so, she still hopped up onto his back, with her hands clasping securely on Qin Wenqian's shoulders as she gazed around, shyness apparent in her eyes. Okay, let's go. Qin Wenqian's hands were supporting the back of Qin Yao's thighs. It felt like a soft bundle of cotton was resting behind his back, causing him to laugh as he stated, Sister Qin Yao has really grown up. Rolling her eyes as she bit her lips, Qin Yao extended her hands and twisted the ear of Qin Wenqian. How dare you continue teasing me? Although they weren't real blood siblings, the relationship between both of them had been extremely close. Seems like I was worried for nothing. Qin Yao Lai said, realizing that this light brat didn't even seem to be the slightest bit affected by the annulling of the marriage engagement between him and Autumn Snow. As the two of them joked about, they soon arrived at one of the courtyards of Qin Chuan's residence. Qin Chuan's residence could be split into two courtyards, the eastern courtyard and the western courtyard. Qin Chuan, his wife, as well as Qin Yao, were residing in the eastern courtyard, while Qin Wenqian and his uncle Black were residing in the western one. At this moment, in the courtyard, there was a woman whose features grey resembled Qin Yao, so well maintained that it looked like she was only in her late 20s. Upon seeing Qin Wenqian piggybacking Qin Yao, a warm smile blossomed on her face. Yao, oh, you are already all grown up, yet you still like to stick to Wenqian. Mother Qin knew that Qin Yao was older than Qin Wenqian, but the scene of Wenqian piggybacking Qin Yao made it seem as though Qin Wenqian was her older brother instead. Mother, no, this fellow is taking advantage of me. Qin Yao pouted as she got off the back of Qin Wenqian. Taking advantage? What advantages do you have left that was not already taken by Wenqian? Mother Qin Genie smiled, causing Qin Wenqian to bashfully turn his head as he got back up from his half-squatting position. Mother! Qin Yao speechlessly stomped her foot on the ground. Mother, I shall go and visit Uncle Black now. From the way Qin Yao was glaring at him, Qin Wenqian could tell that Qin Yao was embarrassed and thus, he took the hint to leave. After he arrived at the western courtyard, he saw an feeble and decrepit figure sweeping the courtyard. This decrepit figure was missing an arm and a leg, with a bent body posture, appearing to be of extreme old age. Uncle Black, let me take over from you. Qin Wenqian walked forward, and at this moment, as the old man turned his head, as he gazed at Qin Wenqian before asking, you condensed your astral soul. Qin Wenqian calmly nodded his head. He was not surprised that Uncle Black would be able to tell. Which heavenly layer? What type of constellation? Uncle Black continued asking. Fifth heavenly layer, the heavenly hammer constellation. The decrepit frame of Uncle Black's body slightly shuddered, before Swi-Fi recovering. After that, he turned his back and continued walking to the backyard, not saying anything. Qin Wenqian silently followed Uncle Black to the training grounds located in the backyard, only to see that Uncle Black sitting on a stone bench, looking at him. Throughout all these years, I was the one that forced you to shatter your meridians, causing you to endure unimaginable pain, even disallowing you from absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and refusing to let you condense your astral soul back then. Do you hate me, Uncle Black? Ever since I was young, I had already understood your kind intentions. If I absorbed the yuan qi from heaven and earth, it would cause my sensory abilities to diminish, and if I formed an innate link with a constellation early, when my sensory abilities had not yet been heightened through practice of meditation, how could the current me be able to condense an astral soul from the fifth heavenly layer? Qin Wenqian replied, smiling as he continued, only by accumulating sufficient strength from meditation, was I able to appropriately raise my sensory strength. Self-destruction of my meridians was not a disaster, but a blessing instead. Humans are all greedy by nature, seeking rapid advancement in a moment, absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, concurrently cultivating while attempting to sense the astral energies from the astral rivers in the 9 heavenly layers to condense their astral souls. What they didn't realize was that the absorption of yuan qi from the heaven and earth would bury their talent in sensing of the astral energies. After many years of meditation, results have already been shown, since you've already condensed your astral soul. From today onwards, I will not bother about your cultivation methods, but you have to remember one thing. That is, never, ever, to absorb the yuan qi from heaven and earth. Only then will the astral qi in your body be pure enough to enable you to open the astral gates and condense your astral souls in the future. Qin Wenqian acquiesced his head in agreement as he stated, Wenqian will remember it well. After all, this world was a world that was dictated by the mightiest of stellar martial cultivators, AGM-0009, Dragon Subduing Fist. After which, Uncle Black looked towards Qin Wentian as he stated, "Release the astral soul you've condensed, and let me take a look." Qin Wentian, with a slight intention of his will, opened his astral gate, and in that same instant, a faint shadow of the heavenly hammer constellation materialized on his forehead, incomparably resplendent. Also, on the wings of the astral soul, a radiant corona of pure gold-colored light could be seen revolving around it, as if it was emphasizing the top quality of this particular astral soul. The astral rivers existing in the 9 heavenly layers of heavens, as long as one can condense an astral soul belonging to the 3rd heavenly layer or higher, will have the golden-colored light corona around their astral soul. The higher the quality of one constellation, the more terrifying the astral energy contained within it will be, and the more dazzling the corona of light will be. All astral souls from the 1st to the 9th heavenly layer will shine with their own light. For astral souls condensed from the 3rd heavenly layer and above, the corona of light will undergo a transformation, turning into a pure gold color. And as such, as long as one releases their astral soul, people will be able to tell which heavenly layer your astral soul was condensed from. And, normally, only those legendary existences of the Heavenly Dipper realm would be able to open up for astral gates and condense astral souls from the 4th heavenly layer. To think that you, during your teenage years, have already diocese condensed an astral soul by forming an innate link with a constellation from the 5th heavenly layer. Such shocking talent might bring you many benefits, but it too might be a tragedy. Do you understand? Uncle Black gazed at Qin Wentian as he gradually explained. Qin Wentian inclined his head in agreement. He naturally understood the meaning behind it. Autumn Snow's first astral soul was already from the 3rd layer of heavens, and her name had resounded throughout the country of Chu. If the news of him condensing his first astral soul from the 5th layer of heavens leaked out, there might be many people wanting to rope him in their factions, or, in extreme cases, even kill him. The realms of cultivations could be classified as body refinement, arterial circulation, Yuan-Fu, Yuan Palace, followed by Heavenly Dipper. Cultivators of the Heavenly Dipper realm were also known as Heavenly Dipper sovereigns. Sovereign-level cultivators had power far exceeding that of the Yuan-Fu realm. Even in the country of Chu, with a population of 1 trillion people, the number of sovereign-level cultivators could be counted on a single hand. If one of them appeared, the might and authority at their disposal would be comparable to an entire country. Do you still remember the set of acupuncture techniques that I taught you before? It should enable you to camouflage that radiant golden-colored corona of your astral soul. Uncle Black continued asking. I remember. Qin Wentian nodded his head. Good, your first astral soul, condensed from the Heavenly Hammer constellation, will bestow upon you an extremely tyrannical attack power and impenetrable defense. Although I said that I would no longer bother about your cultivation, I still have to remind you to take great care in choosing which constellation to form an innate link with for your second astral soul condensation. Those constellations that would restrict the movements of your opponents, complemented with your insanely strong attack power, would be the best. I've understood. Qin Wentian respectfully replied. You can go. Uncle Black closed his eyes as Qin Wentian retracted his steps, reaching the boundary of the training grounds. There was a bookshelf here, with many books and manuals stored in it. Contained within them were the lifeblood of Uncle Black's efforts and experiences. Ever since Qin Wentian was young, he had grown up by reading through all of the books which were stored here. The majority of the books had contents regarding acupuncture techniques, causing Qin Wentian to guess that the astral soul of Uncle Black had a high possibility of having something to do with acupuncture. The variety of methods of acupuncture techniques recorded here were extremely numerous. There were methods used for healing, to smoothen meridians, to ignite hidden potential, etc. Now that Qin Wentian had already become a stellar martial cultivator, he could infuse his acupuncture needles with astral energy for greater effect. Qin Wentian withdrew one of the books from the bookshelf, sat down cross-leggedly, and began revising its content. After which, he withdrew his silver needles and inserted them into the various acupuncture points located in his head region. After a few moments, Qin Wentian could feel the effect taking place. The radiant corona of golden light began to diminish in brilliance. This technique would only affect the intensity of the astral light. Despite dimming the light reflected, the might contained within the astral soul was still unchanged. What Qin Wentian didn't know was that this particular set of acupuncture techniques that he cultivated were extremely rare and valuable. Throughout the entirety of the country of Chu, there was no others who would be able to do what he did. After a long period of time, Qin Wentian removed the silver needles, opened his eyes as he intoned in a low voice, "Success." Now, unless it was myself intentionally using astral energy to forcefully break open the seals, the color of my astral soul will remain unchanged. At the same time, Qin Wentian withdrew the Yuan meteor stone, as he sensed the resonance of the immense astral energy contained within. All Yuan meteor stones originated from the heavenly layers, and were exceedingly precious. The amount of astral energy contained within the constellations was incomparably immense. Although stellar martial cultivators could sense and absorb the astral chi, the amount which they absorbed could only be considered a droplet of water in the entire ocean. As such, even if the Yuan meteor stones were small in size, the astral energy contained within was extremely terrifying. In addition, Yuan meteor stones could be used to greatly increase the probability of communication with the constellations. For example, if Qin Wentian, through his meditation, used the Yuan meteor stone in his hand in addition to that of his sensory abilities, he would be able to feel the connection between the astral constellation which the Yuan meteor stone had descended from. Other than this, the benefits of Yuan meteor stones include forming innate links with the constellations, aiding the cultivator in absorption of the astral energy, or even condensing an astral soul. As such, many cultivators use the Yuan meteor stones as a means of becoming a stellar martial cultivator. From this, one could see how valuable the Yuan meteor stones was. There were almost no way for ordinary cultivators, who weren't from powerful families or clans, to be able to get a hold of it. The immense amount of astral energy contained within this stone, in addition to that of the domineering energy from the heavenly hammer constellation, should be able to allow me to Wi-Fi break through. Qin Wentian said in his heart. As he did so, he withdrew the dragon subduing fist manual which Mustang had passed to him as his heart slightly trembled in amazement. This dragon subduing fist was an innate technique. The body refinement realm formed the basis of the way of martial arts, enabling one to be able to obtain a perfect human body. At this realm, it was impossible for the cultivator to cultivate innate techniques. Cultivators who were at the first realm of cultivation, body refinement realm, could at most only cultivate the foundation of innate techniques. Only when the cultivator had broken through to the arterial circulation realm would they be able to cultivate the innate techniques, which possessed tyrannical might. The essence of the dragon subduing fist was domineering and unyielding in nature, akin to an actual dragon. The manual was split into two sections, the first, the section containing the normal attacks, and the second, the section containing the innate techniques. In the attack section, there were only 3 stances recorded, namely, Raging Dragon leaving the oceans, Dragon clashing in the wilds, and Draconic roar from the 9 heavens. I will train in the dragon subduing fist techniques during the day, and absorb the astral chi from the heavenly constellations at night with the aid of the Yuan meteor stone, with the hope of breaking through. Hopefully, my strength will be able to rapidly increase after these 2 days, enabling me to gain back my prestige from the Bai clan. Qin Wentian thought to himself. After all, it was better to wait for nighttime before attempting to absorb the astral chi from the heavenly constellations. The first move of the dragon subduing fist is the move Raging Dragon leaving the oceans. This move appeared deceptively simple, but to master it, one had to be able to accomplish the point of pressing forward with an indomitable will. As the Raging Dragon rushed out from the oceans, the might it exhibited was incomparably overbearing. Qin Wentian detailedly analyzed the critical points of this particular stance, as he concurrently displayed the first stance inside the training grounds. As his fist struck out, he imagined the astral energy within him to be the image of a raging dragon, tyrannical and domineering, frenziedly rushing out from the oceans. Wrong, my movements were too wooden. It was completely different from the complete integration of body movements that the drawings depicted. During his cultivation, Qin Wentian repeatedly introspected himself, as he unceasingly sought to match the drawings depicted, as he pondered over the critical points highlighting the essence of the move. After a long while, Qin Wentian went completely still. Closing his eyes as he lost himself in contemplation, in his mind's eye, it seemed as though he could see a gigantic dragon, with a tyrannical appearance, looking extremely ferocious and powerful. All of a sudden, Qin Wentian snapped open his eyes, as enlightenment blossomed on his face. Qin Wentian bent his waist as he stepped forward, adopting the posture of a dragon, as a roar of rage rang out, akin to that of a raging dragon. An extremely deafening sound reverberated out as his fist sped forward, targeting a huge block of stone. The stone instantly exploded as the stone fragments were blasted away in 4 directions. Qin Wentian's long hair danced madly in the wind as he was filled with boundless enthusiasm. Glancing at his fist, his charming eyes were as bright as the stars. The power of this move was even greater than his expectations. If in the future he were to step into the arterial circulation realm, he would then be able to fully employ the true divine might of this ability. How terrifying would that be? A power so strong that he could even subdue the dragons and tame the tigers. Even though he had already grasped the essence behind this stance, Qin Wentian did not stop, but continued on assiduously cultivating. This feeling, brought on by possessing this immense level of power, made him tremendously excited. It caused his blood to boil and set his heart on fire. Time passed rapidly, and night had already descended. The maidservants Qin Yao sent to remind him to eat were all rejected by Qin Wentian as he sealed the training grounds and proceeded on with his cultivation. In the span of one night, with the assistance of the Yuan Meteor Stone as well as his tempered thousand hammer refinement technique, he had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the body refinement realm, just a hair's distance away from a breakthrough to the 5th level. In the span of one night, that immense amount of astral energy contained within the Yuan Meteor Stone was entirely absorbed by Qin Wentian. One could see how terrifying his sensory abilities towards the astral constellation were. Dawn approached, but Qin Wentian doggedly continued using his tempered thousand hammer refinement technique until he finally broke through the barrier and stepped into the 5th level of the body refinement technique. 7 days, he spent only a total of 7 days to break through 5 levels. If news of this were to be leaked out, without a doubt, it would be universally shocking. After he broke through, Qin Wentian had no intentions to rest. Immediately, he continued on training the second stance of the dragon subduing fist, dragon clashing in the wilds. In these 2 days, Qin Wentian cultivated to the point of forgetting food and drink, completely immersing himself within. Another day passed, as the stars in the skies gradually disappear, and the sun rose far off in the eastern horizon, casting a white glare over the land. Qin Wentian opened his eyes. Despite not sleeping, he was filled with vitality. Qin Wentian gazed mutely at the passing clouds in the skies, as though he had some troubles hidden in his heart. Today was the birthday celebration of Bai Qingsong, where there would be many representatives of the various powers in the royal capital gathered at the Bai clan. Thinking of everything that had happened for the past few days, Qin Wentian couldn't help but feel that he was in a surreal situation, as if he was dreaming. The Bai clan repaying his gratitude with enmity, the emotionless side of Bai Autumn Snow, the innocence of Bai Qing, the iron bond between Qin Chuan and him, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had already become a stellar martial cultivator and had condensed his astral soul. He decided, all matters, be they good or bad, should be settled today. AGM 0010, gathering at the Bai residence. A fiery ball of inferno hung in the sky, as the flame-colored rays shined upon the land, and enveloped the entirety of the Sky Harmony City. Within the city, exquisite towering structures and residences stood in great numbers. The magnificent buildings, when under the rays of sunlight, seemed to give off a majestic presence. Even the ancient streets of the city were constructed of luxurious bluestone, all leading to a gigantic ground set up for the purpose of practicing martial arts. Behind that training grounds was an imposing grandstand, and behind that grandstand was a vast residence. It was the Bai residence of the Sky Harmony City. At this moment, the Bai clan's current leader, Bai Qingsong, was sitting in the grandstand. Beside him was a lady of about 16 years of age, with jade-white skin and shoulder-length hair, with a buxom figure. A top-grade beauty indeed. Congratulations to the Bai clan's clan leader's birthday celebration. Beneath the grandstand, on the red carpet that was laid over the stairs, there were countless people paying respects and offering their congratulations. Bai Qingsong, facing their direction, cupped his hands in response, as a huge smile broke out on his face. Clan leader Bai, your beloved daughter is only 16 this year, her future is boundless. A guest laughingly stated, as he cast a sidelong glance at Autumn Snow. You're too polite. Bai Qingsong waved away the compliment. As the number of invited guests increased, the atmosphere got more and more lively. And there were many invited guests who brought along members of the younger generation. It was very obvious that they were here to take part in the enrollment exercise conducted by the representatives of the various powers in the royal capital. Rumble, in the instance, far off in the horizon, on the bluestone streets, a thunderous sound rang out, as if there were 10,000 hooves clad in steel dashing through the streets. Even though there was still a great distance between them, all the guests there at the training grounds could feel an immense vibration rumbling the ground, as all their gazes involuntarily turned in the direction of the sound, and their eyes uniformly concentrated on the far-off horizon. "The Silver Feather Legion!" someone shouted as the pupils of the crowd contracted. Clad in silvery helmets, silver armor, and even silver saddles for the snow-white war horses of knights, they were all stunningly impressive, and riding speedily towards the direction of the grandstand, causing the hearts of the crowd to involuntarily shudder. The Sky Harmony City does not have such powerful troops. Obviously, this legion hails from the royal capital. The crowd was thinking in their hearts. At this instant, the units of the Cavalier Legion all stopped at the area just before the grandstand. Lining up uniformly, only slits of their eyes could be seen from their fully armored self. Sharp and terrifying, just a single glance was sufficient to strike fear into the hearts of the onlookers. "Shua!" The voices of the unit rang out in cohesion as they dismounted from their war horses at the same moment. The leader of this unit had his hand placed atop his helmet as he slowly took it off, revealing an incomparably sharp and eagle-eyed gaze. This person was none other than Icehawk. Saluting towards Bai Chingsong, he stated, "From the capital of Chu, the Silver Feather Cavalier Legion pays respect and offers congratulations to the clan leader of the Bai clan." As the sound of his voice faded away, a great number of people came forward, bearing gifts from the Silver Feather Cavalier Legion. Even the Silver Feather Cavalier Legion from the royal capital came. Whispers abounded as conversation broke out between the invited guests. Bai Chingsong Lai smiled as he looked towards the Legion leader before saying, "Many thanks. Please take your seat." Icehawk slyly inclined his head as he walked up the red-carpeted stairs, before being seated at the far side of the grandstand. At this moment, thunderous sounds of horses galloping rang out once again, causing the crowd's heart to tremble. However, the sounds were much louder in intensity as clouds of dust could be seen rising in the horizon, throughout all the streets of the Sky Harmony City. Royal capital, the Mo clan pays their respects and offers their congratulations to clan leader Bai. Royal capital, Violet Palace, pays their respects and offers their congratulations to clan leader Bai. The thunderous sounds and the shocking vibrations came closer and closer to the grandstand, before stopping as legions of soldiers, mounted on golden lions, appeared one after another, in the field of vision of the crowd. However, the most attention-grabbing thing was that, in the center of the bluestone streets, there were a number of carriages that was slowly approaching. Although the carriages were only a few in number, and their momentum was slow, the image depicted on the carriage was actually that of a golden tulip. And the beast that was pulling the carriage was actually a draconic horse with antenna-like things growing atop its head. The golden tulip insignia, they are from the Yi clan. Those with extensive worldly experiences spoke, as their countenance paled. The Yi clan was like the shining sun in the sky, producing countless geniuses. Some would enter into the top academies of the royal capital, while others chose to serve in the military, rising up in ranks. For the female descendants of the Yi clan, many were favored, and some were even married into the royal clan, further consolidating the power of the Yi clan. The Yi clan was truly in their prime, even far surpassing the Qin clan from the past, when their ancestor, Qin Wu, was still alive. It seems like the rumor of the Yi clan intending to have a marriage engagement with the Bai clan was true. Many people were thinking that all of these invited guests from the royal capital should have outstanding relationships and close connections with the Yi clan. As the carriages pulled to a stop, an old man, with eyes that flashed with a piercing gleam, and were filled with a sense of vitality akin to the tigers and dragons, walked out. Bai Chingsong quickly stood up, as he cupped his hands in the direction of the old man before politely stating, "To think that old Master Yi could find the time to grace my humble abode with your austere presence. Please, take a seat, right." The old man from the Yi clan slyly inclined his head as he moved forward with his men. Although the number of the bodyguards he had was not numerous, one could not underestimate him. After all, the old man was an extremely terrifying existence that was at the Yuanfu realm. Autumn snow. This was what you brought to me, what you brought to the Bai clan. Bai Qingsong emotionally clasped his daughter's hands as he suppressed his surging emotions. He knew that all of this that was happening today was only possible because of one person. And that person was none other than his daughter, Autumn Snow. At this moment, in the distance, there was a line of human shadows approaching the grandstand, causing the pupils of the crowd to contract. Invited guests brought along their younger generations because they were interested in the enrollment exercise conducted by the representatives of the various prestigious academies in the royal capital. Are those representatives from the various academies? Emperor Star Academy, it's really the Emperor Star Academy. There's a saying, enroll in Emperor Star Academy, depart as a Yuanfu cultivator. In the entirety of the country of Chu, those of the Yuanfu realm are all legendary figures with immense authority. Many in the crowd revealed expressions of desire and longing on their faces, even those members belonging to the powerful clans were no exception. They were the ones who held all the hopes and were the future of their family members. There's still the Royal Academy. This academy was created by the royal clan and enjoys the protection and blessing of the Emperor. Divine Wind Academy and the Seven Stars Academy, all of the prestigious academies of the royal capital have arrived. Excitement was apparent on the faces of all the guests. Although there were numerous academies in the royal capital, the one that came to the Sky Harmony City today were the 4 academies with the greatest power. Obviously, their intentions were clear. They are all here for Autumn Snow. Silence descended as the representatives of the 4 great academies arrived at the training grounds facing grandstand. A representative stood up and calmly said, "Today, those below the age of 16, with a strength level of 36 bulls and above, are eligible to partake in the enrollment examination and have a chance to enter into one of our 4 great academies. Now, let those who fulfilled the requirements step up onto the stage." Even before his voice faded away, the crowd of guests caused a commotion as those who met the requirements struggled to push their way through the crowd. There were also many who lowered their heads in disappointment. This requirement was too harsh for martial cultivators. To reach the 6th level of the body refinement realm before the age of 16, only geniuses would be able to reach the level. There is one other exception to the earlier requirement stated. If you are a stellar martial cultivator, who has formed an innate link and condensed an astral soul from the constellations in the 2nd heavenly layer or higher, you too possess the qualifications to join in this enrollment exercise. Another representative stated impassively. At this moment, dong, dong. All of a sudden, tremors once again shook the ground as the sounds of horses galloping came closer and closer. The eyes of the crowd turned back as they gazed into the horizon only to see a unit of cavalry galloping fiercely, with speed akin to a fierce tornado, as the cavalry Swi-Fi arrived in front of the training grounds, causing the crowd of people milling around to be forced to the side, opening up a path for them. The man in the lead had his gaze fixed upon Bai Qingsong, as his expression was as sharp as swords. "Oh, so Brother Qin Chuan has arrived. Please, take a seat." Bai Qingsong sat there, making no attempts to stand up to receive him, as he emotionlessly stated, with traces of a cold smile hanging on his lips. Qin Chuan and his men dismounted as they entered the training grounds and proceeded forward to a corner of the grandstand before they sat down. The eyes of the crowd followed them to the location where the Qin clan was seated. The region was occupied by all the powerful clans of the Sky Harmony City. Them, as expected, brought along the various geniuses of their clan to try out for the enrollment exercise of the 4 prestigious academies. Even Qin Yao is here. Her talent is extraordinary. 1 year ago she'd already been chosen to enter the Royal Academy. Currently, out of the 4 great beauties of the Sky Harmony City, 3 have already arrived. Bai Qingsong clearly had intentions to have a marriage engagement with the Yi clan. It was rumored that 2 days ago, there was someone who barged into the Qin clan, threatening them to be here today. I'm afraid that today, if Autumn Snow chooses to enter the Emperor Star Academy, the Bai clan will use this excuse to break off their prior engagement. If that's the case, the Qin clan is only here today to throw their face away. The crowd was whispering under their breath, speculating about what would happen later. Qin Chuan wasn't affected by the mutterings at all, as he cast his vision into the crowd, as if he was seeking someone. After a short moment, his vision landed on a figure in the crowd. Wentian. Qin Chuan pupils contracted. Qin Wentian had really came today. Qin Wentian had long ago arrived, mixing in with the crowd. His eyes held a trace of calmness, with hints of unswerving determination. "All right, those who wish to enter the enrollment examination, please make your way to the stage," Talon coldly exclaimed. He was one of the representatives of the 4 prestigious academies in the royal capital. Not only him, to emphasize their sincerity in expressing their interest for Autumn Snow to join them, among the representatives from the Royal Academy, even his senior was here personally. Beneath the stage of the training grounds, there were many youths lined up as they made their way up the stage. All of these people exhibited an extraordinary aura. Obviously, these were all the young geniuses of the Sky Harmony City. Ning Feng from the Ning clan, only 15 years of age, has already broken through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. It's said that he'd already condensed his astral soul last year. Definitely someone of shocking talent. Chen Yu, nearing the age of 16, although he's not condensed his astral soul yet, with his cultivation level at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, there's hope for him to enter into one of the 4 great academies. Lin Yu, aged 15, current cultivation at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. She condensed her first astral soul at the age of 13, and is one of the 4 great beauties of Sky Harmony City. The majority of the crowd cast their gaze at Lin Yu. Autumn Snow and Lin Yu were part of the 4 great beauties of the Sky Harmony City, and as their ages were similar, they would constantly be compared to each other in the same breath. However, currently, Autumn Snow seemed to shine with a luster that Lin Yu could not match. Their method of cultivation was naturally different from Qin Wentian, as even before they'd begun to condense their astral souls, they'd already absorbed the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, and begun cultivating as a martial cultivator. It had been the same for Autumn Snow, but it was only after Qin Wentian's countless urgings that Autumn Snow had stopped cultivating as a martial cultivator. Despite doing so, Qin Wentian knew that Autumn Snow had still continued her absorption of the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi. If not, with her talent and with his help, she would have certainly condensed her astral soul from the 3rd heavenly layer much earlier. At this moment, on the stage, the figure of Autumn Snow could be seen as she proceeded up. The gaze of the crowd, akin to a moth flying towards the flame, was attracted to and riveted on her. The talented youngster of the Bai clan, one of the 4 great beauties, and also the top-rated genius of the Sky Harmony City, someone with such shocking talent that she caused the 4 great academies to scramble for her. Unknowingly, glancing at the figure of this beautiful lady, many people in the crowd had already begun to idolize her, setting her as a target for motivation. AGM 0011, Examination. Autumn Snow descended slowly, step by step, down the grandstand, as her head full of black hair danced about in the wind. That beautiful face emitted an aura of irrepressible charm that was capable of stirring the heartstrings of the crowd. Such a ravishing countenance, when combined with world-shaking talent. Unparalleled beauty indeed. The hearts of many in the crowd were thinking. It said that even before Autumn Snow condensed her astral soul, she was already a genius that had already broken through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Now, to think that she could condense an astral soul from the constellations from the 3rd heavenly layer on her first attempt, such a peak-level genius will bring glory to the Sky Harmony City. If I could be lucky enough to marry her, I could die with no regrets. They could only sigh ruefully, involuntarily comparing themselves with the rumored party, Yi Wu-Q, who was seeking a marriage engagement with Autumn Snow. Maybe, only with the status and talent of people like Yi Wu-Q, would they be comparable to Autumn Snow. That scrub from the Qin clan, Qin Wentian, obviously didn't know how tall the heavens were, or how thick the earth was. Such shameless people should indeed be humiliated. However, the Qin clan this time round actually brought their troops along. Who knew what they were planning? After a short moment, Autumn Snow had arrived in the center of the training grounds, and purposefully stood there at will. It was as if all the splendor of today was focused on her alone. At this moment, in the training grounds, there were already a total of over 30 people. The eyes of the various representatives, blazing like burning torches, focused only on Autumn Snow. As for the other examinees, it was as though the representatives didn't have much interest in them at all. After all, Autumn Snow was the main reason they were here. The only exception to this was Mustang. His eyes glimmered incessantly as he spoke. Is there still anyone who wishes to participate? That should be all. Talon Lai replied. He had to get Autumn Snow to enroll in the Royal Academy at all costs. However, at this moment, the shadow of a figure walked out from the crowd as he made his way towards the training grounds. Looking at the features of this person, the crowd was stunned into silence. What the? Qin Wentian? Many people in the crowd started muttering under their breath. To think that Qin Wentian actually came. Could it be that he didn't know of the requirements to participate in the examination? Bai Qingsong obviously had not anticipated the arrival of Qin Wentian. He coldly glanced at Qin Wentian, while shifting his gaze to Qin Chuan, before thinking in his heart, the Qin clan sent their men to rescue Qin Wentian in the middle of the night, but why would Qin Chuan permit Qin Wentian's appearance today? But no matter. Since he is here, the proceedings of today should be even more beneficial for our Bai clan. It seemed as though Autumn Snow hadn't spoken to Bai Qingsong about the happenings of that night. After spotting Qin Wentian, the eyes of Mustang shined with brilliance as they narrowed into slits, filled with laughter. At the critical moment, he could give up on the enrollment of Autumn Snow. But regardless of the cost, he had to get Qin Wentian to enter the Emperor Star Academy. Mustang involuntarily glanced at Talon, only to see that his face was filled with contempt. After which, almost immediately, Mustang felt as if flowers were blooming in his heart. He was imagining the scenario whereby which Qin Wentian finally unleashed his astral soul, and how fascinating the expressions on Talon's face would be. Atop the training grounds, Autumn Snow faced Qin Wentian Diacy, and as their gazes locked, Autumn Snow coldly stated, "Qin Wentian, you do not have the qualifications to stand on this stage, get down from here." Qin Wentian's only reply was to gaze at Autumn Snow, as his lips curled up into a slight smile, before turning his head away with no intention to answer her. Looking at the reaction of Qin Wentian, Autumn Snow involuntarily furrowed her brows, as if unsatisfied about something, before again stating, "Qin Wentian, I know you feel unfairness in your heart, however, between you and me, there is a great divide that you will forever be unable to cross. It's impossible for us to be together. Even if your heart still holds traces of unwillingness, you should stop your nonsense. This training ground is not the place for you to be. You better leave now. You truly overestimate yourself." Qin Wentian calmly replied, as he stood to the side, with no intentions to converse further with Autumn Snow. This woman, she was only 16 years of age, to think that her scheming abilities were already at such a high level. Qin Wentian felt sorry for his past self, spending all of his time and efforts, sincerely treating her as his kin. Everything was just an illusion. He was dancing to her machinations, merely there to be her stepping stone, a tool for her to use. "My good nephew, Wentian." On the grandstand, the voice of Bai Qingsong drifted over. Qin Wentian turned his gaze to the direction of the voice, only to see Bai Qingsong wearing a smile on his face as he said, "My good nephew, Wentian, my daughter Autumn Snow, had a heart of gold. She pitied you for being unable to cultivate, and for the past few years, had expended all her efforts in teaching and guiding you, hoping for you to be able to finally cultivate again. Although her efforts were in vain, the back-breaking effort she expended cannot be neglected, and yet you were such a beast in human clothing." Autumn Snow guided me? Beast in human clothing? Qin Wentian's expression turned frosty, and as he looked at the acts of the deceptively righteous Bai Qingsong, he couldn't help but feel an evil chill creep into his heart. To think that the person he had once respected so much was actually such a despicable hypocrite. Although you had a marriage engagement with Autumn Snow, but still, you were merely engaged and not yet married. To think that you wanted to taint my precious daughter Autumn Snow, and even have designs on my younger daughter Bai Qing, I'm truly disappointed and hurt. But taking into account of our past relations, I will not fault you the slightest. I only hope that after today, you will not appear again within my sights." Bai Qingsong's voice was calm, but yet Qin Wentian had already seen his true colors. If Bai Qingsong wanted to break the marriage engagement, he could just do so. To think that he would be so despicable, and use such an underhanded method, it was just like the time in the past when he needed help, when he had no choice but to fawn over the Qin clan. This man, after he achieved his objectives, would bury all past relations ruthlessly, changing faces in a second. After hearing the words uttered by Bai Qingsong, many people in the crowd started to look at Qin Wentian with contempt in their eyes. The majority of the voices in the crowd began to rise up angrily, and unceasingly, viciously cursed Qin Wentian. "Silence!" Talon Faney shouted indifferently, causing the crowd to quiet down. Looking at Qin Wentian, Talon continued coldly, "It's nothing if you're unable to cultivate. To think that you were a person with such vile character, even though the Bai clan master wouldn't bear grudges, this is not a place where you can be so impudent. Scram, junior brother at Talon's side, a middle-aged man with an elegant bearing, glanced at Talon. However, Talon quickly interjected, "Senior, this person was born with crippled meridians. There's no way he'd be able to cultivate. He was the one engaged to Autumn Snow, therefore it must have been hard for her to endure that for 3 years. After hearing Talon's word, the elegantly dressed man instantly understood. Talon was trying to gain the favor of Autumn Snow, hoping to be able to form a good impression to aid their royal academy in the enrollment of Autumn Snow. Qin Wentian's expression got increasingly colder. The Royal Academy was one of the top prestigious academies in the royal capital, yet they actually acted in such a way just for the mere shadow of a hope that Autumn Snow would join them. How disappointing! I came up the stage because the 4 great academies were conducting an enrollment exercise. Did I do something wrong? Elder, you are of the senior generation, which also hails from the prestigious Royal Academy. Even if you favor Autumn Snow, you should not be so blinded and foolish, humiliating and turning me away without even checking my qualifications. It's truly lamentable if this is how the respected Royal Academy usually acts. Impudent! Talon shouted in rage. I personally inspected your meridians before. Are you telling me that I made a mistake? If Elder insists that to be so, Wentian has nothing to say. Qin Wentian straightened his back as he stood there dignified and imposing. The words of this light brother does have some merit to them. Talon, don't you think your behavior is a light too disgraceful? Mustang couldn't help but feel overjoyed in his heart when he saw the conflicts arising between Qin Wentian and Talon. Talon coldly glanced at Mustang as he replied, to think that Brother Mustang actually had the intention to protect this person. If that is so, I shall of course give face to Brother Mustang. However, don't blame me for not holding back when his lack of qualifications are revealed later on in the examination. Let the examination begin. As the representatives of the 4 great academies spoke, very swifi, 2 stone mirrors were erected onto the training stage. These 2 mirrors looked extremely mystifying. For each of the mirror, from top to bottom, there were 9 darkened light orbs located on them. Despite the similar appearances between them, the effect of each of these 2 mirrors differed grey. The one on the left seemed to emanate a faint trace of heaven and earth yuan energy, while the mirror on the right emitted a faint trace of astral chi fluctuation. The first round of the examination is to determine your level of talent for sensing the yuan chi from heaven and earth, as well as sensing the astral chi from the constellations. We will start by examining each of you individually, after which, someone murmured, this type of stone mirror is known as the yuan observing mirror and the astral observing mirror. One of the advantages it possesses is to test for the level of talent. Everyone from the province of the 9 skies would at least have the grade of a 1-star rating regarding talent in sensing both the yuan chi from heaven and earth and astral chi from the constellations. And thus, would certainly be able to ignite the lowest light orb placement of both stone mirrors. And as long as one had the talent of a 1-star rating, it would be sufficient for the person to cultivate as a martial cultivator, absorbing the yuan chi of heaven and earth. However, if one wanted to become a stellar martial cultivator, one's talent would need to be at the grade of a 3-star rating, and ignite at least 3 light orbs of the astral observing mirror, before they could do so. Hence, it's simple for people of the province of the 9 skies to cultivate as a martial cultivator. But to become a stellar martial cultivator? It was extremely tough. As for the reason behind this, many people speculated that since the birth of the human race, the world was already saturated with the yuan chi of heaven and earth, so it was naturally much easier to absorb the yuan chi for cultivation purposes. In comparison, the astral chi from the constellations only existed far beyond the skies, in the galaxies of the astral rivers, in the 9 layers of heaven. It would be comparatively harder for cultivators to be able to sense the chi for absorption, for cultivation purposes. Naturally, no matter the affinity for both heaven and earth yuan chi, and the astral chi from the constellations, one could increase their sensory abilities and affinity for them through Huqian practices like meditation. The greater your affinity grew, the higher graded your talent would be. In the province of the 9 skies, the majority of those with strong affinity with the astral constellations would delay their condensing of their astral souls as they hoped to increase their sensory abilities to the peak with the aid of meditation, before attempting to form an innate link with the astral constellation from an even higher heavenly layer. At this moment, there was already someone walking towards the stone mirror on the left, and placing his palm in the specially designed groove in the shape of a. After a moment, from the bottom to top, the orbs glowed with light, instantaneously lighting up 3 of the darkened light orbs. Talent rating for Yuan Qi of Heaven and Earth, 3-star. After which, the same person walked to the stone mirror on the right, to the front of the astral observing mirror, and placed his palm in the groove again. However, this time around, only 2 of the darkened light orbs lit up, causing the representatives of the 4 great academies to shake their heads. Failure. You can go back now. That youth standing on the stage was rejected by the representatives. He couldn't help feeling traces of unwillingness in his heart, as depression was apparent on his face. The first round of the examination had been over for him just like that. The second person had a 4-star rating for the Yuan Qi of Heaven and Earth, and a 2-star rating for Astral Qi from the Constellations. Although this signified that he would easily be able to cultivate as a martial cultivator, that probably was his limit. Wanting to step into the ranks of stellar martial cultivators was highly improbable for him, and as such, he was rejected by the representatives as well. Swi-Fi, 4 more person were eliminated from the examination, causing the atmosphere to be tinged with a feeling of nervousness. The passing rate for the first round of examination was so low the 4 great academies were indeed truly worthy of their name and prestige. AGM 0012, divide. Let me give it a try. At this moment, the shadow of a figure of a youth stepped forward. He was none other than Ning Feng, from the Ning clan. Ning Feng, he should be able to pass. The eyes of the spectators flashed with excitement as they observed. Ning Feng walked towards the stone mirror on the left, placing his palm into the groove with the shape of a. Instantly, the 2 darkened orbs at the bottom of the mirror lit up. And Swi-Fi afterwards, the 3rd, the 4th, all the way to the 6th light orb, lit up in succession. His affinity with Heaven and Earth's Yuan Qi was a 6-star rating. Immediately, he proceeded onwards to the stone mirror on the right, undergoing the inspection procedure once again. His affinity with Astral Qi was a 4-star rating. This evaluation caused many in the audience to gasp in awe. Today, Ning Feng from the Ning clan definitely had a chance to enroll in one of the 4 great and prestigious academies. Atop the stage, the representatives collectively inclined their heads in agreement, signifying that Ning Feng was eligible for the second round of examination. Ning Feng smiled elatedly, pleased with himself, with traces of hot-bloodedness of youth apparent on his features, as he stood on the opposite side of the crowd. Very quickly, 6 others went up for the examination. The majority of the 6 managed to impress a few of the representatives, but to no avail. The criteria of passing the first examination was for all representatives to concur. To think that the affinity Chen Yu has for sensing the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi is a 7-star rating, even higher than Ning Feng. Although he only has a 3-star rating affinity for Astral Qi, with his current talent, all 3 other representatives had given their agreement, with the exception of the Emperor Star Academy. Truly, it's not so easy for one to enter the Emperor Star Academy. The crowd discussed in a low voice, it was simply too difficult to enter the Emperor Star Academy. That place was the cradle for true, peak-level geniuses. Lin Yu is the awesome one. Not only is she one of the 4 great beauties, her talent is shockingly high too. To think that her affinity for the Astral Qi has reached the realm of a 6-star talent as expected of one who condensed her first astral soul at the age of 13. So what? Next up, it's Autumn Snow's turn. The gaze of the spectators were riveted on the silhouettes of the 2 figures who'd yet to take the examination, Autumn Snow and Qin Wentian. Obviously, Qin Wentian was neglected. The audience only had eyes for Autumn Snow. Qin Wentian, you better watch this clearly. Autumn Snow cast a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian as she lifted her foot and proceeded to the Yuan observing mirror on the left. Placing her exquisite jade-like hands into the groove in the shape of a, instantaneously, 3 of the darkened orbs lit up, and a moment later, a total of 7 orbs shone with dazzling light. She was a 7-star talent. If not for me spending untold amounts of time on mediation to heighten my sensory ability towards the astral constellations, I would have long surpassed the 7-star talent rating of today. Autumn Snow Lai said. She didn't even gaze at Qin Wentian as she Swi-Fi proceeded on to the astral observing mirror on the right. She repeated her actions, placing her jade-like hands into the groove, and in that instant, the darkened orbs lit up, shining dazzlingly, akin to a starry radiance of the boundless stars in the skies. How bright! The spectators could feel piercing pain in their eyes, and Swi-Fi, the 8 orbs, other than dazzlingly shining, were also emanating astral light, invoking agitation and shock to countless members of the audience in the grandstand, causing them to stand up involuntarily for a better look. 7-star talent for Heaven and Earth's Yuan Qi, an 8-star talent for Astral Qi from the Constellations. What a monster! Silence, abruptly manifested, as many people gasped, and drew in a cold breath. Autumn Snow, the Royal Academy, welcomes your enrollment. Talon smiled Genie. This was only the first examination, yet to think that the representative for the Royal Academy was willing to accept her enrollment straight away based on the talent she displayed. The 7 Stars Academy welcomes your enrollment. Divine Wind Academy sincerely invites you to be one of our members. A representative from the Emperor Star Academy, standing beside Mustang, also opened his mouth, preparing to welcome Autumn Snow. However, at that instant, Mustang lowly intoned, "Wait a bit." The expression of the representative froze, as he questioned Mustang with his gaze as he asked, "What do you mean? Why are you stopping me? There's no rush." Mustang grinned, as he stopped replying. Autumn Snow proceeded to the opposite side of the crowd. Arrogance and contempt infusing her gaze as she turned her head back, glancing at Qin Wentian. Akin to a princess looking down on a suitor who had no idea of the immensity of heaven and earth, Qin Wentian calmly walked before the stone mirror on the left, placing his palm in the groove, and instantly, 5 darkened light orbs lit up, causing the expressions of the audience to freeze in shock. Qin Wentian's affinity with the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi was actually a 5-star talent rating. Swi-Fi after, Qin Wentian proceeded onwards, arriving at the stone mirror on the right, placing his palm in the groove, and in that instant, the darkened light orbs begin to sparkle resplendently. 7 orbs continually lit up, causing the spectators to be dumbstruck, as though a bolt of lightning went off in their hearts. 7-star talent! The pupils of the crowd contracted, but who would have predicted that the 8th orb, almost immediately, started to light up as well. The brilliance of the astral radiance permeated the whole training grounds, while countless members of the audience were shaking their heads. How is this possible? Qin Wentian shifted his gaze to Autumn Snow as he calmly stated, 8-star talent, is it really that strong? As his voice faded away, the 9th and final orb of the astral observing mirror began to glow. Wang! A buzzing sound rang out. The radiance emitted by the resplendent rays of astral light were so dazzling, it was as though it was intending on competing with the sun. That moment, the whole set of darkened orbs on the astral observing mirror completely lit up. Suddenly, catcher! A crisp sound rang out. Crack Swi-Fi appeared on the surface of the astral observing mirror as the astral light began to converge onto a single spot before explosively shooting up to the heavens. The astral observing mirror shattered into pieces. Qin Wentian remained standing there, motionlessly, with his palm still extended in the now destroyed groove. Directing his gaze towards Autumn Snow, he asked again, 8-star talent, is it really that awesome? Mustang let out a breath that he didn't realize he was holding. The astral observing mirror shattered, as it was unable to take the pressure caused by a 9-star talent. His eyes began to shine with a light that was as bright as the constellations in the skies. What happened? The countenance of Talon Senior, Sifa, grew heavy. A 9-star talent before the age of 16. This person, if he stepped on the path of stellar martial cultivators, his future would be boundless. Under the questioning of his senior Sifa, Talon visibly stiffened as he explained in a low voice, Senior, this person was born with crippled meridians, and is someone that was unable to practice cultivation. He was driven out from the Bai clan, with them proposing to annul the previous marriage engagement. Such a man, even if he had a 9-star talent, it is also useless. Sifa silently nodded his head. He believed that both the Sky Harmony City and Bai clan would not make such a mistake. Although he lamented the fact that a 9-star talent was buried like this, Autumn Snow also glanced at Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes flickering incessantly. No wonder he was able to guide her, his talent was monstrous indeed. However, what use was there? Yi Wuqiu was the real genius, one of the 10 prodigies of the royal capital. Qin Wentian, you couldn't cultivate, and thus, lacking distractions, were able to focus all your attention on meditation. To think that all your efforts had actually managed to heighten your affinity to such a degree. Truly a tragedy. Autumn Snow calmly stated, as her expression returned to normal. Next, in the second round of the examination, I will truly show you how great the divide is between you and me. Keek, Talon coldly smiled. The first round of examination, it will be considered that you passed. However, for the second round, talent is useless. What we want to measure is strength. If you are unable to meet the qualifications, it means that you are intentionally pulling a prank on the four great academies. When the time comes, I will let you know the consequences of lying. Set up the war drum. After his sentence sounded out, a gigantic drum was brought over and up onto the stage. The drum was constructed from the skin of demonic bulls, and was able to determine the level of a person's strength. Qin Wentian leveled his gaze at Talon. His talent was the 9-star rating, yet he merely considered to have passed. How laughable! Only 9 candidates remained after the first round of examination. It was not known how many would be left after the second round. The minimum requirement of the second round was that one must at least have the strength level of 36 bulls. However, that was only the minimum requirement. There was no guarantee that it was sufficient for one to enter one of the four great academies just based on that level of strength. Every reverberation of the drum equates to the strength level of 10 bulls. Try your best to enable the drums to sound out. Everyone will have 3 attempts. A voice explained. Almost immediately after, a figure arrived in front of the drums. Arching his body like the bending of a bow, his strike was similar to a notched arrow, gathering strength. Abruptly, an explosive sound rang out. The body of the figure rushed out, as if his strike carried the force of a rocket, and he swung his fist violently towards the drum. Boom! The sound of the drum wavered in the air, resounding throughout the training ground. 1 reverberation, strength level of 10 bulls. Boom! Boom! The second and third reverberation rang out, but soon after, the sound gradually diminished. It seems as though the strength behind the earlier strike was unable to reach the 4th reverberation. The representatives from the 4 great academies collectively shook their heads. The strength of this person was insufficient to make the drum reverberate 4 times, and he didn't have the talent to become a stellar martial cultivator. As such, he was eliminated. Let me try. Lin Yu proceeded forward. Currently, she was suppressed by autumn snow, and felt a bit depressed. With a slight intention of will, the shape of a rabbit, condensed from astral light, materialized on her forehead. Obviously, this was the astral soul that she had condensed. Astral souls condensed from the rabbit constellation were able to grant the cultivator a vigorous body, keen ears, agility, and reaction and movement speed. Lin Yu sprung forward, with power comparable to a tornado. Bang! Her fist instantly struck against the drum. Boom! 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 The drum sound continually rang out for 6 times, reverberating through the air. Lin Yu possessed a strength level comparable to 66 bulls. Looking at her small body frame, it was inconceivable to think that she was actually strong enough to slay ferocious beasts. Lin Yu had already went all out, holding nothing in reserve in her first attempt. You are eligible to join my 7 Stars Academy. One of the representatives extended an invitation to her. The talent of Lin Yu wasn't bad at all, and certainly worthy of nurturing. The Divine Wind Academy would welcome you as well. Upon hearing that 2 of the academies offered a position, a smile broke out on her visage. However, in her heart, she couldn't help but feel disappointment as she turned her gaze to look at the Royal Academy and the Emperor Star Academy. Apparently, she hadn't met the qualifications to join them. Although she was disappointed, Lin Yu still replied, I choose to join the Divine Wind Academy. Other than that, only Chen Yu and Ning Feng managed to perform well enough to secure an invitation, joining the 7 Stars Academy and the Divine Wind Academy respectively. However, both the Royal Academy and the Emperor Star Academy still had not extended their invitations to any of the candidates. After all, they were here namely for autumn snow. The performance of the earlier candidates wouldn't be able to easily move their hearts. After that, the only participants left were Autumn Snow and 2 others. Qin Wentian, open your eyes and watch this clearly. Autumn Snow Lai said, as she walked in front of the drums, nonchalantly executed an ordinary-looking strike. The drum sounded out 5 times, reverberating in the air. 7th level of the body refinement realm, Autumn Snow. Just an ordinary strike of hers contained the strength level of 50 bulls. How terrifying. It said that she delayed her cultivation on purpose to heighten her sensory abilities. If not, her cultivation level would undoubtedly be much higher. For those who absorbed and cultivated the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, the strength levels for martial cultivators could be classified as strength level of 1 bull, for bulls, 9 bulls, 16 bulls, 25 bulls, and at the 7th stage, strength level of 49 bulls. As for stellar martial cultivators, they were indefinitely more powerful. The astral soul would be able to boost their strength by a certain degree. Depending on the various kinds of astral souls, the degree boosted was different for each, and as such, there was not a definite scale to measure how much their strength level would be boosted by. Autumn Snow calmly gazed at Qin Wentian before she retreated a few steps and released her astral soul. Golden Crane Astral Soul. The ween of her astral soul shone with a faint golden light, signifying that her astral soul was condensed from forming an innate link with a constellation of the 3rd heavenly layer. Crane cries in the wilds. Autumn Snow coldly intoned, as her posture shifted to something similar to a demonic crane hunting its prey, before instantly striking out with a claw-like hand, with speed akin to lightning, as a thunderous sound rumbled out. It was as though thunder had truly appeared, causing shrill buzzing sounds in the ears of the audience, threatening to deafen them. Boom, boom, boom. Momentarily, 5 drum sounds rang out. However, the sound had not subsided yet. Boom, the sound reverberated in the air. This was the 6th reverberation. On the grandstand, the crowd collectively stood up, with solemn expressions on their faces. Genius! She was definitely a genius. Accompanied by yet another reverberation, the sound lingered in the air. When the 7th sound rang out, it was as though a tornado devastated the entire space, sweeping through heaven and earth. 7 reverberations equated to a strength level of 70 bulls. This was the boosting effect caused by the condensation of astral soul. To think that the drum that was manufactured using the leather of demonic bulls would vibrate to such an extent that it seemed on the point of disintegrating. Not only that, Autumn Snow had reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm by absorbing and cultivating using the Yuan Qi from heaven and earth. If she had reached this level after the condensation of her astral soul, through purely the absorption of astral Qi, her strength level would undoubtedly be much more tyrannical. The crowd couldn't help but lose themselves in the face of that incomparable beauty as they gazed upon her. Consequently, Qin Wentian seemed so weak and light in comparison. Just as she said, in this second round of examination, she would let Qin Wentian see ecstasy how wide the divide was between the two of them. AGM 0013, showy display. On top of the stage, the spectators inclined their heads to look at the empty air, as the residual sound of the drum beats reverberated in the air, and a terrifying surge of energy emerged, so powerful that it was capable of shocking people. A demoness. No wonder Yi Wuqiu from the Yi clan was willing to give up the marriage engagement with the royal clan for her. As a phoenix among women, her accomplishments in the future will definitely not be any lesser when compared to Yi Wuqiu. Sifa from the Royal Academy silently stated in his heart. This woman, regardless of the cost, they must ensure that she joined the Royal Academy. Autumn Snow, should you enter the Royal Academy, I can immediately gift you with a Yu-infugraded cultivation technique, as well as 3 incomparably exquisite innate level techniques. How about it? Sifa offered, extending an invitation for Autumn Snow to join the Royal Academy. The same goes for my Divine Wind Academy. We're willing to gift you with a Yu-infugraded cultivation technique, including 3 innate level techniques. Other than that, we would get an elder of the Yu-Infu realm to personally coach you. The Divine Wind Academy immediately raised the bar, offering even better conditions. The 7-star Academy offers you the choice to choose between 3 Yu-infugraded cultivation techniques, and would also gift you 3 innate level techniques. Not only that, we will grant you special rights to bring 5 of your family members along for enrollment as well. The 7-star Academy, not only were they willing to nurture Autumn Snow, they even gave her a chance to extend the invitation to her family members. The Emperor Star Academy welcomes your enrollment. The representative standing beside Mustang, after hearing the invitations made by the other representatives, couldn't tolerate it any longer as he too extended an invitation, causing the placid expression on Autumn Snow to finally break out into a smile. The 4 great academies had all extended an invitation to her. Autumn Snow didn't respond immediately. She turned her body and calmly stated as she looked to Qin Wentian, "Do you understand now?" "Understand what?" Qin Wentian asked back. "Our so-called marriage engagement, in the face of the absolute disparity between us, is nothing but a joke. In the future, just peacefully live out your life and be an ordinary human." Autumn Snow calmly continued, "My life and yours, from the start, we were destined to be 2 parallel lines, never to intersect." After saying that, Autumn Snow turned her body back and walked forward. The gazes of all the spectators were on her, curious about the choice she would make. "Wait!" At this moment, a voice could be heard, causing Autumn Snow to once again cast her glance towards Qin Wentian. Traces of a smile could be seen in his eyes, causing Autumn Snow to freeze involuntarily. "Your examination has ended, but what about me? I haven't even started," Qin Wentian tranquilly stated, causing Autumn Snow to raise her eyebrows. Qin Wentian wanted to attempt the examination too. Qin Wentian proceeded forward, arriving in front of the enormous drum. Currently, his cultivation level was at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Even with the tremendous boosting effect from his heavenly hammer astral soul, his strength would still have a disparity when compared to Autumn Snow. But now, he had no choice but to go all out, staking his life on the line. The disparity between the 5th and the 7th level of the body refinement realm was extremely immense. A normal cultivator at the 5th level would only possess a strength level of 25 bulls. As for Qin Wentian, he was a special case. He had broken through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm by only absorbing astral chi. And as a stellar martial cultivator, with the aid of the boosting effects from the tyrannical heavenly hammer astral soul, he was able to display twice the level of strength when compared to an ordinary 5th level body refinement realm martial cultivator, reaching the strength level of 50 bulls. In addition to that, with a dragon subduing fist he'd recently cultivated, Qin Wentian was able to boost his current strength level to another level, further shortening the distance between him and Autumn Snow. And thus, this time round, he was prepared to exert himself to the utmost. HMPH. Talons coldly snorted. If Qin Wentian was unable to cause the drumbeat to reverberate at least 3 times, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Mustang narrowed his eyes in laughter. It was as though he knew that a lion, the king of the beasts, was about to rise. And Qin Chuan, who was sitting in the grandstand, underwent a myriad of changes in his expressions. Did Wentian really manage to solve the problem of his crippled meridians, and finally step onto the pathway of cultivation? Qin Wentian glanced at the enormous drum ahead, and entered into an altered state of mind, a realm of thoughtlessness, forgetting everything. It was as though he had transferred all the negative emotions within him, onto the enormous drum in front of him. Abruptly, Qin Wentian erupted into motion. His fist was like a raging wind, as he struck out onto the drum. Boom, boom, boom. The drumbeat sounded out 3 times. Although there was nothing astonishing about this, it still caused many in the audience to be dumbstruck. Wasn't Qin Wentian someone who had crippled meridians? He had actually managed to reach the 3rd reverberation. This signified that he at least had the strength level of 30 bulls. Wentian! Qin Chuan shuddered violently. The sound of these 3 drumbeats was akin to heavenly music in his ears, causing his soul to shiver in delight. Beside Qin Chuan, Qin Yao clenched her hands into fists. Her brother had actually managed to cause the 3rd reverberation. Talon, Bai Qingsong, Autumn Snow, and the rest went slack-jawed as shock suffused their features. However, they soon recovered. Wasn't it only 3 reverberations? It meant he only had the strength level of 30 bulls. Maybe he had absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth and cultivated as a martial cultivator. In Qin Wentian's body, cracking sounds could be heard. His body was flooded with infinite strength as his stellar meridians transformed into a spiral tunnel, gathering astral energy crazily, causing the gathered astral energy to flow through all his energy channels, all the way to his arm, infusing the fist of his with Herculean might. Raging dragon leaving the oceans. Qin Wentian roared. At this moment, he was comparable to a ferocious dragon, explosively bursting out of the oceans. Gathering boundless might in his fist, he mercilessly struck at the drum again. Boom! The intense sound of the drumbeat was like thunder that shocked the heavens, causing pain to the eardrums of the spectators. Boom! 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 The drumbeats reverberated unceasingly. The sound emitted rang out in the four directions, and the full force of the blow was not fully expended yet. Qin Wentian was fully immersed in that state, as if he was one with the drums. That terrifying surge of rebound energy, redirected back to his body, caused his soul to vibrate with it. Crackling sounds rang out unceasingly as his bone structure underwent a baptism under the pressure. It was as though he was undergoing impurities cleansing, leaving him only with extremely revitalizing feeling. He was in the midst of a breakthrough. Despite that, the sounds in his body were masked by the reverberation of the drumbeats, and just as the fifth reverberation rang out, all the spectators were thunderstruck. Qin Wentian had actually caused 5 reverberations. Not only that, there were still some lingering aftermath that hinted at the possibility of the 6th reverberation. Hints of excitement appeared in Qin Wentian's eyes. Never had he expected to break through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm in this examination. Seems like the astral energy from the Yuan meteor stone were not wasted indeed. Excellent, Qin Chuan cried out joyfully. 5 reverberations, which meant that Wentian had the strength level of 50 bulls. The sleeping genius had finally awakened. He actually managed to reach the 5th reverberation. Bai Qingsong and the rest were still in shock. This was beyond their expectations. Qin Wentian was actually that talented. Not only did you forbid me from absorbing the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, you actually hid the fact from me, and Sekre cultivated the Yuan Qi from heaven and earth, reaching your current cultivation level today. How ridiculous! Autumn Snow glared at Qin Wentian. With his strength level of 50 bulls, Qin Wentian's cultivation should be at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, or even higher. However, she was sure that Qin Wentian had not managed to condense an astral soul yet. Autumn Snow could never have imagined that Qin Wentian only used a span of 7 days to reach his current level of cultivation. In addition, she would also not be able to imagine that he was in fact the purest stellar martial cultivator, with no taint of heaven and earth Yuan Qi in his system, and condensed an astral soul from the 5th heavenly layer, coupled with the fact that his body, compared to others in the same level, was even more perfect as a result of enduring hellish pain through his tempered 1000-hammer refinement technique. There was no way for her to imagine how immense the boosting effect would be. Pitiful! Qin Wentian Lai stated, as he glanced at Autumn Snow. In that instance, astral light blossomed in radiant splendor. An astral soul, with a faint golden halo, in the shape of a gigantic hammer could be seen materializing atop of Qin Wentian's forehead. That halo produced was even brighter and more resplendent than the astral soul of Autumn Snow. The energy that emanated from it was also countless times more terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out. Oh God, it was an astral soul, Qin Wentian. Not only did he possess a strength level of 50 bulls, he was also a stellar martial cultivator. One must know that, earlier, when Qin Wentian had his affinity for the astral qi tested, he had achieved a 9-star talent rating. That astral soul was even brighter than the halo of Autumn Snows. Surely, it must have originated from the 3rd heavenly layer or higher. The hearts of the spectators were all trembling in awe. A 9-star rating for affinity for astral qi, and he had condensed an astral soul from the 3rd heavenly layer. At this moment, Qin Wentian was the one that caused the crowd to focus their gazes on him. As for Autumn Snow, it was as if she had been shunted to the side, becoming something insignificant. Excellent! Excellent! Qin Chuan could not hold back his joy any longer as he loudly exclaimed. It was as if all the sadness and depression in his heart had been spat out. It was too satisfying. A 9-star talent, as well as an astral soul condensed from the 3rd heavenly layer. Who said that my son Wentian was unworthy of Autumn Snow? Is Autumn Snow even worthy enough for him? Qin Chuan coldly stated, gazing at Bai Qingsong. At this moment, the countenance of Bai Qingsong was extremely ugly to behold. It was as if he dared not believe what was happening before his eyes. How was this possible? The representatives from the 4 great academies had sat down after Autumn Snow finished displaying her might. However, at this moment, they all stood up again, gazing at the blinding astral soul atop of Qin Wentian's forehead. How radiant! How resplendent! Who a monster is born! Mustang deeply sucked in a huge breath as his gaze heated up. He was the first to discover the talent of Qin Wentian. To think that now, the sleeping dragon had finally awakened. The Emperor Star Academy welcomes your enrollment. Mustang warmly smiled and extended the invitation to Qin Wentian. However, it was as though Qin Wentian had not heard the invitation. His gaze was riveted on autumn snow, as a cold smile hung from his lips. I wish to question the Bai clan. When did I ever have bad intentions towards autumn snow? And as for you, autumn snow, do you even have the abilities needed to guide me? As the sound of his voice faded away, Qin Wentian drew in a huge breath. The astral energy within him formed a terrifying spiral, surging frantically, enveloping his entire arm. The astral energy contained within his arm was saturated to the point where it almost exploded. Qin Wentian's fist flickered between the forms of a heavenly hammer and that of a soaring dragon. Emanating an overbearing, extremely tyrannical aura and containing Herculean might, his fist swung onto the surface of the gigantic drum. This strike of his was his ultimate, containing all the strength he possessed. Boom, 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 boom. Both the skies and earth shuddered as the thunderous drumbeats shocked the heavens. The sound of the reverberations rang out continuously, with no intentions of stopping. Boom! The sixth reverberation, it was as though 10,000 horses was galloping at insane speed, causing tremors in the hearts of the spectators. Boom! When the seventh reverberation rang out, everyone in the audience was flabbergasted. Qin Wentian had matched the record of autumn snow with this strike. What was even more terrifying was that there was still a lingering sound, as if the drumbeats had no intention of ceasing. Boom! As the eighth reverberation rang out, it was as though the thunderous sound had stolen the hearing of the crowd. The spectators only felt a strong gust of wind, from the aftermath of that reverberation, blow upon their face, as they felt numbness in their hearts. The wind also blew on the face of autumn snow. The eighth reverberation. Qin Wentian had broken her record. It was as though she had been slapped heavily by that gust of wind. How shocking! Next, in the second round of the examination, I will truly show you how great the divide is between you and me. My life and yours. From the start, we were destined to be two parallel lines, never to intersect. The prideful words of autumn snow lingered in the air. However, how weak did those prideful words sounded now? The earlier brilliance of autumn snow had diminished almost into nothingness as the eighth reverberation rang out. Be it in terms of talent or strength, she had no way to compete with Qin Wentian. The gaze of Mustang grew heated as he drew in a deep breath. Decisiveness could be seen flickering in his eyes as he stated, "The Emperor Star Academy retracts their earlier invitation to autumn snow. Qin Wentian, I represent the Emperor Star Academy and sincerely extend an invitation for you to join us." The other representatives beside Mustang glanced at him, while their expressions flickered. However, in their hearts, they agreed with his decision. Two geniuses, obviously, Qin Wentian was the more brilliant one. Forsaking autumn snow for Qin Wentian was the right choice to make. The Emperor Star Academy, because of Qin Wentian, has actually rejected autumn snow. This decision left many in the crowds gasping as their hearts trembled. At this moment, sounds of discussion broke out amongst the crowd. The show today was indeed fascinating. AGM 0014, choice. Qin Wentian stood there, with his gaze fixed onto autumn snow. Contained within his gaze were traces of a spirited look, the spirited look containing the hot-bloodedness of youth. Were it not for the fact that he'd broken through to the sixth level of the body refinement realm, it would have been almost impossible for him to sound out the eighth reverberation. Ordinary cultivators of the sixth level only possessed a strength level of 36 bulls. Qin Wentian, as he possessed the incomparably tyrannical heavenly hammer astral soul, as well as the gathered force provided to him by the stellar meridians in his body, used the combination of these two factors in order to allow him to double his might, compared to normal cultivators. Taking into account the effect of force amplification that arose from his dragon-subduing fists, he managed to reach the strength level of 80 bulls. That explosive might was focused on a single fist, like a raging wind. It was a single strike with the force of 80 bulls. How terrifying! Qin Wentian stared at autumn snow silently, not saying a word. The resplendent halo of the heavenly hammer astral soul that he released was more effective at achieving the persuasive effect when compared to the other's means of communication. He, Qin Wentian, used his actions to prove himself to autumn snow. Who was it that was not worthy of whom? Autumn snow at this moment felt only numbness in her heart. Even during the moment that the eighth reverberation sounded out, when the heavenly hammer astral soul materialized, she was still unable to believe her eyes. Qin Wentian's talent, was by far many times more monstrous when compared to hers. Today, all of the powerful academies of the royal capital were gathered here at the Bai residence. The Bai clan initially wanted to borrow this opportunity to announce, to the entire Sky Harmony City, the world-shaking talent of autumn snow. They wanted to borrow the astonishing effect of autumn snow enrolling in the Emperor Star Academy to tell everyone that she, autumn snow, was someone that Qin Wentian could never be worthy of. Qin Wentian had merely been hitching a ride on the back of a phoenix, currying favor with someone more powerful than him. If the Qin Wentian today was still the same as Qin Wentian of the past, a trash that was unable to cultivate, the plans of the Bai clan would surely have been successful. They wanted to tell everyone that Qin Wentian wasn't even worthy to carry the shoes of autumn snow, let alone be her husband. That was a grave humiliation to autumn snow. If at that point, Qin Wentian from the Qin clan still wanted to marry autumn snow, that was nothing but an impractical fool's dream. Regretfully, the truth of the events unfolding was much more fascinating than what was originally planned. After all that had transpired today, who would still say that Qin Wentian was not worthy of autumn snow? A 9-star astral talent, condensing an astral soul from the 3rd heavenly layer, causing 8 reverberations to sound out, who would still dare to look down on him? Qin Wentian, to think that you've actually hidden your cultivation level, how scheming. Bai Qingsong coldly glared at Qin Wentian. This matter had already escalated to a level beyond his control, there was no use for regret. In any case, he still had his arms wrapped around the gigantic tree that was the Yi clan. Bai Qingsong believed that autumn snow wouldn't lose out much when compared to Qin Wentian. After all, the Yi clan was a clan with power and authority only superseded by the royal clan. Qin Wentian inclined his head as he looked at Bai Qingsong speechlessly. The truly scheming one was none other than him. How could Bai Qingsong's personality be so twisted and dark? How laughable! 7 days ago, I aided autumn snow in condensing her astral soul from the 3rd heavenly layer. It enabled autumn snow, in the span of a single night, to have her name become famous as it resounded throughout the Chu country. I was happy because I helped her, and in turn caused her to be happy. However, not even in my dreams could I have imagined, almost immediately afterwards, that your attitude towards me would completely change. Getting your guards to imprison me, however, I still naively believed that there was a mistake. I intended to condense my astral soul on the day of your birthday celebration, wanting to give you a surprise and bring you joy. But to think that the loving and caring Uncle Bai actually brought his men over, wanting to kill me, and, what's even more ludicrous, are your motives for killing me. Because of the antagonistic relationship between the Qin clan and the Yi clan, you plan to use my death to curry favor with the Yi clan, proclaiming your allegiance, and obviously, to pave the road for the marriage agreement between Autumn Snow and Yi Wu Qiu. I dared not believe that the kind and loving Uncle Bai, whom I interacted closely with for 3 years, was actually such a vile character. Hence, I cultivated relentlessly, to the point of forgetting food and drink, all for the sake of condensing my astral soul earlier, sneaking out of the Bai residence whilst fearing for my life. And today, in this place, Autumn Snow, and you actually said that I was scheming, and had been hiding my cultivation level. How ridiculous! Qin Wentian explained, with a righteous aura emanating forth from him, exposing the truth of the matter to everyone in the audience. The members of the audience looked at Qin Wentian. Only now did it seem that their perspective had somewhat shifted. Qin Wentian, in their perception, somehow seemed to stand taller as the halo surrounding his astral soul glowed with an even brighter light. While comparatively, the halo of Autumn Snow seemed to dim as it lost its luster. The Bai clan was too despicable. Wentian, in these 3 years, our Qin clan's treatment of the Bai clan could be clearly witnessed by all the people in the Sky Harmony City. However, they've disregarded the kindness we've shown, and have actually stooped to such actions. There's no need to be magnanimous with them. The more tolerant you are, the more they'll step over your head. Atop the grandstand, Qin Chuan coldly said with a hint of regret, after hearing what Qin Wentian had said. He slowly descended from the grandstand and walked to the training grounds, before continuing, this despicable dogsh *T of a clan. How laughable was it that me, Qin Chuan, must have been blinded. To think that I agreed to the earlier marriage engagement between my son and them. This was all my fault. As for Autumn Snow, what qualities does she have to be worthy of my son, Qin Wentian? As the sound of his voice faded away, a terrifying surge of energy began to gush forth from his body. Instantly, the pressure caused by the terrifying surge of energy began to warp the space surrounding Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan extended his palms, when suddenly, that terrifying surge of energy began to gather and condense into the form of a great sword. Slashing the space in the direction of the training grounds, the great sword swept through the air. The force of that strike caused many of the spectators to feel a chill in their hearts. 3 years ago, I agreed to the marriage engagement between the Qin and the Bai clan. That was a grave mistake. Today, my Qin clan wants to take this chance to announce this to the entire Sky Harmony City. This marriage engagement is hereby dissolved. Autumn Snow, in this lifetime, will never be able to step half a step into my Qin clan. In the midst of the air, silence descended. Today, who was it that wanted to dissolve the marriage engagement? The victor was the king, the loser was the bandit. Talent could determine everything. Today, obviously Qin Wentian was the victor. The Qin clan openly wanted to annul the marriage engagement, so who would still dare to question their actions? If today, the opposite occurred instead, Qin Wentian was still unable to cultivate, and the Bai clan wanted to annul the engagement, who would have dared to question their actions? The anger that could be seen burning on Autumn Snow's visage slowly distorted into something unsci. Today was supposed to be the day where she exhibited her world-shaking talent, letting others know that Qin Wentian was unworthy of her. However, the monstrous talent of Qin Wentian, beyond her expectations, caused everything to be the opposite of what she'd planned. And Qin Chuan's words, to Autumn Snow, was a slap to her face, a grave humiliation. And in addition, Mustang had rejected Autumn Snow because of Qin Wentian. Today was the day where she was supposed to be bathed in radiance, but instead, it had become a day filled with disgrace and humiliation. All this happened because of one person. The person which she initially wanted to humiliate had surpassed her. Qin Wentian! Autumn Snow shrilly exclaimed, as her icy gaze became fixated on Qin Wentian. The humiliation you gave me today, I will return it back to you manifolds in the future. The intensity of the coldness in her tone seeped deep into one's bones, as determination shone in her eyes. Never had she expected that her supposedly most glorious day had turned out to be the day of her biggest humiliation. I humiliated you? Qin Wentian laughed. Given your Bai clan's treatment of me, you still have the face to utter such words. Wasn't the humiliation you suffered today all caused by your own hands? If your Bai clan wasn't so despicable and hadn't stooped to such a level, wouldn't the events that happened today not have happened? The crowd glanced about, as they silently agreed. What Qin Wentian said wasn't wrong. The humiliation of Autumn Snow today was because of what the Bai clan had wanted to do to Qin Wentian. It was only after Qin Wentian displayed his shocking talent that the Bai clan suffered from the consequences of their own actions. Qin Wentian calmly gazed at Autumn Snow, before closing his eyes and stated, from now onwards, you and me, including the Bai clan, our past relations are all severed. If in the future, you still wish to play your light tricks, to humiliate and anger me, I will gladly oblige. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Scram! Qin Wentian roared with rage, as his voice became akin to the waves of the ocean, crashing onto Autumn Snow's face. Just the word scram was like a slap right to her face. Glaring at Qin Wentian, Autumn Snow went silent for a moment, before she stated, I, Autumn Snow, accept the Royal Academy's invitation, and am willing to join the Royal Academy. When Sifa heard Autumn Snow's words, he didn't feel as excited as he imagined he would be. He coldly cast a glance at Talon, who was standing at his side, causing Talon's expression to become unsci. As per what they'd wished for, they'd managed to obtain Autumn Snow's acceptance, and should have been very excited by right. After all, the reason they were here was because of Autumn Snow. However, because they had discovered an even more monstrous talent, and not to mention that that talent also had enmity against Autumn Snow, it caused all their excitement to diminish to the lowest level. Talon, look at what you've done! Sifa coldly intoned, causing Talon's heart to shudder. Sifa knew that Talon must have done something that offended Qin Wentian. Even if he now wanted to snatch Qin Wentian from the Emperor Star Academy, there was no hope for him. As such, they could only choose to accept Autumn Snow, trying to salvage something from this mess. If not, they wouldn't even be able to gain a single genius. Autumn Snow saw that both Sifa and Talon, instead of showing expressions of welcome on their faces, were murmuring something in a low voice instead, causing her to be ashamed and resentful. Autumn Snow, we welcome your enrollment. During spring next year, bring this along with you to register. Sifa waved his hands, and a golden medallion flew towards Autumn Snow. Autumn Snow caught the medallion squarely, and on it were only 2 words inscribed, Royal Clan. The soaring of the dragon and the dance of the phoenix, how awe-inspiring. Qin Wentian, the road in the future is still long. Autumn Snow Taigi clutched the medallion from the Royal Academy, and silently vowed that in the future, she must cleanse all the shame and humiliation that had occurred today. Qin Wentian, my Divine Wind Academy is willing to offer you twice the benefits of what we offered to Autumn Snow. The same goes for my 7-star Academy. That moment, the representatives from both the Divine Wind Academy and the 7-star Academy spoke. The importance they attached to Qin Wentian was twice that of Autumn Snow. After today, Qin Wentian's name was bound to resonate throughout the Sky Harmony City. Qin Wentian, my Emperor Star Academy would never make you any promises. Just merely the name of our academy, the Emperor Star Academy, would be the best promise. Mustang calmly stated. This was his confidence, that the name and reputation of the Emperor Star Academy represented everything. When the crowd heard Mustang's solemn words, they could only shake their heads. The Emperor Star Academy was indeed extraordinary. However, Qin Wentian's gaze was directed towards the Divine Wind Academy and the 7 Stars Academy, causing Mustang's heart to skip a bit, as depression set in. Although his words were beautiful, Qin Wentian was a youth after all, and would most likely be seduced by the immediate benefits dangled in front of him. He should have been more accommodating and lavish with his conditions offered instead. Damn it, no way. There is just no way we can lose such a genius that we are so close to obtaining. Mustang murmured in his heart. Once again putting on a solemn expression, Mustang stated, of course, if you have any requests, I would do my best to fulfill them. The conditions we offer would definitely not be any worse off than what the other academies are offering. When the words were spoken, all the spectators were in a daze, even Qin Wentian. However, his Wi-Fi recovered. This Mustang was interesting indeed. Despite doing so, Qin Wentian, with his body slightly bent in a bow, was still facing the representatives from the Divine Wind and 7 Stars Academies. Qin Wentian, whatever conditions you want, just tell me, I will agree to all of them. Mustang frantically stated, as his fake looks crumbled away, pitifully looking at Qin Wentian. Even if he threw away all his face here, he still didn't want to lose a genius such as Qin Wentian. Those who saw the expression on Mustang all had rivulets of sweat flowing down their faces. Was this still the same man earlier who solemnly stated that the 3 words, Emperor Star Academy, would already be the best promise? Damn it, Qin Wentian truly thanks both the Divine Wind Academy, as well as the 7 Stars Academy, for their great affection. The words spoken by Qin Wentian almost caused Mustang's heart to leap out of his throat. It is only that I, of the junior generation, have already sown karma with the Emperor Star Academy. Therefore, my choice is the Emperor Star Academy. Qin Wentian simply said, as he inclined his head, with a face filled with the trace of a smile. Both the Divine Wind and the 7 Stars Academy were all grey disappointed, but they too understood the reason behind the choice. This man, other than possessing heaven-shaking talent, is humble and righteous too. He is someone that Autumn Snow couldn't possibly compete against, and is sure to accomplish great things in the future. Right, we hope that you will become the pinnacle of your generation one day. Both parties wish Qin Wentian well. Many thanks. Qin Wentian gratefully accepted their blessings as he stole a glance at Mustang. Mustang was at the side, rolling his eyes at Qin Wentian, before lowly intoning, "You smelly light brat, when we arrive at the academy, you'll see how I'm going to fix you : Ha ha, brother Mustang, I'll be leaving this kid in your hands." Qin Chuan knew that Mustang had no malice despite his words, and thus laughed uproariously. His laughter eventually infected Mustang, who stood there laughing together with him. Today, what a great day. It seemed like the future was going to be interesting. AGM 0015, Imperial Edict. For the birthday celebration of Bai Qingsong, people had arrived from the royal capital. The Bai residence was also the gathering place for the representatives of the 4 great academies. And yet, in the end, the one who shined the most wasn't the Bai clan, not Autumn Snow, but was instead Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had obtained an invitation to enroll in the prestigious Emperor Star Academy, while Autumn Snow could only enter the Royal Academy. This ending was not a joyous occasion for many. Because of such an ending, only Mustang and those from the Qin clan were able to feel happy. However, the rest of the spectators on the grandstand, the Yi clan, the Silver Feather Legion, as well as those clans from the royal capital, all had their original hopes and wishes dashed. Old Master Yi, as well as those that hailed from the royal capital, felt extremely frustrated and unhappy about this ending at this moment. After all, the reason why they'd come with the intention of congratulating the Bai clan was all because they'd give face to the Yi clan. Because today was supposed to be the day where Autumn Snow displayed her talent, as well as broke off the marriage engagement with the Qin clan, and publicly humiliated them while severing all their relations. More importantly, today was also supposed to be the day where the Bai clan and the Yi clan discussed their marriage engagement. Yet, the things that had happened today went directly against the plans that they'd had. The old master of the Yi clan looked at the excited people of the Qin clan, before indifferently glancing sideways at Bai Qingsong, and asked, "What? You're that easily shaken?" Bai Qingsong's expression trembled as he looked at old Master Yi. After witnessing the might displayed by Qin Wentian today, although Bai Qingsong hated him, he couldn't deny that he was somewhat shaken. If the events of the past few days hadn't occurred, maybe it truly would be like what Qin Wentian had said. Today, when Qin Wentian had unleashed his astral soul, the brilliance of the Bai clan would have been even more dazzling, and the marriage between Qin Wentian and Autumn Snow would surely have been a story that captured the imagination, and was spread far and wide. "Father!" That moment, Autumn Snow walked over to the side of Bai Qingsong, and glanced at her father, a desolate look evident in her eyes. "The Yi clan will temporarily delay our announcement about the marriage engagement." Old Master Yi leveled his gaze at both of them, as he lowly intoned, causing both Bai Qingsong and Autumn Snow to stiffen. Today, the words spoken by Qin Chuan had caused Autumn Snow's name and face to be dragged through the mud. If the Yi clan still insisted on proposing a marriage engagement, wouldn't people say that the Yi clan were accepting goods that others had abandoned? But Bai Qingsong's expressions grew nasty. Today, the enmity between Bai clan and the Qin clan had already worsened to a state of no return. If they lost the protection of this big tree, the Yi clan, it would be tough for the Bai clan to survive in the Sky Harmony City in the future. And moreover, the humiliation Qin Wentian had caused Autumn Snow earlier, combined with the Yi clan's actions, in addition to the actions of the four great academies earlier, and finally adding in the psychological impact on Autumn Snow, it would be akin to adding frost on top of snow, or pouring oil into a fire. "There's no need for buts, I will arrange everything. I will make the Qin clan become history." Old Master Yi Genie said, as a frosty expression flashed in his eyes, causing both Bai Qingsong and Autumn Snow to shudder in their hearts. The Yi clan was a tough customer to handle indeed, much different from the Qin clan. "Autumn Snow, you must work hard on your cultivation," Bai Qingsong silently exclaimed in his heart. Autumn Snow was able to understand what Bai Qingsong's eyes conveyed, as her hands clenched tightly into fists. Today, the Yi clan had delayed the marriage engagement announcement. In the future, she'd make the Yi clan regret their actions today, she definitely would. The Qin clan too, including Qin Wentian. As their gaze swept past the Qin clan, Old Master Yi and the rest once again set their eyes on the excited people of the Qin clan, before Old Master Yi coldly stated, just merely displaying some talent could cause them to be excited to such a degree. No wonder that, after their ancestor Qin Wu disappeared, the Qin clan began their decline. Each generation has gotten successively worse than the others, to the state it's at today, and yet they show no signs of regret. How pitiful! Qin Chuan's expression abruptly turned unsay as he turned his sharp gaze upon the grandstand. The decline of the Qin clan was known to all. If the emperor wanted the Qin clan to decline, how could they not decline? The status and power wielded by the Yi clan had also risen at that time. The emperor wanted to make use of the Yi clan to suppress the Qin clan, using the Qin clan as their stepping stone. So that on the surface, the emperor didn't need to personally act. 9-star affinity for astral chi, and the first astral soul he condensed was from the third heavenly layer. Yi Wu Q from the Yi clan, isn't he just SOSO? To think that you'd say something like this at this moment. Laughable. Qin Chuan glared at the old man up on the grandstand, as he coldly replied, Ridiculous. Old Master Yi calmly replied, as he stated, Yi Wu-Q opened his second astral gate and condensed his second astral soul, which was from the third heavenly layer, at the age of 15. I'm afraid that Qin Wentian at the age of 15 was still bitterly training his mediation technique in order to increase his affinity. How can he still be comparable to Yi Wu-Q? Hidden within the calm voice of Old Master Yi were hints of unshakable conviction, as the crowd of spectators frowned slyly. Meditation could indeed increase one's affinity towards the astral constellations. And there were indeed plenty of people who delayed their condensation of astral souls due to this reason. It seemed like Autumn Snow and Qin Wentian belonged to this group, and thus, they were indeed weaker when compared to Yi Wu-Q. Yi Wu-Q from the Yi clan is too dazzling, so far beyond reach. The hearts of the crowd were thinking. Yi Wu-Q was a monster that had a high possibility to step into the Yuanfu realm before the age of 20. Qin Chuan had no way to refute this after hearing the words of his counterpart. After all, Qin Wentian had just embarked onto the path of cultivation. No one knew that Qin Wentian's first astral soul was condensed from a constellation from the fifth heavenly layer. And how many days had he taken to achieve what he had today? But at this moment, only to hear that Old Master Yi continued saying, as he looked at Qin Wentian does indeed possess extraordinary talent, and has condensed an astral soul, worthy of nurturing. However, the best place to nurture him was not the Emperor Star Academy, but the Chu country's godly general military palace instead. Impossible! Qin Chuan rejected immediately. Qin Wentian's choice belonged to himself. The Yi clan has no rights to interfere. Those in the crowd that had more experience had their pupils contracted. The godly general military palace was a place that specially nurtured elites for the Chu country's army. That place was only open to those with peak-level talents within the army, and had never accepted outsiders. Back when Qin Wu swept unchallenged across the Chu country, other than having heavenly might, there was also another important reason, and that was that Qin Wu was a controller at the godly general military palace. However, back when the emperor forced the Qin clan to decline, one of the first moves he made was to obtain control over the military palace. Currently, the emperor's powers was already firmly entrenched inside the godly general military palace. How could Qin Wentian still enter there? HMPH, Qin Wu, a man who was loyal to his country, that had created the godly general military palace. To think that his descendants have now all forgotten about him, that they are unwilling to enter the godly general palace. Isn't that equivalent to humiliating your own ancestor? Old Master Yi coldly snorted. Now, even Mustang was infuriated. To think that the Yi clan still had such a sinister move. Qin Wentian has already agreed to join my Emperor Star Academy. But now, you, Yi Mo, are trying to get him to join the godly general military palace. What is the meaning of this? Mustang asked as his voice turned increasingly colder. Qin Wentian has not officially joined the Emperor Star Academy yet, which means he still has freedom, and thus cannot be considered a student of the Emperor Star Academy. Yi Mo stared diocese at Mustang, as he tranquilly stated. And thus, wherever he joins is still undecided. Moreover, the request for Qin Wentian to join the godly general military palace wasn't my decision. As he was explaining this, the lips of Yi Mo curled into a cold smile, as he looked to Ice Hawk, who was standing by his side. Ice Hawk understood his meaning intuitively, as he stood up and walked forward, withdrawing an edict, before smiling coldly at Qin Chuan. This is His Majesty's Imperial Edict. Do you want me to read it out, or do you want to see it for yourself personally? Qin Chuan froze. The Emperor had finally made his move, dealing a critical strike to the Qin clan. So the true reason behind Yi Mo and Ice Hawk coming to the Sky Harmony City wasn't for the sake of Autumn Snow. It was for the Qin clan. Read it out. Qin Chuan's heart went cold. Ice Hawk grinned coldly. In the past, Qin Wu's fame resounded throughout the entire country, his military exploits illustrious. Although the previous emperor bestowed Qin Wu a tie, as the Wu King, it was still insufficient to address his merits. And now, to think that the Qin clan has gradually declined, it has brought shame to their ancestor. His Majesty has decreed that if there were any outstanding talents in the Qin clan, Ice Hawk is to diocese send the talents to the godly general military palace for cultivation. And as for the elites of the private army of the Qin clan, Ice Hawk is hereby granted the power to lead the Silver Feather Legion, to allow them to join the Silver Feather Legion. For those who resist, Icehawk is to conduct the execution together with Yi Mo. The crowd of spectators, after hearing the imperial edict, involuntarily shuddered. What a cunning plan, to praise the past merits of the Qin clan ancestor while pulling out any roots of future hope in the Qin clan by taking all the talented youths away. To think that they even wanted to destroy the private army of the Qin clan. This way, there was no more hope left for the Qin clan. If my ancestor knew of this, he would surely say thanks His Majesty for his love. Qin Chuan gave up, as he calmed down, before making a sarcastic remark. The billions of people of the Chu country all belong to clans with different levels of authority and power. The royal clan was naturally the strongest power in the Chu country, but they usually wouldn't disrupt the matters of the other clans in the country. However, the Qin clan was different. The Qin clan was a military clan that belonged to the Chu country. As such, the royal clan could issue commands and imperial orders to the Qin clan, who had the responsibility to obey. Qin Wentian, who was beside Qin Chuan, felt a wave of despair. This time around, both the Yi clan and Icehawk had come with preparations. And as luck would have it, they'd witnessed him displaying his talent at the training grounds earlier. How could the Yi clan give up on such an opportunity? In the past, the emperor, using the tie of Wu King, banished the Qin clan to the Sky Harmony City. And now, they are also prepared to steal away the hope of the Qin clan under the pretext of that imperial edict. Qin Wentian silently speculated in his heart. If the Qin clan didn't obey, it meant that they wanted to defy the imperial order. And if so, at that time, the military troops which Icehawk brought would surely take action. AGM 0016, Unusual Disposition. The reaction of the Qin clan's members were all observed and monitored by Yi Mo and Icehawk. However, the expression of Yi Mo was incomparably indifferent, before he stated again, the kindness and grace of His Majesty has been bestowed upon Qin Yao, Qin Shong, and Qin Ji. The three of you will be given leave to withdraw from your various academies, and join the godly General Military Palace instead. What? Qin Shong's countenance turned pale, while Qin Yao's beautiful eyes flashed mysteriously. Were they planning to catch all in one net? Currently, within the Qin clan, Qin Yao, Qin Shong, and Qin Ji were the only three that were cultivating in the capital of Chu. For this, Sifa can prove my words. Yi Mo indifferently said, as the gaze of the crowd, including Talon, landed on Sifa from the Royal Academy. Apparently Talon had no foreknowledge of this news. As per what he said, His Majesty has already sent people to inform all the academies about the withdrawal of the Qin scions. Sifa stated. After which, the hearts of the members of the Qin clan had all sunk into a valley. What a ruthless emperor! He was really intending to wipe out all future hope of the Qin clan in one fell swoop. Coincidentally, today, everyone in the Qin clan is here at this place, including Qin Yao and the rest, and Qin Wentian. All of them shall come with me to the godly General Military Palace. Since it was ordered by His Majesty himself, the godly General Military Palace will be sure to nurture their talents well. The gaze of Icehawk was still as sharp as a sword. His purpose for coming to the Sky Harmony City today, indeed, had nothing to do with autumn snow. His true purpose was to target the Qin clan. The graces of His Majesty, we deeply appreciate it. However, the Qin clan has not concerned themselves with the matters of the country for many years, and has no wish to do so now, or in the future as well. We can only thank His Majesty for his kindness. Qin Chuan replied with a heavy tone of voice, while staring at Yi Mo. Are you defying the imperial edict? Icehawk brandished his spear, while emitting killing intent, pointing it straight at Qin Chuan. Icehawk! Yi Mo shouted, while Icehawk lowered his spear. Yi Mo, with his hands behind his back, stated, Qin Chuan, since His Majesty has entrusted this mission to me and Icehawk, I have to make sure it succeeds. If you really defy the imperial edict, with the kindly disposition of His Majesty, he might not do anything to you. But as for me, I would truly be put in a tough position. And hence, I urge you to accept the edict. And if I say no? Qin Chuan countered with another question. Despite hearing the blunt sentence made by Qin Chuan, Yi Mo still indifferently stared at Qin Chuan. After a short instant, traces of a cold laughter appeared in his eyes as he said, you can try it and see what would happen. The men of Qin clan. Qin Chuan hollered, and instantly, surges of killing intent permeated the air. The troops of the Qin clan were all ready and had mounted their warhorses at a moment's notice as they directed their gazes, which were as sharp as swords, onto Yimo, who was standing atop the grandstand, before roaring a single word, collectively together. Here, the chilly atmosphere seemed to be affecting the temperature of the air. There were many in the crowd who were unable to bear it, as their expressions tightened. They had only one thought in mind: were it not for the Yi clan acting in the shadows, even if Qin Wentian didn't display his talents today, if the Bai clan dared to humiliate the Qin clan, they'd surely suffer a disaster. Return! Qin Tron coldly commanded, only saying a single sentence, as he pulled Qin Wentian atop his horse, before departing the training grounds. The Qin clan had tolerated the humiliation for too long. Today, their enemies had gone overboard, actually wanting the youths of the Qin clan to be sent to their deaths. Even if the Qin clan were to be deemed traitors, there was no way that they could comply with the imperial edict. Yimo watched the members of the Qin clan depart, as he coldly smiled. Icehawk, the Qin clan has defied the imperial edict. You are hereby commanded to lead the Silver Feather Legion and surround the Qin clan. Right. Icehawk nodded his head, and, with the imperial edict in hand, get the military command center in the Sky Harmony City to notify the Chu Dragon Guards to lock down the Sky Harmony City. Use them to monitor the movements of the Qin clan. Under no circumstances is any member of the Qin clan allowed to take a step outside of Sky Harmony City. Yimo continued, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. The Chu Dragon Guards were under the direct command of the Chu Emperor. Usually, they wouldn't interfere in any matters, only those with the imperial edict would be able to mobilize them. It was very obvious why the Chu Emperor had sent Yimo to the Sky Harmony City. It was to make sure that the Qin clan would be finished for good. Bai Qingsong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help trembling silently as he witnessed how ruthless Yimo was. The Yi clan was undoubtedly the clan with the most terrifying strength amongst those who resided in the royal capital. Their methods were many times more ruthless when compared to the Qin clan. However, Bai Qingsong couldn't help but to breathe a sigh of relief as well. At the very least, the Bai clan had no more need to worry about the revenge of the Qin clan. As for the marriage engagement between Yi Wukyu and Autumn Snow, although he was concerned about it, he wasn't overly bothered. As long as the Qin clan was destroyed, even if there was no Yi Wukyu, just based on Autumn Snow's talent, there was no need for her to be dependent on any man in order to transform into a phoenix among humans. The representatives of the four great academies hadn't yet departed, each of them were lost in their own thoughts. While the expressions of both Sifa and Talon Feini had a hint of determination. Previously, when the Emperor was drilling the soldiers, he discovered that the heart of the armies were not as one, and upon further analyzation, he realized that despite Qin Wu's lack of presence, he still possessed an unignorable amount of influence. This matter was the final straw for the Emperor, and thus, he decided to act against the Qin clan. Qin Wentian was from the Qin clan, thus there was no way the Yi clan would let him off that easily. Yet, their royal academy had Autumn Snow. It was already sufficient. It seemed like they were the only ones who'd walked away with a good harvest. Mustang had an unfathomable expression on his face. The relationship between the Emperor Star Academy and the Chu country was extremely complicated. And today, using the fact that Qin Wentian had no officially joined the Emperor Star Academy yet, Yimo moved against the Qin clan, severely limiting the actions Mustang could take. And more importantly, this was the Sky Harmony City, which wasn't his base of power. There was no way he could clash Diocese against the Yi clan and the rest, and if he went back to the Emperor Star Academy to request for reinforcements, it'd already be too late. Today was a day of shock for many in the Sky Harmony City. Autumn Snow, as the number one genius in the city, was someone that caused the representatives of the four prestigious academy to come for her, and at the same time, was prepared to use the name of her immense talent to humiliate the Qin clan, as well as to break the previous marriage engagement. Yet who would have thought, a youth that was unable to cultivate, the fiancé of Autumn Snow, Qin Wentian, had an even more monstrous talent, causing the representatives of the four great academies to fight over him, and eventually causing the Emperor Star Academy to reject Autumn Snow for him. After this, the name of the number one genius in the Sky Harmony City belonged to none other but Qin Wentian. But now Yimo wanted to take action against the Qin clan. The fate of this number one genius was thus unknown. Of course, this piece of shocking news only spread it around within the Sky Harmony City. Because of the Chu Dragon Guard's interference, the city was locked, with no way for the news to be disseminated out, with the exception of those clans with great power that came from the royal city. They were prepared to return with this news back to the royal capital. As for members of the Qin clan, they had safely arrived back at the Qin residence, yet there was a heavy sense of pressure that hung about in the air. The important members of the Qin clan had gathered around with knitted brows. The entirety of the Qin clan was already surrounded by the Silver Feather Legion. As of now, the army of the Qin clan was now in confrontation with the Silver Feather Legion. How could the emperor be so ruthless? The Wu King bled and sacrificed himself for the Chu country, and in the end, our ending is as such. As long as the Qin clan still survives, I'm afraid that His Majesty would never rest easy. How regretful. Our ancestors actually sold their lives for such an emperor. Within the Qin residence, an aura of rage permeated the air, only to see Qin Chuan still remaining calm. He knew more compared to the others. The current emperor was frail of health, and to ensure that there'd be no unexpected circumstances when it came to abdicating the throne and choosing a new successor, there was no way such a dangerous element as the Qin clan would be allowed to survive. The terrifying influence of Qin Wu was treated as such, a living time bomb. Now that things have reached such an impasse, rage and frustration won't do any good. The only good thing about this situation is that our Qin clan actually produced such a genius. Qin Chuan glanced at Qin Wentian, who was standing to the side, and patted him on the shoulder. Wentian, today, you have fully unleashed all the negative emotions that were bottled up before. You light brat, no wonder you were so full of confidence that day. You must have forgotten the important fact that you condensed an astral soul, right? Not only did you hide it from me, you still secretly underwent 2 days of cultivation practice, to the point of forgetting food and drink. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, as her eyes glittered with a radiant splendor. Traces of laughter flashed past Qin Wentian's eyes, but yet, his heart was heavy. After all these years, he had long treated himself as part of the Qin clan. The eyes of the members of Qin clan all landed on the body of Qin Wentian. Today, Qin Wentian had displayed his talent, which without a doubt, brought great joy and surprise to them. However, there were many among them who felt slightly awkward, only to see the Qin clan's second in command, Qin He, open his mouth and apologized. Wentian, I once wanted to kick you out of the Qin clan. Lucky for us, I didn't succeed. If not, I certainly would be labeled as a criminal of our Qin clan. Will you forgive me? As he concluded to represent his sincerity, Qin He actually bent his waist slightly in a bow towards Qin Wentian. And me, Qin Yi. Wentian, if you're unhappy about me, you can let Big Brother punish me in whatever ways you deem fit. If a single cry of protest escapes from my lips, I'm not fit to be a man of the Qin clan. The brash voice of Qin Yi sounded out, emitting masculinity, the attitude of a real man. Second uncle, third uncle, your actions were only as such, because you took the Qin clan into consideration. How could I ever blame you all? After all, it was true that I had wasted plenty of cultivation resources of the Qin clan. Qin Wentian smiled, shaking his head, as if he didn't mind their earlier treatment of him from before. You still dare to say that? The Yuan meteor stones father gave you, didn't you sneakily pass them all to me? Qin Yao, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, causing astonishment and gasps of shock among the members of the Qin clan. Didn't this mean that Qin Wentian had cultivated to his current level, without the aid of the Yuan meteor stones provided? Father, second uncle, third uncle, you all don't know that Wentian has a deeply insightful and unique understanding regarding astral constellations. It was he that helped me condense my astral soul, and he was also the one that had passed me all the Yuan meteor stones that father gave him. Qin Yao blurted out the truth, once again causing the gazes of the members of the Qin clan to land onto Qin Wentian, as he smiled awkwardly. I couldn't use them, so I gave them all to Elder Sis. Qin Wentian rubbed the back of his head as he replied. Qin He and Qin Yi stared blankly at Qin Wentian as they silently sighed in their hearts. The youth in front of their eyes had such a degree of forbearance. What an unusual disposition. The ridiculous one was them, acting as children, wanting to drive him away, causing them to be extremely embarrassed. The two of them silently vowed in their hearts that, from now on, they would do everything in their power to protect this youth standing in front of them. AGM 0017, tiny astral being. When Qin Tron saw the unity that the members of the Qin clan possessed even in times of danger, it caused him to be filled with joy. The men of the Qin clan were all strong and determined, unyielding even in face of death. Second brother, third brother, follow me to see father. Wentian, Yao O, the two of you can go back first. After which, Qin Tron led Qin He and the rest away. The previous emperor graced our ancestor with kindness. Our ancestor and our grandfather, Qin Wu, always cherished that display of kindness, not even hesitating to sell their lives for the country. But now, the royal clan actually wants our Qin clan to disappear. I'm afraid grandfather will no longer be able to tolerate this. Qin Yao murmured in a low voice, as Qin Wentian tried to console her. Don't worry, I'm sure grandfather has a plan. And you, this fellow, actually hid the fact that you had condensed your astral soul from me. During the exam, you caused the drum to sound out the 8th reverberation, signifying that one possesses 80 bulls of strength. What's your current cultivation level now? As they walked on, Qin Yao blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked curiously. If one didn't take into account the boosting effect of martial techniques and astral souls, they must at least be at the 9th level of the body refinement realm to possess the strength level of 81 bulls. You guess? Qin Wentian shrugged his shoulders. After all, having such strength at only the 6th level of the body refinement realm seemed somewhat implausible. How do I guess? Qin Yao's lips slightly twitched as she glanced smilingly at Qin Wentian. How does annulling the marriage engagement with the top beauty of our Sky Harmony city feel like? Are you depressed? What's there to be depressed about? Don't I already have a beauty at my side? Qin Wentian intentionally allowed his gaze to roam over the svelte figure of the 1.7 m tall Qin Yao. Even when compared to autumn snow, Qin Yao was definitely a top-class beauty, especially now, as she emitted a slightly mature air since she had returned from her training in the Royal Academy. HMPH. You even dare to take liberties with me. Qin Yao's face reddened after she saw the unbridled look that Qin Wentian shot her way, as she extended her hands towards his waist region and pinched mercilessly, until Qin Wentian involuntarily drew in a breath of cold air. Sister, I was wrong. Qin Wentian bitterly smiled as he apologized, before Qin Yao would release him. After which, Qin Yao caused Qin Wentian's expression to freeze, as she retrieved 2 yuan meteor stones from her robes. These are the first 2 meteor stones that you gave to me. I've always kept them with me, just in case you needed to use them in the future. Qin Yao grabbed Qin Wentian's hand, as she passed the stones over to him. Looking at the beautiful countenance in front of him, Qin Wentian's heart slightly warmed. Yuan meteor stones were of paramount importance to stellar martial cultivators, enabling them to raise their cultivation at an unimaginably fast speed. Qin Yao had actually kept 2 of them throughout all this years, just to pass them back to him when he needed it. Sis? Qin Wentian looked at Qin Yao, causing Qin Yao to stare back at him as she smiled. What? You want to offer yourself in marriage? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, as he stared at Qin Yao with an unwavering look in his eyes, causing her face to redden again as she hurriedly turned her body and replied, You must work hard to cultivate, and prove yourself to everyone. After which, Qin Yao half walked and half ran away from the courtyard they were in. Yi clan, Bai clan, royal clan. Qin Wentian muttered in a low voice, as he sat down cross-leggedly. The past few days, things had happened at too fast a pace. There wasn't even time for him to properly inspect his current cultivation level. As he calmed his heart, Qin Wentian fully immersed himself in that state. He could sense the existence of his astral gate, and within it was the heavenly hammer astral soul, emitting a tyrannical strength. The heavenly hammer astral soul was condensed through forming an innate link with the constellation in the 5th heavenly layer. But the me now is still incapable of fully harnessing the power it contains. Only after I've stepped into the heavenly dipper realm will the true might contained within the astral soul fully support me in bait. Qin Wentian silently speculated that the higher quality an astral soul was, the more terrifying the strength contained within would be. That was why, despite Qin Wentian's current cultivation at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, he was able to unleash such terrifying strength. It was all thanks to the boosting effects caused by his astral soul. Not only that, the heavenly hammer astral soul should also be able to grant me an increase in talent in forging and smithing abilities, but I haven't unearthed that yet. As he pondered, his heart couldn't help but feel slight traces of awe, as his thoughts drifted to that tiny astral being from before. The mysterious and effective tempered thousand hammer refinement technique was bequeathed to him from the memories contained within that astral being, and what's more, that tiny astral being was materialized from the stone that his dead old fogey of a father left him. It might be a Yuan meteor stone that hailed from one of the highest heavenly layers. That stone probably underwent the transformation after absorbing the astral light emitted when Qin Wentian was condensing his astral soul. As he thought of that, Qin Wentian's consciousness drifted towards the astral being. However, at this moment, that tiny astral being emitted no light, but instead, it looked as dull as the corona of light that was extremely dimmed, as if it was somehow sealed. There was no way for his consciousness to establish a link with it. With a slight intention of will, the astral energy within stellar meridians transformed into a swirl, and as the tyrannical energy contained within his body madly surged and flowed towards the tiny astral being, it was akin to a creek flowing into the ocean. Once a flood was started, it was nearly unstoppable. And abruptly, columns of astral light cascaded into and were absorbed inside the body of the tiny astral being, disappearing without a trace, as if the columns of astral light had never existed. As expected, Qin Wentian trembled slightly as he unceasingly controlled the astral energy to flow towards the astral being. However, it was akin to a bottomless pit, relentlessly devouring the astral energy provided, yet with no hint of any other reactions. Finally, Qin Wentian stopped the flow of energy. As he opened his eyes, hints of astonishment could be seen. It seemed that if he wanted to trigger the tiny astral being, he would need an immense source of astral energy. Apparently, the energy that was stored in his body was insufficient. Traces of thoughtfulness filled his eyes. This tiny astral being had bestowed upon him the tempered thousand hammers refinement technique, not to mention the fact that this was an inheritance the old fogey of a dad had left for him. He had a very strong intuition that there might be a great secret hidden within. Hardening his heart, Qin Wentian withdrew a Yuan meteor stone and placed it on his palms, closing his eyes. At the same time, as the astral energy in his body started to flow in a frenzied manner towards the astral being, he was drawing upon the energy contained within the Yuan meteor stone, absorbing it into his body. This time around, the process lasted longer. The astral being was akin to a bottomless pit, madly devouring the astral energy, like it was impossible to satisfy it. Qin Wentian felt depression in his heart. If he'd used the energy absorbed to practice the tempered thousand hammer refinement technique, he'd be much closer to breaking through to the next level. But now, the astral energy contained within was absorbed into his body, not used to aid him in his cultivation. It was hungrily devoured by that astral being instead. However, the Qin Wentian now was akin to riding atop the back of a tiger, unable to dismount halfway. He must reach a result. As time passed, the astral energy within his body continuously was depleted, which in turn caused him to draw upon the energy of the Yuan meteor stone more and more, until the point where even the astral energy was about to be fully exhausted, before that tiny astral being finally slyly gleamed with light. There's a reaction. Qin Wentian's heart shuddered as he manifested his will, causing his intention to drift over to probe the astral being. He had a feeling that the astral being was nothing but a body made up of a vast consciousness. When his own consciousness came in contact with it, it was as if he had fallen into the boundless awareness and thoughts of that astral being. Qin Wentian could feel that he himself was just an insignificant being, and was very small and tiny, as if he was standing in front of one of the astral rivers. Qin Wentian's consciousness wanted to form an innate link with astral being, but it seemed impossible to do so. That vast consciousness of the astral being seemed to be somehow sealed still. I need even more astral energy. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth as he continued channeling energy into the tiny astral being. All the way up until the astral energy contained within the first Yuan meteor stone was fully used up, before he took out the second stone, and continued. At this point, there was no way he'd give this up. He had to get to the bottom of the matter. Finally, Qin Wentian could feel the seal on the astral being was gradually breaking apart, and after some time, an intense ray of blinding astral light suddenly erupted forth, and all Qin Wentian could feel was that his own consciousness was being enveloped and shrouded by that vast consciousness of the astral being. All of a sudden, he could feel that a ray of light had entered into his consciousness, causing his consciousness to vibrate intensely, as if it was struggling not to get disintegrated. His heart trembled violently, as a twinge of acute pain stabbed into his head, and his body collapsed on the ground. Qin Wentian drew in a deep breath. During that last instance, the circumstances were similar to now, when he was bestowed the tempered thousand hammers refinement technique. A moment felt as long as an eternity, as rivulets of sweat flowed down his entire body. Memory, it's another fragmented memory. Qin Wenqian's heart shivered with excitement, as the tiny astral being began to dim and return to its original state, forcing out his consciousness. But now, a new memory was imprinted in his mind. The astral being was akin to an endless memory device storage treasure box. Every time it activated, it would grant him an extraordinary piece of fragmented memory, which usually happened to be what he needed. Previously, it was the tempered thousand hammer refinement technique, and this time around, it was ecstasy what he needed. It was some memory fragment about the forging of weapons. That damned fogey, what on earth did you leave for me? Qin Wenqian stared blankly at the space, as if he suddenly saw a silhouette, an extremely Jin-looking face. The face of his dead father that was looking down at him from the heavens. Lost in contemplation for a while, Qin Wenqian opened his palms, glancing at the second Yuan meteor stone as he mumbled in a low voice, activating the astral being requires a colossal amount of astral energy, and moreover, this amount of energy is only sufficient to activate a few memory fragments. If I wanted to activate it again, there's a need to depend on the valuable Yuan meteor stones. After his mumblings, Qin Wenqian continued, and started to absorb the astral energy within the Yuan meteor stone. However, the energy absorbed this time wasn't used to activate the astral being, but to replenish the astral energy in his body which had been exhausted earlier. At the same time, Qin Wenqian also began to process the newly obtained fragments of memory. Weapons could be categorized broadly into two types: ordinary weapons and divine weapons. Ordinary weapons wouldn't have any additional effects, while divine weapons could boost the user's might by a huge level. And as such, when cultivators referred to weapons, they would usually mean divine-leveled weapons. There were 10 levels for divine weapons, with each level being further divided into 3 tiers. For cultivators that had the abilities to forge weapons, they were all grey revered, and were known as either weaponsmiths or master forgers. For those that had a forging-related astral soul, it was even easier for them to become a weaponsmith, and as for Qin Wenqian, his heavenly hammer astral soul was precisely a type of forging-class astral soul. Uncle Black had once listed out the various constellations in the 5th heavenly layer for him, thus, it could be seen how knowledgeable Uncle Black was. According to this memory fragment, for a weaponsmith to forge a weapon, other than mastering the relevant forging techniques, the other most important thing was the inscription of divine runes and imprints. For those who possess a forging-type astral soul, in terms of forging weapons, hold an absolute advantage because they can create divine imprints within their bodies, and can via their astral soul, inscribe the divine imprint onto the weapons created. Qin Wenqian slowly digested the contents within the memory fragment, as the memory fragment also contained information about formations. Divine imprints were actually considered a special type of formation, and were specifically used during the forging of a weapon. They were extremely complicated. In his memory, there existed a plethora of basic-level imprints, and even some combined ones. But to fully understand them would require a long period of time. All weaponsmiths and master forgers are grey respected, and hold an extraordinary status in this world. I possess a forging-type astral soul, and can already be considered a basic-level weaponsmith, able to create weapons in exchange for Yuan meteor stones. And if I could break through and become a first-level weaponsmith, I'd gain the right to join the Star River Association, and upgrade my status. By that time, even in the royal capital, the royal clan and the Yi clan would no longer dare to be so arrogant. Qin Wenqian was thinking in his heart. He had a forging-type astral soul that was condensed from the 5th heavenly layer. How could he not put it to good use? Since he was already embroiled in this current chaotic situation, he had to do something for himself, and plan for the future of the Qin clan. Increasing his strength through cultivation, as well as becoming a forging master. 5 days later, since the him now had no power to change anything, Qin Wenqian attempted to gain enlightenment and insights on the divine imprints during the day, while continuing to improve his cultivation level with the tempered thousand hammers refinement technique at night, showing no concern for the circumstances outside. Since Qin Wu expressly forbade him from doing so, he decided to just focus all his attention on upgrading his strength. At this moment, there were several metallic materials strewn about the training courtyard Qin Wenqian was in, and on the surface of these metallic plates, there were traces of complex imprints carved upon them. The almost completed imprints emitted a strong vital aura, fluctuating above the surface of the metal plates, interweaving together into the picture of divine imprints. Now my accuracy has gotten much higher. Qin Wentian stood there, while within the stellar meridians inside his body, tiny symbols of divine imprints glittered. Those mysterious divine imprints grouped together and condensed into the form of an incomparably sharp sword, possessing a tremendous penetrating force, while in Qin Wentian's hand, a gigantic hammer, in the shape of the heavenly hammer constellation, materialized. Qin Wentian's steps slightly trembled, as instantly, the force of the incomparably sharp sword created from the symbols of divine imprints inside his body flowed along with the activation of his stellar meridians, towards his arms, and imbued the heavenly hammer. While at the same time, Qin Wentian raised his arms and ferociously slammed the hammer towards the direction of the metal plates. Clatter! A ringing sound rang out as the heavenly hammer landed onto the metal plate, and instantly, on the surface of that metal plate, the symbol of a divine imprint in the shape of a sword that glowed with astral light, while emitting an extremely sharp and penetrative aura, appeared before infusing into it. After which, the traces of the previous divine imprints disappeared, causing the visage of Qin Wentian to break out into a joyful smile. The most critical thing in forging a weapon, the divine imprint, is not a problem for me. Seems like I'm truly a natural-born weaponsmith. Forging weapons will be as easy as turning over my palm for me, Qin Wentian chawed in a low voice. Although he was extremely satisfied with his divine imprint inscriptions, Qin Wentian was still unsure about how terrifying the advantage he held was, when compared to other weaponsmiths. AGM 0018, Star River Association. Within the Qin residence's discussion hall, the members of the Qin clan were all gathered with unsci expressions on their faces. What's the situation now? Qin Chuan asked while he swept his gaze around the surroundings. Clan leader, the end of the year is approaching. Many of those who went out of the city for cultivation purposes have returned, but the situation was still the same, they were only allowed to enter, not exit. Although our Qin clan's troops somewhat counterbalanced the threat posed by the Silver Feather Legion and the Chu Dragon Guards, the people of our Qin clan are still often subjected to bullying and humiliation, and rumors are spread. They are saying that this time round, our Qin clan won't be able to overcome this danger. How about any news from the royal capital? And what about the Emperor Star Academy? Is there any news? Qin Chuan asked again. The Qin clan naturally had their own network of spies within the royal capital. As for news from the royal capital, the speaker's expression flickered. The royal capital seems to have no knowledge of what's happening to the Sky Harmony City as well. The news has been sealed. And as for Yi Wu Q, a few days ago, he stepped into the 9th level of the arterial circulation realm, with a few hints that he'd soon break through to the Yuanfu realm. This caused people with high status and authority to value him. The Emperor Star Academy was strongly restricted by the royal clan pressuring them, and there seems to be no positive news towards the matters of the young master. KACHA. A crisp sound rang out as Qin Chuan clenched his fist, as a sharp look flashed in his eyes. That showy display by Wentian seemed not to have garnered enough attention. Yi Wu Q's talent, coupled with the strong pressure from the royal clan, caused the light of Qin Wentian's talent to be snuffed out. Qin Chuan mumbled in a low tone, Wentian, please grow up faster, and show them your talent. Pass this news down. The members of Qin clan are to cut down on the number exiting the city, and in addition, withdraw all the remaining Yuan meteor stones in our storage, and send them over to Wentian. Qin Chuan's expression flickered, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Regardless of anything, it seems like Qin Chuan wanted to nurture Qin Wentian. If an event happened that brought any misfortune on the Qin clan, they would still have a trace of hope. Qin Wentian soon received the Yuan meteor stones which Qin Chuan sent. This time round, there were a total of 3 pieces, causing a slight disquieting feeling in his heart. He knew that the Qin clan, in recent years, has truly been in decline. Their income could no longer cover their expenditures, and their resources were unceasingly consumed, and their finances could be said to be in dire straits. However, this served as the motivation to further strengthen Qin Wentian's conviction. Today, Qin Wentian left the Qin residence through a side gate. The Silver Feather Legion had stationed their troops outside the main door of the Qin residence, facing the Qin clan's troops in confrontation, but the Silver Feather Legion did not go overboard and go for the kill. On the surface, it looked calm and peaceful, but Qin Wentian knew that there are bound to be a surging undercurrent hidden within this grand scale of a game. However, he ignored all of this, and arrived alone at the central district of the Sky Harmony District where the Star River Association was located. There were countless branches of the Star River Association throughout the country of Chu, with its headquarters located within the Chu capital. The association located in the Sky Harmony City was just a branch. The Star River Association had never interfered with affairs of the outside world, yet it was a fact that they possessed unquestionable authority, and their true strength was unfathomable. To Qin Wentian, he felt that the branch located within the royal capital might not even be the true headquarters of the mysterious Star River Association, and it was precisely because of the unique position of the Star River Association that Qin Wentian came here today. Firstly, he wanted to learn more about the arts of forging weapons, and secondly, to protect himself and his clan, he wanted to join the Star River Association to gain a certain status. If he was a member of the Star River Association, when he arrived in the royal capital in the future, even the assassin groups had to be wary of the power behind him. The River Star Association can be segregated into 4 divisions: Weaponsmith Division, Pill Concoction Division, Martial Fate Division, as well as Heavenly River Division. Foster father had said that the status and power of the River Star Association may be even greater than that of the royal clan. Qin Wentian silently intoned in his heart, as he stared at the majestic building in front of him. Qin Wentian. At this moment, a voice rang out. Qin Wentian turned his body, and saw a graceful silhouette appearing before him. It was none other than one of the 4 beauties of the Sky Harmony City, Lin Yu. A few days ago, she had been invited to join the Divine Wind Academy. Lin Yu had wanted to travel to the royal capital after the year ended, and thus, had wanted to make some preparations beforehand, coming to the Star River Association to request Grandmaster Francis to create a divine weapon for her. Grandmaster Francis was someone that could forge a first-level top-tier divine weapon. The Qin clan is already going to be eradicated. To think that you still have the time to seek out a master to forge a divine weapon to make preparations for entering the royal capital. Lin Yu sneered slyly as she looked towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian slyly furrowed his brows, before coldly stating, "Even if the whole of your Lin clan was annihilated, my Qin clan would still be surviving well." The first words out of Lin Yu's mouth was already something condemning the Qin clan, causing Qin Wentian to be extremely irritated. Impudent. Lin Yu's countenance underwent a slight change. From young, she had always been lavished upon with all possible love and doting, and had never once met a person who dared to contradict her. However, Lin Yu's mouth slyly curled up into a sneer before she added, "Oh, I almost forgot, the Qin Wentian today is already a genius, different from the Qin Wentian previously. No wonder you have such a filthy mouth." Filthy mouth? Qin Wentian was speechless. The woman before him seemed to be suffering from the princess syndrome. Qin Wentian stared with disgust at Lin Yu, before turning his back away from her. Lin Yu could sense the disgust and contempt in his gaze, which in turn caused her expressions to sink. Lin Yu was not only one of the 4 great beauties, she could also be counted as a genius, and was extremely dazzling in the Sky Harmony City. Every time she went out, she would have loads of people admiring her. But ever since autumn snow condensed her astral soul from the 3rd heavenly layer, there were many who felt that she was inferior to autumn snow, and when the representatives hailing from the royal capital came for the purpose of recruiting autumn snow, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bad taste in her mouth. That day of the examination, she had hoped to be invited to either the Royal Academy or the Emperor Star Academy based on her talent, but it was not to be. However, both Autumn Snow and Qin Wentian had managed to easily secure the invitations. And by then, all the attention of the crowd was only focused on the both of them, neglecting her. She hated this type of feeling immensely, hated that earlier look of contempt from Qin Wentian. It could be said that, in her heart, she was jealous of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, along with many other people, was in the Grand Hall of the Star River Association. The design was such that the moment you entered, you would be able to see the reception counter. Qin Wentian proceeded onwards, only to encounter a beautiful receptionist, wearing the Star River Association uniform, accentuating her curves, slyly bending her body in a bow of greetings. "Sir, do you need to forge a weapon? Or require assistance in pill concoction?" The woman smiled as she looked at Qin Wentian. Majority of those who come to the Star River Association was either for weapon forging or pill concoction. "I wish to become a weaponsmith apprentice." Qin Wentian replied, "Oh, if this is the case, your luck today is excellent. Grandmaster Francis is here today. I could put in a recommendation for you, but there would be no guarantees that Grandmaster Francis will be accepting apprentices. Please wait over there. The female receptionist did not find it strange. After all, there was always plenty of people wanting to master the crafts of either weapon forging or pill concoction. Becoming an apprentice? Wishful thinking. Lin Yu, who entered the building alongside with Qin Wentian, sneered sarcastically. How difficult was it to become a weaponsmith? And not to mention the fact that most weaponsmiths would usually not pass down the divine imprints they possessed to their apprentices. Miss Lin Yu, you're here. Grandmaster Francis already knew of your visit and would be attending to you personally after a short while. The countenance of the beautiful receptionist were adorned with smiles as she greeted Lin Yu, causing the gazes of many in the crowds to turn towards Lin Yu as well. This young genius who was about to enroll in the Divine Wind Academy was a ravishing beauty indeed. Please convey my thanks to Grandmaster Francis. After causing so many heads to turn in her direction, Lin Yu glowed with pride as a smile broke out on her visage. Master Francis and old Master Lin are bosom buddies. Naturally he would take special care of you. That's right. Lin Yu, your dad and me are old acquaintances. Don't call me Grandmaster Francis, just calling me uncle would do. A bright and clear-sounding voice drifted over. Francis, too, was wearing the robe of the Star River Association and had a radiant smile on his face as he walked over. Uncle Francis, this time round, I would have to trouble you. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth had a sly complacent smile as she intentionally swept her gaze at Qin Wentian. No trouble at all, since Lin Yu had managed to become a member of the Divine Wind Academy. No matter what weapon you need, including any special requests, just let me know. I will forge a divine weapon that is suited to you. Uncle Francis, my astral soul is a rabbit, agile and nimble. What I want is a sword with the length of 3 feet. Primarily it should be best suited for speedy swordplay techniques. Fine, I will inscribe the divine imprint of the feathered wings onto it, lightening the weight of the sword, while having the inherent effect of boosting your speed and agility. Master Francis laughed. Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction apparent on her face after she heard that, and after which, the pretty receptionist from earlier approached them once again, looking at Grandmaster Francis as she stated, Grandmaster Francis, those people there wish to make a request for you to forge them divine weapons, and among them, there is one who wished to become an apprentice. For those who made a request, take down the details of what they want and the compensation they would offer. After that, pass the list to me and I will select a few out that list and get those who are selected to come back here 3 days later. And as for the one who wanted to become an apprentice, who is he? Francis opened his mouth and said, causing the hearts of the crowd to silently sigh, this was indeed the rights of a weaponsmith. Having the ability to choose which divine weapon he wanted to forge, and the person who made the request had to first list out what he wishes to compensate first. In the Chu country, the position of weaponsmiths were extremely revered. It's him. Lin Yu pointed to Qin Wentian, that person with a filthy mouth. Qin Wentian creased his eyebrows sly. He had a filthy mouth? Lin Yu was obviously the one with the filthy mouth, right? Everyone knows that this woman is suffering from the princess syndrome. Did he somehow offend you? Yes. Lin Yu inclined her head. Leave him for me to handle. Francis laughed. Lin Yu, come back 3 days later to collect your divine weapon. As for the one who wanted to become an apprentice, follow me. Qin Wentian hesitated for a moment, before standing up and following after Francis. Francis waved goodbye to Lin Yu as he accepted the record paper the receptionist passed him, before bringing Qin Wentian to a huge door, situated in the left section of the Grand Hall. Inside that door was an entirely different world. This was the Weaponsmith Division of the Star River Association. As a first-level weaponsmith of the Star River Association, Francis had his own weapon forging hall, and as Qin Wentian followed Francis to the entrance of the hall, a wave of fiery heat billowed out, causing rivulets of sweat to instantly formed on Qin Wentian's forehead. Come with me. Beckoning to Qin Wentian, Francis stepped into the hall. Qin Wentian saw that there were quite a few rooms located within the hall. Francis walked diagonally to a room with a huge smelting furnace that sank into the ground. Below that smelting furnace, there were numerous terrifying flame embers that was continuously heating it up. You can look around first. Francis indifferently said, as Qin Wentian lying nodded his head. He could feel that the sense of pride that emanated out from Grandmaster Francis. Only those at the first level of weaponsmith masters would be bestowed the tie of a master forger and thus held in high regards by others. These are the materials for forging weapons. Qin Wentian walked towards the entrance of a side chamber, after which Qin Wentian walked to the entrance of another side chamber, and contained within it was the weapon mold for sabers, spears, swords, halberds, shields, glove, etc. What? It's empty. Qin Wentian's countenance slyly froze. He realized that all the weapon molds contained nothing within. Those are a special embryo for weapons that were molded into the shape of divine weapons, as long as the materials for the divine weapons were melted into a liquid form by the smelting furnace, transferring the liquid into the mold casted by the special embryo, and allowing it to harden, the embryonic form of the divine weapon would be created. Now, bring all these special embryos to the space beside the smelting furnace. I want to get started on creating the divine weapons. The voice of Francis drifted over, as Qin Wentian silently nodded his head, bringing all the special embryo to the space beside the smelting furnace. While Francis was consulting the record paper, seemingly deciding who to forge a divine weapon for, a sword, a shield, a long spear and 2 sabers, pour the metallic liquid into the molds of weapons which I had just mentioned. Has all the liquid completely filled up the mold? Qin Wentian furrowed his brows in confusion. Although he had never forged a weapon before, he understood the logic behind the forging of weapons. Different weapons would require different ratio of materials. For example, a sword would need to be sharp, while a shield would need to be thick and heavy. How could it be so simple like what Grandmaster Francis described? Did you know? The metallic liquid in the smelting furnace was mixed according to the golden ratio, so it is sufficient to forge divine weapons of any shape. Once the shape of the divine weapon had materialized, one would only need to inscribe different divine imprints to achieve the different effects that are required. The most important thing when forging a divine weapon is the inscription of the divine imprints. Do you understand now? Master Francis involuntarily coldly explained, as if he was pissed off by the questioning look in Qin Wentian's eyes. Understood. Qin Wentian calmly replied, yet coldly smiling within his heart. This Francis, he was just too lazy to spend the efforts to truly forge a weapon. All the divine weapons were forged by the same materials ratio, before inscribing a divine imprint on it and repackaging it as a divine weapon, and could be exchanged for the compensation. No wonder all weaponsmiths were extremely wealthy. AGM 0019, natural-born weaponsmith. Weaponsmiths, other than needing to cultivate, would still need to devote their time to gain insights regarding the divine imprints needed for the creation of divine weapons. The majority of weaponsmiths were like Francis, and would accept forging requests in exchange for wealth. Naturally, they wouldn't devote their entire efforts into the creation of every single piece of divine weapon manufactured. What most would do would be to follow in the steps of Francis, to use metallic liquid that was mixed according to a golden ratio, set them into the cast of the embryo, and then inscribe divine imprints onto them. Qin Wentian, based on the request of Francis, poured the metallic liquid into the embryo casts, before setting them aside and allowing the liquid to cool and condense into the embryonic forms of the weapons. At this moment, Francis passed a small refining furnace to Qin Wentian as he instructed. Go to the materials hall and get 0.5 kilograms of bronze, 0.25 kilograms of silver sand, 0.5 kilograms of bloodstones, as well as a few kilograms of star steel and aluminium. These materials are for forging the sword, and not just any sword, but an extremely light and nimble sword. After Qin Wentian obtained the forging memory fragment, there was, of course, information regarding the various types of materials. As a result, he somewhat understood the purpose of each material. Bronze as the main material, silver sand to give the weapon a shine, and the other materials were used to refine the sharpness, as well as lighten the weight of the sword while strengthening the main body of it, especially the bloodstones and the star steel. They were all considered expensive and valuable metals. Grandmaster Francis, is this the sword you're intending to create for Lin Yu? Qin Wentian probed. Francis cast a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian, before stating coldly, "Not bad, you have some small smattering of knowledge, knowing that these materials are for the forging of a nimble sword. Her father and me have a deep friendship between us, and she herself is a cultivation genius, so the weapon will be forged for her, therefore I will naturally devote more effort into it. You must have offended her on purpose to gain her attention, right? But let me urge you to stop dreaming and to give up that idea. If you are willing to be my apprentice for 3 years, I will graciously impart to you some of the simple basic level divine imprints for you to gain insights into. 3 years of apprenticeship, yet only imparting knowledge of basic level divine imprints. Qin Wentian murmured. He knew that weaponsmiths placed an immense amount of emphasis on divine imprints. What? You find the period of 3 years too long for your taste? Do you know how high a price I paid to obtain these divine imprints from the Star River Association? Francis coldly snorted. Go, collect the materials which I have stated. Qin Wentian Lai nodded his head in agreement as he went to the materials hall to collect the necessary materials, passing the furnace back to Francis when he returned. After which, Francis poured the materials into the huge smelting furnace, melting them down into the metallic liquid. The earth fire used for the refining and creation of weapons was naturally provided by the Star River Association. If it wasn't for the assistance of them, many weaponsmiths would be incapable of melting the forging materials. It was indeed tough to become a weaponsmith. Qin Wentian Lai sighed in his heart. The toughness of forging materials, such as star steel, was so high that ordinary fire wouldn't be able to melt them. Especially, if one wanted a top-grade divine weapon, the higher the grade of a divine weapon, the tougher the materials would be to melt. And not to mention, to a weaponsmith, the toughest as well as the most crucial step to forging a divine weapon was the knowledge and ability to inscribe the necessary divine imprints. After the metallic liquid was poured into the individual embryonic casts, Francis waited until cracks had appeared on the surface of the embryonic casts, before he instructed Qin Wentian to place the sword-form embryonic cast onto the surface of the stone forge. Raising a finger, Francis Lai tapped on the embryonic cast as it broke apart, revealing a fiery red embryonic sword that was glowing from the heat of the earth fire. At this moment, before the sword has fully completed its cooling process, is the best moment to inscribe divine imprints onto it. Francis indifferently explained, as he concentrated. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in astral pressure as he raised his index finger. His index finger began glowing resplendently, while emitting astral chi, before transforming into the shape of an astral carving knife. This is an astral soul. The form of Francis' astral soul was actually a carving knife, and can't be considered a forging-type astral soul. However, when used to inscribe divine imprints, it's still adequate and sufficient, well up to the task. Qin Wentian silently stated in his heart. Francis then directed the astral carving knife to inscribe divine imprints onto the surface of the sword, making no moves to mask his actions from Qin Wentian. After all, even the simplest divine imprints were complex beyond belief. The drawing of each runic line during carving, especially when the runic lines intersected, were as complex as the mystical energy channels in the human body. It was difficult to discover just from the naked eyes. However, what Francis didn't expected was that each of his movements were fully seen, and the intent behind his actions were clearly understood by Qin Wentian, who was standing at the side. This is a basic level, sword-form divine imprint. It can increase sharpness of the sword, as well as boosting the attack power of the user. However, the divine imprint carved by Francis looks extremely crude, almost to the point of a children's drawing. Qin Wentian's heart was as pure as a mirror, emptied of distractions, and naturally he wouldn't reveal anything. This Francis didn't possess a forging-type astral soul, and had to carve the divine imprint by hand. His talent was also ordinary for a weaponsmith, so for the crude carving of the divine imprint, it couldn't entirely be blamed on him. Actually, Francis himself knew that his carving knife astral soul didn't possess any advantage on the path of cultivation. Hence, he decided to fully devote his efforts on pursuing the path of a weaponsmith. In the Tao of weaponsmithing, he could still be considered to have some small accomplishments, yet never would he have thought that he'd be despised by a mere fledgling, by Qin Wentian. If you can manage to learn these divine imprints from me, I can guarantee that, in this lifetime, you won't have any worries about living in comfort. Francis had no idea what Qin Wentian was thinking as he spoke with pride, his tone filled with hints of a light contemptuous laughter. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian, while concurrently inscribing the divine imprints onto all the embryonic divine weapons, and waited for them to cool down before further tempering the body of the weapon, sharpening the edges, matching them with the necessary accessories such as scabbard, etc. As for the divine imprints that were inscribed during the post-embryonic cast phase, there were no outwards indications of them. It was like the divine imprints had all disappeared, as if they had fully amalgamated with the weapon, becoming the energy channels of the divine weapon. Try it yourself. Francis passed a recently forged divine weapon over to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian held the sword as his astral energy surged, entering into the weapon. At that same instance, Qin Wentian could feel a sort of innate connection, akin to the one shared between flesh and blood, connecting him with the weapon. This feeling was incredibly hard to describe. He felt as if his own blood vessels, meridians, and energy channels had been linked together with the sword, as the astral energy within him began to flow into the divine weapon. How mysterious! Qin Wentian had just embarked onto the path of cultivation a few days ago, and thus, he'd never had contact with divine weapons before. He didn't expect that divine imprints would actually have such a miraculous effect. Today, you've already witnessed the process of forging. If you still want to be a long-term apprentice, in the future, I'll devote my focus on carving the divine imprints, while the rest of the forging processes will be carried out by you. How about it? Francis asked, as he looked to Qin Wentian. Grandmaster Francis, I won't come here often, but if I have the time, I would help you with what you mentioned earlier. I have no need for any compensation. Qin Wentian replied. Actually, contained within the memory fragment, there were already methods of forging of divine weapons. It was just that he had to personally experience it himself so that he could comprehend more. When it came to the forging of a divine weapon, the inscriptions of the divine imprint were still the most crucial step. As for the other segments of the forging process, he only needed to grasp which materials combination needed to be used for the forging of different types of weapons, including grasping the techniques of sharpening the blades, etc. As for the type of flames used for refinement, as long as one was in the Star River Association, there was no need to worry about that all. And because the materials in the Star River Association were all ready-made, Francis could easily manufacture a batch of low-graded first-level divine weapons. But even if it was a low-graded first-level divine weapon, to the majority of the people in the body refinement realm, they were still considered priceless treasures. You don't know what's good for you. Francis coldly snorted, I'll go and take a rest, help me dispose of all the remaining waste material. Looking at the back of Francis as he departed, Qin Wentian knew that this person was pretty crafty indeed. Obviously, he only needed a day to create a bunch of low-grade divine weapons, but he told his customers to come back in 3 days. This would signify that to craft the divine weapon, he would need a great deal of time. But naturally, if Francis truly devoted all his time and energy into the forging of a divine weapon, he would truly need 3 days, because the inscriptions of the divine imprint were truly a difficult task. There couldn't be any mistakes when carving the runic lines. It would only take a single mistake to cause the whole inscribing process to fail. After Francis left, Qin Wentian pulled another embryonic sword-shaped cast over, and he poured the metallic liquid that was mixed with the golden ratio in, as he prepared to try it for himself. According to the memory fragment I received, divine inscriptions and divine weapons can both be divided into 10 levels. First-level divine weapons will need to be complemented with a first-level divine inscription, and second-level divine weapons at the very least will need a second-level divine inscription to complement it. As for divine inscriptions of the second level and higher, they're all a result of evolution from the combination of basic-level divine imprints. The higher level a divine imprint is, the harder it is for one to gain insights into it. As for the third-level divine imprint stored in my memories, I can't even see the basic weans of them yet. Qin Wentian silently intoned in his heart. After cracks appeared on the surface of the embryonic cast, he placed the cast onto the surface of the stone forge, and as he applied pressure with his palm, the cracks widened as the cast broke apart, revealing a fiery red sword. The astral energy in Qin Wentian's body started to interweave frenziedly, congregating into a focal point, and transforming into the shape of a picture of a sword-shaped divine imprint. The name of this first-level divine imprint was known as Flying Sword. In his palm, the shape of a heavenly hammer materialized, as the divine imprint made of astral energy in his body began being transferred onto the bottom side of the heavenly hammer, before eventually being branded there. Qin Wentian raised his arm, as he ferociously swung down the hammer accurately onto the sword, as the brand of the divine imprint began amalgamating with the sword, becoming the energy channels of the divine weapon. Qin Wentian sucked in a deep breath, as he wondered about the result of his experiment. Removing the heavenly hammer, as Qin Wentian started to use the various tools provided to further polish and grind the weapon, just before the final step, before he'd sharpened the edge of the sword, Francis returned. His expression turned sluggish as he looked at Qin Wentian's actions, before furrowing his brows and saying, "What are you doing?" "Grandmaster Francis, I'm trying out the polishing and grinding process." Qin Wentian candidly replied, "What do you treat this place as? Do you know the embryonic cast and metallic liquid you wasted was sufficient enough for me to create a divine weapon? Can you afford to compensate that?" Francis loudly thundered as rage clouded his features, slowly stomping his way towards Qin Wentian before forcefully knocking his arms aside as the unsharpened blade that was in Qin Wentian's hands fell onto the ground. "Today, Grandmaster Murin will be here for an inspection. Count yourself lucky I won't pursue this further." "Scram immediately!" Qin Wentian's expression stiffened. This Francis, although he was just a weaponsmith of average talent, was truly arrogant indeed. Qin Wentian coldly snorted as he indifferently departed. "That useless fellow, to think that I had actually pitied him and wanted to accept him as my apprentice!" Francis exclaimed in rage. Qin Wentian at this moment had already departed the room, only to see there were a few figures wearing the robe of the Star River Association walking past him. The man in the center had an extraordinary disposition, and was accompanied by a pretty teenage girl, as well as an elderly fellow. Murin, although he was the division leader for the weaponsmith division of the Star River branch of the Sky Harmony City, had recently been transferred to the royal capital. The reason for his return today was to inspect if the level of the weaponsmiths here had improved. Qin Wentian and this particular man briefly passed by each other. That teenage girl Lai swept her gaze at Qin Wentian, and merely from that gaze, Qin Wentian could feel the arrogance of a weaponsmith. "Francis, why are you so angry?" That moment, Murin and his company walked into the forging hall. Grandmaster Murin, division leader Francis bowed, as the rage clouding his features melted away, replaced by a warm smile. "Right." Murin inclined his head and walked inside into the interior of the forging hall, as he stated, "Let me check on the level of your progress." After saying this, coincidentally, he saw the sword that had fallen to the ground next to the stone forge, as he picked it up. Looking at the failed creations of someone may be a more accurate gauge of their true abilities. Just as Francis wanted to interject, all of a sudden, the expression of Murin beamed with radiant joy as he turned his body towards Francis, exclaiming in surprise, "Francis, how did the standards of your forging technique have such a huge improvement?" Francis froze as Murin passed the sword over to him. With a slight intention of his will, astral energy, as well as Yuan energy, flowed into the sword as the expression on his face got increasingly fascinated. "How is this possible?" Francis found it unbelievable. To forge this sword, the materials used by you should have been the pre-mixed metallic liquid. But the inscription of the divine imprint was so exquisite to the point where it was nearly perfect, putting even myself to shame. Although it's just a first-level divine imprint, to be able to reach such a pinnacle, I'm afraid that even second-level weaponsmith masters wouldn't be able to accomplish it. Traces of a smile flashed through his eyes as Murin spoke to Francis. "At the end of this year, I intend to bring with me a capable assistant to the royal capital. It seems that I already know who to choose." "Francis, this sword was surely forged by you, right?" Francis slyly hesitated as he grit his teeth. There was no way he could afford to miss this chance. "Of course. Fine, I'll give you 3 more days. I want you to use all your efforts to forge a divine weapon, allowing me to truly see the peak level of your skill." Murin laughed as he turned and left the hall. Francis's heart thumped wildly as his countenance paled. Just now, he'd claimed credit without truly thinking it through, but now, how on earth could he manage to carve out the perfect form of a divine imprint? Truly, greed harmed people, that brat from earlier. Right, I must find him. Francis' heart palpitated rapidly. He'd surely be finished if he failed to find Qin Wentian. Feeling depressed in his heart, Qin Wentian left the Star River Association. Initially, he'd wanted to see if the divine imprint he'd inscribed was capable of forging a divine weapon, but who would have thought that before he could do so, he would be unceremoniously thrown out. But at least he had managed to understand the process of weapon creation, somewhat aiding him in his quest to gain insights on the path of weaponsmithing. If, in the future, he had the necessary materials, and was under the right sets of conditions, he ought to be able to forge a weapon by himself. When he finally got back to the area near the Qin residence, it had already become evening. Qin Wentian chose to enter via the main entrance, as he wanted to see what the current circumstances outside the Qin residence were. Qin Wentian halted his steps far off in the distance, before the entrance of the Qin residence, only to see a group of armored soldiers surrounding the Qin residence. "Do they really dare to take action against our Qin clan?" Qin Wenqian's expression was somewhat unsci. Holding the reins of the horse he was riding, he prodded the horse as he galloped towards the area that was guarded by the Qin residence's troops. The troops of the Qin clan, upon seeing that it was Qin Wenqian, made no moves to halt his movements, allowing him to reunite with Qin Chuan and the rest. "Wenqian, come in first." Qin Chuan, seeing that it was Qin Wenqian approaching, called out, "Do they think they can hide there forever?" The scions of the Qin clan, including Qin Wenqian, were already selected as part of the first batch. Besides, Marshal Wu will arrive soon. The leader of the Silver Feather Legion, Ice Hawk, coldly laughed. The person he was waiting for would soon arrive, and thus, he had no need to hurry. Qin Wenqian walked in front of Qin Yao with a questioning look upon his face. "Do you still remember the word said by the old master of the Yi clan after the academy examination ended? You, me, Qin Shong, Qin Ji, that they'd forcefully bring us away." Qin Yao's expression was extremely unsci. Qin Wenqian immediately recalled the word said by the old master of the Yi clan previously. Supposedly, the current emperor had bestowed a great kindness to them, and the youths of the Qin clan with sufficient talent could go to the godly general military palace for their cultivation, while in reality, they would be forcefully brought over to the military palace so that they would be under strict control. It seemed like currently, they were going to use force to achieve their aims. Marshal Wu, also known as Azura Wu, his methods are ruthless, and he possesses truly tyrannical strength. Qin Yao added. Azura Wu from the godly general military palace was resoundingly famous in the royal capital. The Yi clan clearly understands the intentions of our Qin clan, and knew that there was no way that we would comply with the imperial edict. Now that Azura Wu is coming, I'm afraid the matter won't be as simple as just leading the four of us away. Qin Wenqian murmured, causing the crowd to sigh, crestfallen. The reason why the Yi clan and the Silver Feather Legion hadn't taken any action yet was because they were afraid of the consequences, and were somewhat terrified of the hidden strength of the Qin clan's Wu King's martial might. Far off in the horizon, the light of the setting sun revealed a line of shadowy silhouettes, which slowly entered into the vision of the crowd. At the forefront were two men. One was middle-aged, extremely tanned, and his gaze gave off a sinister and ruthless feel, while beside him, there was a youth about 16 to 17 years of age. The eyes of the youth were sharp and beast-like, and emitted an aura of danger. Azura Wu, and his disciple, Yi Lang from the Yi clan. Qin Yao stared at the duo in the distance, stating, Yi Lang changed his name after condensing an astral soul from the demonic wolf constellation, and is the younger cousin of Yi Wu Q. His practicing cultivation in the godly general military palace. Although he's young, his methods are merciless, and his level of cultivation is at the peak of the body refinement realm, but don't underestimate him just because of that. I heard that because of his immense explosive power, he's once killed a cultivator who'd just stepped into the arterial circulation realm. Qin Chuan. Azura Wu's icy voice rang out, as his gaze became riveted on the members of the Qin clan. His Majesty has bestowed a great kindness towards the Qin clan, towards Qin Yao, Qin Wenqian, Qin Shong, and Qin Ji. They will be allowed to return with me to the godly general military palace to practice their cultivation. Qin Chuan thanks His Majesty for his kindness. However, the Qin clan had already made arrangements for the cultivation practice of our younger generation. There's no need for Marshal Wu to worry about this. Qin Chuan calmly replied. Azura Wu's lips slyly curled upwards in an unpleasant smile, only to see the youth beside him advance forward on his horse, raise his finger, and point it at Qin Chuan. Old fogey, we gave you face yet you don't accept it. My esteemed teacher was polite to you, but you better not let that cloud your vision. Your Qin clan and that bunch of younger generation trash has a chance to enter the godly general military palace. You should be thanking us on bent knees. Audacious. Looks of rage appeared on the faces of members of the Qin clan. This youth from the younger generation actually pointed his finger at Qin Chuan, and even dared to say such words. The younger generation of Yi clan weren't taught any manners? Qin Chuan cast a glance at Yi Lang. Manners? Yi Lang looked at the members of the Qin clan, his gaze filled with contempt and bloodlust, akin to that of a wild beast, as he pointed to the members of the Qin clan behind Qin Chuan and roared, "This bunch of trash that was nurtured by the Qin clan, do you believe that I can't crush you with but a single hand? What an egotistical fellow, I truly want to see how you crush me to death." A member of the Qin clan from the younger generation couldn't tolerate the humiliation of Yi Lang anymore, as he rushed towards Yi Lang, bellowing with rage. "Qin Mu, come back!" Qin Chuan shouted, only to see a cruel smile displayed on the visage of Yi Lang. His body arched, and began to take the shape of a wild beast pouncing on its prey, while the chilly aura emitted from his body began to ferment to his absolute limits, to the point where his warhorse was constantly shivering, as it fell over onto the ground foaming at the mouth. Buzz! The body of Yi Lang transformed into a blur, and disappeared from sight. What a quick speed! Ah! A sound, reeking of suffering and injuries, rang out, followed by the sound of bones breaking, as the body of Qin Mu flew overhead, landing heavily on the ground. It seemed like all the bones in his body had been snapped by an overwhelming strength. Catcher! Yi Lang stomped heavily on the ground, causing huge fissures to appear. From this, it could be seen that he did indeed possess overwhelming strength. As his bee-like eyes coldly glanced at the body of Qin Mu, Yi Lang once again burst forth, as his hands formed into the shape of sharp claws, aimed directly at the head of Qin Mu, who was lying on the ground. If this vicious blow of his landed, the head of Qin Mu would surely explode. The expressions of the Qin clan members underwent a drastic change, as many on the scene closed their eyes. Qin Mu was one of the young talents in the Qin clan whose strength could be considered extremely strong, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. And yet, he couldn't even face a single strike from Yi Lang. What was more terrifying was that Yi Lang actually had intended to kill. Impudent! Abruptly, the palms of Qin Chuan caught hold of Yi Lang's clawed hand an instant before he destroyed Qin Mu's head. As steady as a mountain, Yi Lang couldn't move an inch, while the Qin Mu, who was lying on the ground, had cold sweat broken out on his forehead, looking straight into the eyes of Yi Lang, and was terrified beyond belief. Yi Lang inclined his head as he looked straight at Qin Chuan, who was in front of him. That bee-like eyes were filled with contempt as he sneered, "The young one can't handle it, so the old one has to cover for him?" After saying this, Yi Lang retracted his arm and stalked a few steps closer to the younger members of the Qin clan. "Do you want me to teach these trash how to fight? If one is insufficient, you can all attack me at once." Although Qin Chuan was infuriated, he couldn't help but to silently sigh. Although he'd stayed a long time in the Sky Harmony City, he was still clear about the ongoings of the royal capital. Not to mention Yi Wuqiu, he knew that even the other youths of the Yi clan, when compared to the younger generations of the Qin clan, were still much stronger. This wasn't a matter of talent, but because of the disparity in wealth, and thus, cultivation resources. Arrogant. Too arrogant. The expressions of the members of Qin clan turned ashen, as Qin Yao, unable to tolerate any longer, exclaimed, "Yi Lang, you're too unbridled." The gaze of Yi Lang landed on Qin Yao, as his gaze began roaming her body, pausing at the contours of the twin peaks of Qin Yao, as a lascivious smile broke out on his visage, causing the expression of Qin Yao to turn unsigh. "Qin Yao, although your talent is ordinary, your beauty is still passable, capable of stirring my heart. How about becoming my concubine?" Yi Lang stared at Qin Yao, licking his lips, causing the youths of the Qin clan to be incomparably angered. Qin Yao was the precious pearl of the Qin clan, one of the four great beauties of the Sky Harmony City. She had outstanding looks and an outstanding figure, plus her talent was also extraordinary. To think that this Yi Lang actually behaved in such a vulgar way towards her, and even wanted her as his concubine? Qin Yao began to walk forward, only to be held back by Qin Wentian. She turned her head back, only to see Qin Wentian staring coldly at Yi Lang. After embarking on the path of cultivation, he'd never had the chance to fully unleash his strength. Qin Wentian wanted to use Yi Lang as his first test. "Elder sis, allow me." Qin Wentian revealed a gene smile as he gazed at Qin Yao. "Wentian, this Yi Lang's strength is terrifying, extremely terrifying." Qin Yao shook her head. Although Qin Wentian's talent was illustrious, he had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. He definitely wouldn't be a match for the ruthless Yi Lang. To deal with this type of scum, I'm afraid that Sister Qin Yao's hands would be dirted. Qin Wentian maintained his smile as he lightly pinched Qin Yao on her cheek, causing Qin Yao to be dumbstruck and to glare at Qin Wentian. This fellow, at such a critical moment, still had the mood to joke about. However, she understood that Qin Wentian, regardless of the urgency of the moment, would always calmly deal with situations akin to a happy-go-lucky fellow. Even though he was an idiot, it was still heartwarming when interacting with him. "Be careful," Qin Yao softly whispered. "Got it." Qin Wentian walked forward with a smile, staring at the pair of cruel, beast-like eyes that belonged to Yi Lang. This Yi Lang was similar in age, but he was truly a malicious character. He was extremely arrogant, held nothing in high regards, and viewed everything with contempt. Qin Wentian. Yi Lang, emitting an extremely oppressive aura, with hints of coldness in his gaze, looked towards Qin Wentian. "I'll disable those hands you used to touch Qin Yao with. I heard that you're at the peak level of the body refinement realm. Although I'm only at the 6th level, I do truly want to see how you disable my hand." Qin Wentian indifferently replied, "I'll suppress my strength to the 6th level. I want you to know how weak of a worm the Qin clan considered to be a genius really is." Yi Lang's eyes flashed as his body flickered, bursting forward like a wolf sprinting in the wilds, causing the sound of the wind to howl with increasing volume. The sharp claws of Yi Lang Diacy lunged towards the head of Qin Wentian, as cracking sounds became audible. The heavenly wolf claw of his seemed to glow with a dim light, as Yi Lang had indeed suppressed his strength level. Otherwise, it would surely have been more terrifying. Traces of cold laughter appeared in Qin Wentian's eyes, as he saw that Yi Lang was suppressing his strength. This was totally different from his earlier demeanor. Under the pressure of the immense killing intent, as well as the aura of extreme danger, the astral energy within Qin Wentian's body began spiraling around frenziedly, and surged towards his arms. Dong! Qin Wentian stepped forward, as a thunderous roaring sound was emitted from his palms. It was akin to a soaring dragon flying through the skies, disregarding everything in its sight. The chilly heavenly wolf claw clashed against the dragon's subduing fist, causing an extremely terrifying sound to ring out. Yi Lang involuntarily let out a low-volumed roar, as he felt his sharp claws crack and splinter, as an extreme sense of danger appeared in front of him. "You dare lie to me?" Yi Lang's body shuddered violently from the aftermath of the strike, as his blood surged frenziedly around his body as he snarled. There was no way that this kind of power couldn't possibly exist at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Yi Lang visibly trembled, as all his energy erupted outwards, his whole body filled with the sounds of crackling, as he took a few steps backwards from the direct clash with Qin Wentian. He was even more dangerous now, appearing to be storing up energy. Like a raging squall, sweeping aside all in its path, Yi Lang once again lunged forward. The terrifying chilly aura seemed to cause the atmosphere to solidify, as Qin Wentian only felt that the area around him had become the domain of that chilly aura, as if there were numerous demonic wolves rushing over to devour him. What a strong aura! Qin Wentian silently stated in his heart. This surge of energy was sufficient to overwhelm him. However, at this moment, the astral energy in his body seemed to be even more terrifying. Akin to a hurricane, the astral energy converged rapidly in his stellar meridians, before explosively being extracted out. It traveled through the pathways of the stellar meridians, and was infused in his arms. The Qin Wentian now felt no sense of fear. He could only feel that he was filled with boundless might. Notes: Yi is a clan. A surname. Lang stands for wolf. Yi Lang equals wolf from the Yi clan. Yi Wu Q. Wu Q stands for flawless. Yi Wu Q equals flawless one from the Yi clan. AGM 0021, ruthless. The members of the Qin clan felt nervous after they witnessed Yi Lang lunge towards Qin Wentian. The faint shadow of a demonic wolf had materialized, and after a moment of vibration, it let out a howl of rage before it rushed towards Qin Wentian, in an attempt to tear him apart. Demonic wolf astral soul, no wonder there's such a strong sense of bloodlust and a beezy aura emanating from him. The expressions of the crowd slyly froze, only to see Qin Yao speed forward towards Qin Wentian, and release her astral soul in the form of an ancient tree. Yi Lang, scram! Qin Yao's delicate voice shouted, as incredibly sharp wooden swords appeared in the air around her, one after another, before flying in the direction of Yi Lang. Tyrannical Yuan energy transformed into divine might, as it circulating through the energy channels and meridians, and emitted a terrifying aura of unmatched strength. This was an indication of the arterial circulation realm. Break! Yi Lang, at this moment, was akin to a madman, as a horrifying and unbridled aura of a wild beast surged forth, breaking apart the ancient wood swords with immense strength, and continued onwards in the direction of Qin Wentian. At this moment, the Qin Wenqian's arm had transformed into a huge hammer that seemed capable of toppling the heavens, and glowed with a resplendent light, while suddenly metamorphosing into an azure dragon. Roar! The draconic roar of the 9 heavens. This move was akin to a huge dragon emitting an oppressive aura, as it explosively burst forth in the direction of Yi Lang. The icy cold aura of the demonic Wolf King clashed head-on with the raging azure dragon, like the force of a devastating hurricane, and both the body of Qin Wenqian and Yi Lang explosively flew apart, as their feet slid backwards, leaving deep traces in the earth. Wenqian! Qin Yao's expression changed drastically, as the ancient wood swords enveloped his body. Qin Wenqian was knocked backwards, only stopping after colliding with the body of Qin Yao. His whole body was devoid of strength, as there were lacerations all over his fist, and fresh blood unceasingly leaked out of the wounds. How strong? The disparity between the different levels of cultivation was too huge. Qin Wenqian silently stated in his heart. The entirety of the astral energy which he'd stored up in his body seemed to have been completely exhausted with his earlier strike, causing his body to slightly tremble with weakness. As expected of an astral soul that was condensed from the 5th heavenly layer, with the aid of my stellar meridians, I was able to temporarily utilize and condense the astral energy in my body for a single strike, allowing me to defend against Yi Lang's full force attack. But doing so has completely exhausted the astral energy within my body. At this moment, immense shock suffused the features of Yi Lang. He'd actually been forced backwards, and not only that, the sharp claws of his astral soul that were currently suspended in the air actually showed signs of wounds. Qin Wenqian had actually managed to wound him. "I want you to die." Yi Lang snarled like a wild beast, glaring at Qin Wenqian. As the sound of his voice faded, he advanced forward. The beast-like aura gushing forth from his body became increasingly strong with every step he took, as he emitted intense pressure, causing the ground to sink in. "If you continue to be so impudent, I'll no longer be as polite." Qin Chuan, seeing that Yi Lang was still persisting with his attack, coldly stated. Simultaneously, the eyes of Azura Wu flashed with a fierce, merciless glow. This Qin Wenqian was someone that had to be eliminated. "Go bring Qin Wenqian, Qin Yao, and the rest over. Those who block you mean that they've defied the imperial edict." Azura Wu icily intoned. "Get them!" Yimo and Icehawk both commanded at the same time. Instantly, an oppressive wave of pressure permeated the air, as the soldiers, wielding long spears in their hands, began to force their way through, moving in the direction of the Qin residents, creating a stifling atmosphere. Just as the command of Yimo and Icehawk rang out, the archers of the Qin clan rapidly mobilized themselves into formatons. The bullhorn bows that they were equipped with had all been pulled back to the point that the shapes of their bows resembled a full moon, emanating a sense of beauty that came from immense strength. "Looks like the Qin clan are really prepared to rebel." Yimo coldly sneered, as he flew up to the skies, speeding towards the direction of the archers. Fut, fut, pfff bowstrings twanged, as arrows filled the skies. They flew in the direction of the Silver Feather Legion, transformed the skies into a rain of arrows, and emitted a sharp whistling sound. Similarly, there were many arrows aimed at Yimo, who was soaring through the air. 2 shadowy astral projections appeared atop the forehead of Yimo, as he released both of his astral souls together. The first was the Northern Goshawk astral soul, granting him speed and nimbleness, as well as ferocious strength. The second astral soul was as tall as a huge mountain. He had condensed a mountain-type astral soul, leading to the immense size formed when he condensed it. It was the Stone Mountain astral soul, which allowed his skin to be coated with a layer of mountain rocks, increasing his defense immensely. The gaze of Yimo was as sharp as a hunting goshawk, as his rock-covered hands explosively swept out with a strength that was capable of toppling mountains and overturning the seas as they disintegrated the arrows around him. Yimo was a cultivator at the Yuanfu realm, and he had condensed 2 types of astral souls, and had even opened his 3rd astral gate. It was just that he hadn't managed to condense his 3rd astral soul. If not, his strength would be even more terrifying. At this moment, behind the archers, appeared 2 elders. One of them swept his gaze towards Yimo, as he too soared up the skies. "Martial defenders?" Azura Wu was still atop his warhorse, as the look in his eyes turned frosty. These 2 figures who had just appeared should have been those defenders of ages past, who stayed by the side of Qin Wu when his fame shook the world. However, currently, those defenders no longer evoke the same awe-inspiring glory when compared to them in the past. Retreat back to the Qin's residence. Looking at the advance of the opposition's forces, Qin Chuan coldly hollered as the troops and members of the Qin clan retreated backwards. Yi Lang, akin to a wild beast, rushed in the direction of Qin Wentian. Under the protection of strong guards by his side, he was able to take his time and unleash his strength fully. The members of the Qin clan who were barring his path were all injured grievously, with no exceptions. Qin Yao led Qin Wentian as they unceasingly retreated. Her expression turned ugly as she saw Yi Lang. That beast actually wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Let me block him. The shadow of a figure appeared in front of Qin Yao and Qin Wentian as he swept his leg, attacking forward. Thud! The hands of Yi Lang easily blocked the leg that had the strength of 10,000 jin, as he trapped the leg with only one hand, and a cruel glint flashed through Yi Lang's eyes. Qin Rao, retreat! Qin Yao's expression froze in horror, but it was too late. The right hand of Yi Lang, in the shape of a knife, descended violently downwards on the thigh of Qin Rao. And abruptly, Qin Rao let out an ear-splitting howl of pain as he fainted into unconsciousness, with a face drained of blood. The bones of his leg were snapped, as fresh blood splurted and overflowed onto the ground. By then, Qin Yao and the rest had already safely retreated to the entrance of the Qin residence, as even more troops rushed out, forming a stronger protective screen. Yi Lang inclined his head and cast a glance at Qin Wentian. He was smiling hideously as he turned his gaze back on Qin Rao, who was on the floor. His fist struck downwards, landing upon the head of Qin Rao. Immediately, the gory remains of Qin Rao's head painted the skies brilliant red, spraying onto the robes of Yi Lang, as a malevolent glint flashed in his eyes. Qin Yao, I will make you become my plaything, my slave, my S*X toy. Yi Lang's voice coldly resounded, as he licked the side of his lips, which were sprayed with the blood of Qin Rao. Qin Yao's body shuddered uncontrollably, immensely angered. Everyone retreat! Qin Chuan hollered, as Azura Wu led even more troops forward. Currently, despite the fact that the Qin clan had summoned the martial defenders, their strength was still not a match against their opponent. As such, the younger generation had to be protected. There could be no casualties, as they were the hopes of the clan. Qin Yao's eyes were filled with the blazing flames of rage, as if she hadn't heard Qin Chuan's command. But at that moment, Qin Wentian caught hold of Qin Yao's hands as he reiterated, Sister, let us enter the residence. Wentian, Qin Rao. Qin Yao's eyes were red. Although Qin Rao wasn't her blood brother, he was still someone from the Qin clan. His ancestor had followed Qin Wu through countless baits, and even took on the surname of the Qin clan. The Qin clan had never treated them as outsiders. They were all as close as kin, brothers and sisters. I will definitely avenge him. Definitely. Qin Wentian calmly spoke, as his voice became filled with cold anger. At this moment, his normally calm eyes were filled with a light madness akin to that of a wild tiger, as he glared hatefully at Yi Lang and stated, Remember me. The one who will kill you is me. Qin Wentian vowed that he would definitely kill Yi Lang. He will surely not be the last to fall. Yi Lang placed his foot on top of the body of Qin Rao, as his eyes glazed over, akin to a demon's possession, looking as Qin Wentian pulled Qin Yao and retreated back to the Qin residence. At the same time, the might of the defenders slowly forced the Silver Feather Legion back. With the defenders present, it wasn't so easy for them to attack the Qin clan. After Qin Wentian and the rest entered the Qin residence, the entirety of the Qin clan was rushing about in chaos. They hadn't thought that the Yi clan and the Silver Feather Legion would encircle them, and wanted to annihilate them. Yao! Bring Wentian and the rest back to rest first. All of you just need to focus on your cultivation. Leave the things here to us. Qin Chuan's gaze enveloped the members of the younger generation, as his countenance grew heavy. Father, we want to stay and help. Qin Yao, unwilling to hide in safety, interjected, I said to go back. Qin Chuan angrily berated, You all have to remember this, all of you are the future hope of our Qin clan, and now that our Qin clan is facing unprecedented danger, if the Qin clan is defeated, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will still ensure your safety above all else. The Qin clan will never be defeated. Tears rolled down Qin Yao's eyes. I'm just saying what if. Anyway, since they've started this first, your grandfather should know what choice to make. As long as we can hold out for a few days, the Qin clan will have hope to survive. Qin Chuan explained, causing Qin Yao and the rest to let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like the old patriarch of the Qin clan still had some tricks up his sleeves. "Father, I shall go and cultivate," Qin Wentian said to Qin Chuan, after which he turned and left, causing Qin Yao and the rest to freeze. No one noticed that the hands of Qin Wentian were clenched into fists, with traces of blood, as the nails of his hands pierced into his palms. Qin Chuan glanced at the back view of Qin Wentian, as his eyes flickered, before lowly intoning, "Yao, by any chance, if there are any mishaps, I want you to protect Wentian, do you understand?" Qin Yao's body violently trembled, as she looked diocese at her father. "Father, if Wentian lives, so do I, child." Qin Chuan looked at Qin Yao, with a doting look in his eyes as he stated, "This child Wentian has wisdom beyond his peers, and possesses heaven-shaking talent. I hope that in the future, the Qin clan will have someone that's strong enough to subvert the current emperor." AGM 0022, Francis's visit. The pain that Qin Wentian felt was unbearable. He'd personally witnessed Qin Rao's head be smashed by Yi Lang, as he was killed cruelly, and that hideous smile on Yi Lang's visage that was something he would never be able to forget. Yi Lang! Both his hands clenched into fists. Qin Wentian sat down upon the training ground, drew in a deep breath, and calmed himself. A blood debt most definitely had to be repaid in blood. The skies had already darkened, and Qin Wentian in that instant seemed to have entered into a world of his own, as the hubbub of the external world was no longer able to affect him. Raising his head to the skies, a brilliant astral light shone out, and a faint shadow of the heavenly hammer appeared. At that instant, high up in the fifth heavenly layer, the constellation of the heavenly hammer began to cascade resplendent rays of astral light downwards, merging together with the shine of his astral soul, tracing magnificent lines of light in the night sky. The 2 yuan meteor stones that were placed by Qin Wentian on top of the astral soul he released were actually attracted to the resplendent rays of astral light cascading downwards as they floated up into the air. The energy released by the yuan meteor stones merged together with the magnificent lines of light, before being absorbed by the heavenly hammer astral soul, undergoing refinement and nourishment, transforming into heavenly hammer astral energy, before flowing towards Qin Wentian's for limbs, bones, inner organs, energy channels and meridians. A stellar martial cultivator that had condensed an astral soul could only absorb astral chi from the constellation that they had formed an innate link with. Yi Lang's astral soul was of the demonic wolf constellation, and thus, the astral chi he absorbed was permeated with an unbridled wild beast aura characteristic. As for Qin Wentian, his astral soul was condensed from the heavenly hammer constellation, and thus he was endowed with tyrannical attack as well as a talent for forging. Previously, when Qin Wentian had diocese absorbed the astral energy contained within the yuan meteor stone, it had absolutely no way to compare to the astral energy which he absorbed from the heavenly hammer constellation. And thus, for greater efficiency in processing the energy absorbed, Qin Wentian first used his astral soul to absorb the astral energy contained within the yuan meteor stones, before allowing the astral energy from the heavenly hammer constellation from the fifth heavenly layer to purify the astral energy before absorbing them into his body. Despite the fact that he knew that doing so would cause some of the astral energy to disperse, after a short moment, when Qin Wentian felt that his whole body had been infused with astral energy, he circulated the astral energy around his body as he activated the tempered thousand hammers refinement technique. Instantly, cracking and rumbling sounds rang out as violent vibrations shook his body. His chi and blood surged, akin to the cracking waves of the oceans, to the point where all of his muscles started to convulse, as the tyrannical energy tempered his body by forcing him to break his limits over and over again, until his fleshly body became even stronger and more perfect. The second day, the news about the Qin residents getting encircled was spreaded throughout Sky Harmony City. There were many of those who came to the outside of Qin residents that sighed ruefully. The majestic Qin clan of the past was soon to be nothing but a remnant of history. Outside the Qin residents were the Chu Dragon Guards of the Sky Harmony City, as well as the Silver Feather Legion led by Ice Hawk, and the troops of Azura Wu. These 3 powerful forces had the Qin residents trapped in such a tight web that not even a drop of water could leak out. Intermittently, they would send troops to test the defense of the Qin residents, while the members of the Qin clan resisted stubbornly, sending their strongest martial cultivators, as well as their defenders, to guard the main entrances. The passerbyers and outsiders who were watching the scene sighed in their hearts, as they felt that the Qin clan of Idni wasn't able to resist much longer, and would most likely be annihilated. There are only 2 more days to the annual offerings day. I wonder if the Qin clan will still be able to survive till next year. This thought echoed through the hearts of many people. Annual Offerings Day was the day before the end of the year, and it was also a day for people to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. A stifling sense of pressure permeated the entire atmosphere in the Qin residence, as Qin Chuan and the important members of the clan gathered inside the war hall to discuss tactics and strategies. The three great legions: as long as our opponents unleash a command, we have no choice but to clash diocese, and based on the strength of our Qin clan, we don't even have any hope at victory. Qin Chuan's gaze roamed about, looking at everyone, as he stated, "How strong are our defenders?" Someone asked, as that person looked to Qin Chuan. Don't mention external parties, even people of the Qin clan themselves were unsure of the actual strength of their defenders. The defenders are all elites of our Qin clan, and can be considered stronger than the vast majority of the troops out there. However, taking into account the entire perspective, the disparity between the strength of our forces are still too great. How about those who were loyal to the Wu King in the past? Would they lead their troops to our rescue? The old patriarch should have his own arrangement, but water from afar wasn't able to extinguish a near fire. In addition to that, the troops that belonged to the three powers seemed to be in no hurry to initiate the attacks, yet still seemed tremendously confident. This is what I'm worrying about. Qin Chuan sighed. The war hall was only filled with his voice, with no one else proposing any other strategies. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan commanded, "Once the fighting begins, I will mobilize a division of troops, and put them under the command of Qin He and Qin Yi. Both of you are responsible for protecting the safety of Wentian, Qin Yao, and the rest of the younger generation. Remember this clearly: you aren't allowed to clash with our enemies, and are only allowed to escape. Big brother, I'm not a coward." Qin Yi bellowed with rage. "We have already reached the limit of our cultivation levels. The younger generations are the hope of the Qin clan. I did place them under your charge, but this doesn't mean that I'm causing you to become a coward. Do you understand now?" Qin Chuan slammed his palm against the table as he roared in anger, causing the expression of Qin Yi to tighten. "This matter isn't open for discussion. Those who defy my orders aren't fit to be a member of my Qin clan." The words of Qin Chuan caused everyone to be speechless. Qin Yao and the rest of the younger generations, Qin Wentian included, were unhappy with the decision too, as they nurtured the anger in their hearts, wanting nothing more than to clash against their enemies. Clan leader. At this moment, there was someone who had entered the hall from the outside as he spoke. "Clan leader, Grandmaster Francis from the Star River Association requests an audience with you." Star River Association? Traces of astonishment flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes as he replied, "Invite him in." Shortly after, Francis entered the Great Hall, and upon his arrival, Qin Wentian involuntarily displayed a weird expression on his face. Francis greets Master Qin Chuan. "Grandmaster Francis, please do not stand on ceremony with me. May I know the reason behind your visit?" Qin Chuan was extremely polite. The status of weaponsmiths were extraordinary indeed. "I'm here to look for young Master Wentian." Francis revealed a bitter smile as he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian. That day, Meridians had announced that he would select Francis to accompany him to the royal city, and Francis, in a moment of greed, had laid false claims to the creation of the divine weapon which Meridians inspected. Never had he thought that Meridians would want him to duplicate the creation process again, which caused him to fall into depression, and thus, he had no choice but to question Lin Yu, and finally discovered the identity of that young man who wanted to become an apprentice, who was actually Qin Wentian. Although the Qin clan was surrounded by enemies, Francis still had no choice but to choose to visit. Luckily, he was someone from the Star River Association, and the people outside all gave him some face, as he randomly made up a reason for his visit. The faces of the members of the Qin clan all displayed weird expressions. Why did a Grandmaster want to look for Qin Wentian? "Is anything the matter?" Qin Wentian indifferently asked. "I wish to cooperate with Light Brother Wentian to forge a divine weapon together. I wonder if Light Brother would be willing to grant me the chance." Francis could feel that the attitude Qin Wentian was displaying towards him was extremely cold, and as such, he had no choice but to smile as he asked for help, with a pitiful tone in his voice. Qin Wentian's heart shuddered. This Francis actually wanted to forge a divine weapon together with me? Could it be that the previous divine weapon that I created randomly had already surpassed his standards? If not, there should be no reason why he would look for me. It seems like the divine imprint from the memory fragment which I gained insights into was extraordinary. Qin Wentian silently thought that this possibility existed, as he involuntarily let out a cold laugh, as he replied, "Currently, my Qin residence is in a moment of crisis. I have no time to accompany Grandmaster Francis in the forging of divine weapons. And as for the embryonic cast and metallic liquid which I used previously, I can't afford to pay for them. Please depart." Francis bitterly smiled as he looked at Qin Wentian, lowering his voice as he implored, "Young Master Wentian, please let me know if you have any conditions. Firstly, tell me the reason why you want to forge a divine weapon with me." Qin Wentian stared at Francis. The earlier weapon created was just a first-level divine weapon, therefore Francis should be able to forge it too. Although the carving of the divine imprint couldn't be compared to the one inscribed by Qin Wentian, there was no need for Francis to lower himself to such an extent, begging for help from Qin Wentian. Francis displayed an awkward expression. If Grandmaster doesn't wish to reveal the reason, then there's nothing to discuss. Francis cast a glance at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan understood his meaning as he waved his hands, signaling for the majority of the Qin clan members to depart from the hall. "Grandmaster, you can say it now," Qin Wentian stated, causing the expression on Francis's face to stiffen as he sighed in his heart. He had no choice left, and thus, he revealed the facts that happened after Qin Wentian left that day. After hearing the reason, Qin Chuan and the rest all had expressions of starement and awe on their faces. Qin Wentian could actually inscribe divine imprints. "Wentian, I could send you to the Star River Association. That Murin, he would definitely ensure your safety." Qin Chuan's eyes flickered with a sharp light. This Murin was the division leader for the Star River Association's Weaponsmith division and was endowed with an exceedingly strong ability with matters related to forging, thus elevating his status and position. If he were to help, the Qin clan would surely survive. Grandmaster Francis, who was standing at the side, had an anxious expression on his face. The current him felt as if he was caught in between a rock and a hard place. "Grandmaster Francis." Qin Wentian looked to Francis as he said, "There's no way I would forge a divine weapon together with you. However, the reason why you wanted to accompany Murin was purely to raise your ability in the forging of weapons. I've gained insights into plenty of divine imprints, and could share some with you, so you too would be able to explain to Grandmaster Murin." The countenance of Francis froze. It seemed like it was impossible for him to get Qin Wentian to agree to forging a divine weapon together. However, if Qin Wentian would really be willing to pass down the divine imprints to him, it wouldn't be too bad as well. At most, he would just apologize and hand over the divine imprints to Murin. "If that's the case, I would have to thank young Master Wentian," Francis courteously replied. "Wait a moment." Qin Wentian walked out of the Grand Hall, causing bizarre expressions to be displayed on the faces of Qin Chuan and the rest. "Big brother, you've taught Wentian regarding the inscription of divine imprints?" Qin he curiously asked. "Divine imprints are exceedingly mysterious and complicated. I, myself, haven't gained sufficient insights regarding them yet. How could I still teach it to Wentian?" Qin Chuan shook his head, as he intoned in a low voice, "Strange Qin Yao, Wentian has always been close to you. Do you know anything regarding this matter? That light bad egg still hides many secrets from me." Qin Yao pouted. However, she still hoped that Qin Wentian could accept the lifeline offered by the Star River Association. This way, the Star River Association would ensure his safety and extend their protection to the Qin clan, resolving the crisis. After some time had passed, Qin Wentian returned with many pieces of iron sheets, causing even more bizarre looks to be displayed on the faces of Francis and on the rest of the Qin clan members. But as Francis received the iron sheet which Wentian passed to him, and after a thorough inspection, his heart trembled in excitement. These were divine imprints, and not only that, they were all intricately, exquisitely inscribed. How on earth had Qin Wentian managed to inscribe such perfect imprints? A forging-type astral soul. Francis' heart shuddered as he stared at Qin Wentian. "Right, my astral soul is a forging-type astral soul, condensed from a constellation at the third heavenly layer. I could gift these iron sheets to you, and moreover, if Grandmaster Francis is willing to supply us with some divine weapons, I'm willing to use divine imprints to exchange for them." The words of Qin Wentian almost caused excitement to bubble out of Francis. The divine imprints of Qin Wentian were incomparably exquisite. As long as he could gain insights into one of them, in the future, creating a top-grade first-level divine weapon would be extremely simple for him. Okay, I shall bid you farewell first. Francis nodded his head heavily. He decided to fess up after he returned. He believed that with this imprint, Grandmaster Murin wouldn't blame him too much. Qin Wenqian's expression flickered as he watched Francis departing. He intentionally displayed his forging talent, wanting to borrow the mouth of Francis to relay the news to Grandmaster Murin. With the strength and status of Murin, there might be a chance that he could resolve this crisis for the Qin clan. Father, I shall depart first. Qin Wenqian departed from the Grand Hall as he made preparations to gain insights into the unfathomable and mysterious second-level divine imprints. AGM 0023, Crisis. Qin Wenqian felt that time had passed rapidly in the past 2 days, as he had abandoned thoughts of anything other than cultivating in a frenzy, while also pondering over the mystery of second-level divine imprints. After he exhausted the energy of 2 Yuan meteor stones, he finally stepped into the 7th level of the body refinement realm. As the astral energy in his body seeped into his inner organs, his breath strengthened, and every breath he took seemed to contain surging levels of energy, spirit, and qi. Any casual strike of his fist possessed the gigantic strength of approximately 50 bulls. Qin Wenqian felt that it was still insufficient, and he hated the fact that he did not have enough time to increase his level of cultivation, to further enhance his strength. As for the other members of the Qin clan, it felt as though a year had passed for every day that passed. The combined attacks from the 3 forces on the outside were getting more and more ferocious, and there would be casualties and death every now and then. The tension in the air, as well as the flames of hatred, already rose to the highest point. There were those in the Qin clan who suggested that they should go all out, rushing and clashing directly with their enemies. Even if they died, they had to kill the enemies out there. Qin Wu didn't agree. Instead, he gathered the members of the Qin clan together in the memorial hall and made offerings to honor their ancestor Qin Wu, as it was the annual offerings day. Note sad smiley. Both the old patriarch and the ancestor of the Qin clan are named Qin Wu. Same pronunciation but different meaning. After they had paid their respect, the members of the Qin clan left the memorial hall. As they walked into the Qin residence, a clansman brought over a body, causing many of the clan members to holler, "Patriarch, let's rush out. If this continues on, we will all be dead. Don't worry, I'm the one they want. I have already contacted our old friends and supporters of our Qin clan. Once I'm imprisoned in the royal capital, they will immediately mobilize their troops to save me." Qin Wu continued, "As long as I'm in the hands of our enemies, they would be rest assured." "Father, no. We can't let you risk yourself like this." Qin Chuan shook his head, as the meaning of Qin Wu was clear. He had wanted to sacrifice himself by jumping into the trap voluntarily. "The prosperity of the Qin clan, that your grandfather fought for, has degenerated in my generation, but there's no way I could see it being destroyed in my own hands." Qin Wu bitterly smiled, as he walked forth to the place where Qin Wenqian and the rest were standing, before rubbing Qin Wenqian's head as he genie said to Qin Chuan, "Protect Wenqian and the rest well, you must ensure that no harm comes to them." Qin Chuan, with reddened eyes, heavily bowed his head. "Grandpa Qin." A surging wave of depression arose in Qin Wenqian's heart. Was there really no way to resolve this crisis? "Patriarch, clan leader. The Star River Association has arrived." At this moment, one of the clansmen reported this, causing astonishment to flash in Qin Wenqian's eyes. Very quickly, the astonishment transformed into hope. Maybe this was the chance they had been waiting for. "Quickly, invite them in." Qin Chuan stated, and shortly afterwards, the silhouettes of a few figures could be seen walking over, and the few others in the back were carrying a few heavy baggages. "Patriarch Qin, my name is Murin, and I'm here to look for young Master Wenqian." This person was the one who Qin Wenqian had passed by that day at the Star River Association, by chance, Murin. Other than Murin himself, he also brought along a few companions, namely the arrogant girl from before, and of course, Francis. Qin Wu Lian nodded his head as Qin Wenqian walked forward as he replied, "Greetings to Grandmaster Murin. Qin Wenqian, I have inspected the divine imprints that you inscribed. Not only are they extremely intricate, the aura they exude was extraordinary too. You possess the qualifications to join my Star River Association and become my disciple," Murin stated as he looked at Qin Wenqian. "Grandmaster, if you would please." Qin Wentian didn't reply right away, as he passed the divine imprints which he had inscribed onto iron sheets over to Murin. Murin's eyes flashed with a resplendent light. This young man in front of him could actually inscribe second-level divine imprints. Not only that, the design of the imprints as well as the runic lines were extremely exquisite, and not to mention that the types of divine imprints inscribed was something that not even Murin had seen before. If I agree to Grandmaster Murin's request and join the Star River Association, would Grandmaster Murin be willing to protect my Qin clan? Qin Wentian looked at Murin as he beseeched. Murin froze, before lightly shaking his head. The troubles of the Qin clan are too complicated, and within it, there are too many unknown variables. Although I'm from the Star River Association, I don't have the power to interfere too much with this. However, I can guarantee that as long as you agree to my request, I can immediately take you to safety. Wentian agreed to his requests. Qin Wu and Qin Chuan both urged. However, Qin Wentian was extremely disappointed. If the Qin clan could not be protected, and he was the only one who left, seeking safety while the rest of the clan was in danger, what would that make him? As he thought of that, Qin Wentian shook his head. Grandmaster Murin, I'm unable to accept your request. Please reconsider. Considering your talent, as long as you agree, in the future, you would have whatever you want, including the chance to avenge your Qin clan. Murin persuaded. Wentian. Qin Chuan and the rest had their gazes all on Qin Wentian, this child. However, Qin Wentian still insisted on not accepting. If you can guarantee the safety of my Qin clan, I will definitely accept. Murin looked to Qin Wentian as he bitterly smiled and shook his head. My abilities are insufficient, however, I still do not wish to lose a talent such as you. How about temporarily becoming a guest of my Star River Association while you consider my request? This way, although I have no way to interfere with the troubles that the Qin clan is currently facing, I believe that as long as you manage to arrive at my Star River Association as a guest, nobody would dare to make any moves with ill intent towards you once you are there. Qin Wentian's eye shined with a luster as he bowed slyly. Thank you, Grandmaster Murin. I'm willing to temporarily become a guest of the Star River Association. Great! I hope you will arrive safely at the Star River Association then. I will wait for you. Murin patted Qin Wentian on his shoulders as he left. Francis, who was standing behind Murin, waved his hands for the servants come forward. They unwrapped the baggages, revealing a plethora of divine weapons that was lying on the ground. These are the entirety of my creations. 8 top-grade first-level divine weapons, and 37 mid-grade first-level divine weapons. Francis had frantically created as many divine weapons as he could within the last 2 days, and had brought them all to here. Many thanks. Qin Wentian passed an iron sheet with a second-level divine imprint inscribed on it, to Francis. Francis expressed joy and admiration, akin to madness after the trade, and departed from the Qin clan. These divine weapons would be able to increase the strength of our Qin residents by a certain extent. Wentian, choose what you want, and as for the rest, Qin Chuan, you are responsible for distributing them. Qin Wu commanded. Qin Wentian nodded his head, as after some contemplations, he decided to choose a long spear. A spear was akin to a dragon, violent and tyrannical, which suited him. A voice filled with terror shouted out, causing the short-lived peace of the moment earlier to be disrupted. In the 4 directions, a rain of fire arrows could be seen descending from the skies, and an instant later, the territory of the Qin residents was set ablaze. Obviously, the combined troops of the 3 forces have decided to commence their true attacks. Qin Wu's body flickered as he rushed outside the Qin residence. Father! Qin Chuan immediately rushed out, following the silhouette of Qin Wu. Meanwhile, chaos abounded everywhere in the Qin residence. Those with the ability to fight went off to bolster the ranks of the Qin clan's troops, while the defenders remained guarding at their designated strategic positions. Soon after, once Qin Wu appeared, Azura Wu waved his hands and the forces under their command stopped their attacks. However, at this moment, the fiery glow of the blazing flames that currently assailed the Qin residents was so intense that it had already reached the heavens, and many enemy troops who were taking advantage of the chaos had already infiltrated the Qin residence. They were engaged in baits with the defenders. Upon looking at the scene that was occurring right in front of their eyes, the external spectators all sighed in their hearts. It was as if they were witnessing the Qin clan's annihilation in front of their eyes. Azura Wu, I'll leave with you, but you have to spare the rest of my clan. Qin Wu slowly walked in the direction of Azura Wu and the rest of the enemy troops. Since you're so straightforward, naturally, I will spare the members of your clan. Azura Wu smiled. But the prerequisite was that I have to be able to guarantee that you have no tricks up your sleeves, and that you'll leave peacefully with me. As the words of his voice faded, two knights who were brandishing their spears advanced towards Qin Wu. Qin Chuan and the rest had their hands tightly clenched into fist, as rivulets of sweat flowed. They were all extremely nervous. Abruptly, the two knights concurrently readied their spears in a stance, as they struck out with immense strength. Two pop sounds rang out, only for them to see that both of the spears were directly embedded into both of Qin Wu's thighs, cleanly piercing through both them. As fresh blood splurted out, two huge bloody cavities had appeared. "Father, Patriarch!" Qin Chuan and the rest of the clan members bellowed in rage, and rushed forward, but the thunderous voice of Qin Wu stopped them in their tracks. "Don't move!" They saw the body of Qin Wu collapse to the ground, evidently no longer able to stand up. The expressions of the Qin clan members turned ashen, filled with the burning flames of rage and hatred, while the warhorse of Azura Wu slowly trotted over to the side of Qin Wu, looking down at Qin Wu, as a malevolent glint sparkled in his eyes. Old man Qin Wu, a truly decisive man. However, I haven't completed my sentence. I will spare the Qin clan on the condition that they stop their resistance, and the members of the younger generations whom I mentioned earlier are still coming with me. After saying that, the cold voice of Azura Wu commanded, "Escort Qin Wu away." There were many warriors who pointed their spears at Qin Wu as they proceeded forward, as if they were hesitating out of fear of him. However, Qin Wu no longer had the strength to resist, and thus was escorted away by them. As he was led away, he summoned his strength and shouted out a last sentence. "Qin Chuan, remember what I said. Big brother, kill them all." Qin Yi's eyes were filled with rage, almost bordering on insanity. Qin Yi, listen to my orders. Escort Qin Yao, Qin Wentian, and the rest out of here. Qin Chuan stared at the back of his father, as his gaze turned cold, and a terrifying note appeared in his voice. Qin Yi initially wanted to argue, but upon seeing the look that Qin Chuan shot him, his heart trembled violently as he acquiesced. "Big brother, I'll obey your orders. Let's move out." After which, Qin Yi led the members of the younger generation, retreating back to the Qin residence. Qin Wentian turned his back, seeing the far-off silhouette of Qin Wu, as well as that malevolent gaze of Azura Wu. An unquenching flame began to burn in his heart. "As for the rest, kill them," Qin Chuan commanded, and instantly, the troops of the Qin clan released their astral souls, while advancing forward as the sound of clashes formed a cacophony resounding in the air, filled with blood, solemnness, and tragedy. War horses galloped forward, as the three forces moved like a raging wind, surging forward to meet the onslaught of the Qin's troops, and instantly erupted into a bloody bait. "We will escape through the west gate. Big brother has already arranged for a defender there, who's waiting to escort us." Qin He led the younger generations, as they broke into a mad sprint. And amidst that chaos, Qin Yao and Qin Wentian respectively sprinted in the direction of the place that they'd stayed. "Second uncle, I will go and meet up with mother, you guys go on to the west gate first." Qin Yao's eyes were filled with tears. She'd witnessed her father be embroiled in bloody baits, but yet, she was escaping alone. Very quickly, sprinting madly, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao arrived at the courtyard that they stayed in. Qin Yao went to look for her mother while Qin Wentian wanted to find Uncle Black. Uncle Black was sitting peacefully within the training grounds, and appeared extremely tranquil, as he passed a star-shaped item over to Qin Wentian as he said, "Wentian, when your life is in absolute danger, inject astral energy into this to activate it. Uncle Black, come with me." Qin Wentian wanted to carry Uncle Black on his back, only to see Uncle Black stuffing the star-shaped item into his hands as he said, "Relax, even if the Qin clan lost the bait, and the enemy troops killed all the loyal troops and descendants of the Qin clan, no one will bother about an unrelated, old man like me. After all, the royal clan would still want their face. No way." Qin Wentian knew that Uncle Black feared that he would burden him, as he replied with rage coloring his tone, "Trust my judgment. All these years, when have I ever been wrong before?" Uncle Black smiled, as he continued on, "Remember this, you're only allowed to use this when your life is in absolute danger. Quickly go, don't burden the rest of the Qin clan members." Qin Wentian retreated a few steps as he knelt onto the ground, kowtowing 3 times before he left. All these years, Uncle Black was the one who'd educated him and taken care of him. He understood the personality of Uncle Black extremely well. Once Uncle Black had decided on something, nothing would be able to change his mind. Just as Uncle Black had said, even if the Qin clan was defeated, the enemy troops were still the representatives of the royal clan, and they wouldn't massacre the ordinary workers and unrelated people of the Qin clan wantonly. Uncle Black was not someone of importance in the Qin clan, and would be safer here, compared to coming with him. After all, Qin Wentian was someone on the wanted list. If Uncle Black came with him, he might be in even graver danger instead. AGM 0024, A Cold Heart. The Qin residents had a total of 4 gates: the North Gate, South Gate, East Gate, and West Gate. With Qin Wu captured and the Qin residents on fire, the members of the Qin clan continuously rushed out from the four entrances in an attempt to escape. Other than Qin Chuan, who was facing the enemy troops at the East Gate, there were troops mobilized at the Southern and North Gate to help break through the enclosure set by their enemies, enabling some of the members of the Qin clan to escape. As for the more important members of Qin clan, they were all gathered at the West Gate. "Quickly!" Qin He urged as he saw Qin Wentian and Qin Yao sprinting towards him. With Qin He urging them on, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao stepped on the ground and leaped through the air, landing on the backs of warhorses that were already prepared for them. "Go!" Qin He led the warhorses forward. As they rushed out, a group of defenders appeared in front of their entourage, equipping the bullhorn bows on their back, spears in their right hands, and swords on the left side of their saddles. They were ready to engage in bait using different weapons as the circumstances dictated. Rumbling sounds rang out, causing the earth to vibrate with gallops from the war horses. Qin Wentian turned his head, putting on a steeled face. However, he was unable to prevent a glistening tear from rolling down his face as he glanced at the place where he had lived for the more than 10 years. This, he swore, was his last tear. Today was the last day of the year. After the year passed, he would truly be considered 16 years old and henceforth a person of Jianghu. As a person of Jianghu, he was only allowed to shed blood, and not tears. The chilly wind blew past his cheeks, bringing with it a sense of melancholy. Qin Wentian and the rest madly rode their forces westward, only to see the bodies of many figures suddenly springing out from both sides of the luxurious street. Upon seeing the figures' faces, the members of the Qin clan all revealed a look of intense rage. Those who were present included the old man from the Yi clan, Yi Mo, Yi Lang, and also Bai clan leader, Bai Qingsong. Clearly, the Bai clan had joined the encirclement of troops that surrounded the Qin residents. This wolf in sheep's clothing was a wolf that was brought by none other than their own hands. The defenders had no intentions to stop, clutching their spears tightly as they rode atop their war horses. They drew the bullhorn bow from their backs in a flash, placing 3 arrows on the bowstrings, ready to be fired. The arrows twanged out in rapid succession, and the astral light trailed the arrows they shot out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound that struck fear in the hearts of many, particularly from the arrows fired by the defenders at the front. Plof, 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 akin to a burst of lightning, arrows after arrows accurately and cleanly pierced right through the throats of their enemies. Not only that, the arrows still retained their strength after piercing through, continuing to fly forward. "Kill!" Qin He coldly commanded. He knew that the defenders were absolute elites in terms of strength, and there was even one who was at the Yuanfu level, capable of clashing diacy against Yi Mo. Riding on a warhorse, Qin Wentian pulled out the long spear from his back, grasping it with his right hand. The spear felt like an extension of his arm as he circulated the astral energy within his body, infusing the spear with it. Fresh blood sprayed like a fountain in the air in front of him, appearing even more brilliant and enchantingly beautiful under the shining rays of sunlight. Qin He and Qin Yi had released their astral souls and were fighting together alongside the defenders against Yi Lang's forces. A rider filled with killing intent galloped forward on his warhorse towards Qin Wentian. A long spear fiercely pierced towards Qin Wentian's throat in a manner that was fast, accurate and decisive. The wind caused by the movements of the spear, surging with killing intent, slammed against Qin Wentian's body, but at this moment, Qin Wentian felt no sense of panic, only an eerie calm. Abruptly, as his eyes shined with astral light, he struck out with the spear in his hand, using the pointed tip of his spear to collide with that of his opponent. Bang! A terrifying surge of energy strongly vibrated the arms of his opponent, causing him to drop his spear with a clatter. But before the spear fell from the hands of his opponent, Qin Wenqian's long spear, like a hot knife through butter, grinded against the side of his opponent's spear, which was still falling midway. Using the extra cushion as an added support, he angled his spear upwards and diacy stabbed the spearhead into the throat of his opponent. The warhorse Qin Wenqian was riding on continued forward. Using a burst of strength, he diacy shot the spear cleanly through his opponent's throat before catching hold of it again. The spearhead glistened with fresh blood, shining with a bizarre glow. Somewhere in the distance, Yi Lang's sharp claws were deeply impaled into the head of a defender within Qin Wenqian's line of sight. As he crushed the head with terrifying strength, the defender fell from his warhorse with his brain sliced apart and no hopes of surviving. Yi Lang's eyes were filled with a wild and unbridled aura as he stared at Qin Wenqian in contempt. His lips slyly curled up unpleasantly as if he were provoking Qin Wenqian into a duel. Next year, this day will be marked as the anniversary of the Qin clan's extermination, and as for Qin Wu and Qin Chuan, they will be labeled as traitors to the country and executed in the royal capital with millions of eyes watching them, Yi Lang coldly stated, and as he did so, he pointed his finger to Qin Yao, who was baiting with someone nearby. And as for this woman, do not kill her. I want to enjoy her slowly tonight. Qin Yao was distracted for a moment, and due to rage and humiliation, she was almost caught unaware by her opponent. Qin Wenqian coldly stared at Yi Lang as he turned his warhorse, rapidly galloping away. Escaping? The corners of Yi Lang's mouth curled with disdain. Today, they had prepared an inescapable net for the Qin clan, and since the younger members of the Qin clan had chosen to come his way, how could he still let them leave with their lives? Yi Lang sat astride his warhorse, frenziedly galloping after Qin Wenqian. No one is to interfere, his life is mine to take. As countless patrons of the inns lining both sides of the street were observing the bait, they felt shock in their hearts. The person just now was Qin Wenqian from the Qin clan, right? People called him a trash in the past, but to think that during the day of the examination, his true prowess shocked everyone, revealing his monstrous talent. His combat prowess should be extremely strong as well. So what? The person chasing him is Yi Lang. Other than being a genius of the Yi clan from the royal capital, he is also the disciple of Azura Wu. Qin Wenqian has just embarked on a path of death. As the crowd discussed their thoughts, both Qin Wenqian and Yi Lang had already galloped towards the other end of the street. This place was spacious and well suited for bait, and as long as one stood on a high vantage point, the whole street would be visible to them. At this moment, under the crowd's astonished gazes, Qin Wenqian halted his warhorse. He turned around and diacy-faced Yi Lang, who was galloping after him. Wang! A buzzing sound rang out as Qin Wenqian's long spear appeared in his hands. Reining in his horse with a steely glint in his eye, he rushed forward towards Yi Lang, who was madly galloping towards him. His target was not Yi Lang, but rather the warhorse he was riding on. With the warhorse speed and inertia, how could it manage to dodge Qin Wenqian's spear strike at close quarters? A wheezing sound akin to that of a speeding bullet rang out as Qin Wenqian's long spear diacy pierced through the head of the warhorse, culminating in the horse letting out a death cry. Yi Lang's body spun in the air as he leapt from the horse, his arms spreading like the wings of a bird while he lunged towards Qin Wenqian. Although Yi Lang was still at the body refinement realm, unable to soar through the skies, it was still possible to somewhat achieve a similar effect using explosive strength to aid him. Moreover, Yi Lang's astral soul was condensed from the demonic wolf constellation. The leaping power of wolves was already strong to begin with. The current Yi Lang, akin to a demonic wolf, lunged at Qin Wenqian with his sharp claws extended, emitting waves of terrifying pressure and a chilling aura. Unable to exert his full strength atop of his warhorse, Qin Wenqian kicked the saddle as he somersaulted backwards. Yi Lang's claws descended through the air, impaling through the skull of the warhorse and killing it with a single strike. Yi Lang's Wi-Fi landed on the ground, diacy facing against Qin Wenqian. Yi Lang licked some of the horse's blood that had splashed onto the corner of his lips. He stared at Qin Wenqian as if Qin Wenqian were already a dead man. Normally, those at the 9th level of the body refinement realm would possess a strength of 81 bulls. Yi Lang, in addition to being at the peak of the body refinement realm, can actually generate an astounding strength level of over 100 bulls by combining the boosting effect from his astral soul and the attack techniques he employed. Despite of this, Qin Wentian was incomparably calm. Since he had already managed to lure Yi Lang over here, there was no way he would still give Yi Lang a chance to survive. 9 silvery needles appeared in Qin Wentian's hands. Without hesitation, he accurately pierced the needles into 9 acupuncture points on his own body. Instantly, he could feel his potential being endlessly drawn out. The feeling of boundless strength flooding his body was so invigorating that he involuntarily let out a low roar. Qin Wentian was already fully proficient in the needle acupuncture techniques taught to him by Uncle Black, but he had never utilized this type of potential-igniting needle acupuncture technique before, as there would inevitably be some side effects after using it. However, he had no choice but to do so this time in order to kill the person standing in front him. What a pity, you won't be alive to see the destruction of the Qin clan as well as the scene of me fondling your sister, Qin Yao. Yi Lang grinned evilly as he rushed forward, releasing his demonic wolf astral soul with no intention to show mercy. Yi Lang planned to use the most brutal and violent method he had at his disposal to kill Qin Wentian, showing no quarters at all. The same went for Qin Wentian, who had confidence in his abilities. He had no intention to go easy on his opponent at all. Seeing the rapidly approaching Yi Lang, Qin Wentian released his heavenly hammer astral soul. That golden halo shone with blinding, resplendent light, causing spectators that were far off in the horizon to cry out in shock. This was a bait between stellar martial cultivators. Buzz! A cruel shadow emerged from Yi Lang's body. To the spectators, it was as if they had seen a terrifying, black-colored demonic wolf lunging towards Qin Wentian with a speed so fast that it could be comparable to lightning, stealing the breath of the entire crowd. The current Qin Wentian was calm, so calm to the point where it was eerie. His sharp intuition had already sensed the swift Yi Lang approaching him rapidly with a chilly burst of murderous aura so intense that it seemed almost capable of rending him to pieces. Qin Wentian moved slyly in spiral. Once his body started to move, his astral soul flickered, and his arms, akin to the heavenly hammer, explosively burst forth, metamorphosing into the image of a terrifying dragon. The heavenly hammer astral soul seemed to resonate together with the moves of the dragon subduing fist, interweaving together as one and emitting a fearsome pressure. Claws of the heavenly wolf. Yi Lang's strikes contained immense explosive power, and the sharp claws were capable of slicing apart huge rocks and even small hills. How could a body made of flesh and blood be able to withstand that draconic roar of the 9 heavens? This was the second time that the two of them had clashed, both using their ultimate moves. A thunderous roar rang out as Qin Wentian felt his fist being lacerated, while Yi Lang felt a surge of power, containing extremely tyrannical energy, moving from his claws all the way to his arm. The vibration caused by the tyrannical energy was so great that it felt as though his arm would disintegrate any moment. Not only that, the energy even managed to enter his body. Boom! That tyrannical energy vibrated within Yi Lang's body, and the impact caused him to soar through the air before landing heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After his breakthrough, Qin Wentian had gained another level of strength. At the 7th level of the body refinement realm, normal cultivators would possess a strength level of 49 bulls. As for Qin Wentian, he condensed an astral soul from the 5th heavenly layer, in addition his innate technique, the dragon subduing fist. Coupled with the fact that his potential was being continuously drawn out by his needle techniques, this strike of his contained an unimaginable amount of power that was far more terrifying than what anyone would have expected. That strike of his exhausted only half of his total strength. Unlike in the past, he did not expend all of his power in this strike, since that would severely affect his combat ability. But even so, just a single strike containing half of his power was sufficient to seriously injure Yi Lang. After all, Yi Lang was similar to the vast majority of martial cultivators. Before he condensed his astral soul, he had already absorbed huge amounts of heaven and earth yuan qi and trained as a martial cultivator. As a result, he simply could not be mentioned in the same breath as Qin Wentian, whether in regards to the perfection of his body or the boosting effect of his astral soul. Evidently, Qin Wentian was not unaffected by this exchange. He was forced to retreat several steps before he could regain his bearings. But almost immediately after, Qin Wentian leaped forwards like a ferocious beast, sprinting madly in the direction of Yi Lang. Yi Lang's face froze, his expression growing even colder. Immediately, he jumped up. Qin Wentian's extremely violent fist emitted a pressure as heavy as a huge mountain, causing even the agile Yi Lang to have no time to evade. Instead, Yi Lang could only choose to go head-to-head, clashing directly against Qin Wentian. Bang! Abruptly, under the impact of the collision, Yi Lang was sent soaring through the air once more. This was the second time that he had been injured so seriously to the point where his qi and blood surged uncontrollably about his body, causing him to continuously spit out blood. His face turned bloodlessly pale, but when he lifted his head, he only saw a pair of eyes that were filled with immense killing intent staring back at him. For the first time in his life, Yi Lang felt the shadow of death looming over him, causing his body to shake uncontrollably from fear. His heart went cold, so cold, so cold. AGM 0025, Violence. Evidently, Yi Lang did not expect Qin Wentian's strength to become so terrifying in an instant. If he had, there would have been no way he would have chose to clash head-on with Qin Wentian. But once he made a mistake, regret was all but useless. Qin Wentian frenziedly rushed towards him once again. Buzz! Yi Lang released his astral soul with a mad glint in his eyes. Yi Lang himself seemed to metamorphose into the shape of a gigantic demonic wolf, crouching on the ground with four limbs like a wild beast. He exerted all of his strength, seeking only to escape. Despite his grievous injuries, the speed at which he was still capable of mustering formed an afterimage, leaving the hearts of the spectators trembling in shock. Young master! Far off in the distance, the faces of the elites from the Yi clan witnessing this scenario all felt their faces turn pale with fright. Especially Yi Lang's guardian, who was sprinting madly with haste to reach Yi Lang. Stop them! Qintron roared with rage as his body ferociously surged forward like a hunting leopard, knocking a man off his warhorse. At the same time, the arrows of a few of the defenders flew over, killing another man. The earth was shaking with tremors. Qin Wentian continued on, chasing after Yi Lang with speed akin to that of a raging wind. The fact that his thin figure was actually capable of producing a speed that fast caused the spectators to tremble. How swift! Only now did the members of the Qin clan realize that the quiet youth who had lived with them for more than 10 years had spent grueling effort each morning, running regardless of rain or shine. During the time Qin Wentian was sprinting after Yi Lang, he had already recovered his spear from the warhorse corpse. His sharp eyes focused on a shadow in front him. Yi Lang was galloping on all fours as a bellow of rage roared from his mouth. Raising his spear, it was as if Qin Wentian had transferred all of his anger onto the shaft of the long spear, a spear that was countless times sharper, faster, and more ferocious than an arrow. It effortlessly sliced through the air as it flew for the kill towards Yi Lang. Be careful! Yi Mo, who was standing ahead, shouted. Yi Lang could feel an impending sense of doom as he tucked his body and increased his speed even further. A bestial howl filled with pain resounded through the air alongside a crisp sound of flesh being punctured. The spear, which was initially aimed for Yi Lang's brain, missed and pierced through his legs instead. It dropped from the air, pinning Yi Lang's legs to the ground. A surge of cold air billowed past. In that short instance, Qin Wentian had already caught up to Yi Lang. Directly raising his foot, Qin Wentian stomped right on Yi Lang's back. The impact caused the latter to violently spit out blood. Time seemed to pause at this moment, even for those who were embroiled in baits against one another. Everyone turned their head, fixing their sight on Qin Wentian and Yi Lang. They only saw an icy fire flashing through the eyes of the youth as he extracted the spear that was pinning Yi Lang on the ground, forcefully turning Yi Lang's body over. The terror of death could clearly be seen in Yi Lang's eyes. Never had he thought that he would die here today. The members of the Yi clan held their breath. If Yi Lang were to die here today, his protectors would be put to death. Qin Wentian, if you dare to pierce the spear downwards, the only thing that awaits you will be hell on earth. Yi Mo gazed at Qin Wentian as his voice turned icy cold. Raising his head, Qin Wentian glanced at Yi Mo with a sinister smile tinged with a slight bit of evil. He curled his lips, his eyes full of contempt. His head lowered once again. He stared at Yi Lang, who was lying on the ground. I said before that I would definitely kill you. If you dare touch me, a terrible death awaits you. Yi Lang's eyes were still filled with a bestial aura as he glared at Qin Wentian threateningly. Qin Wentian, if Yi Lang dies, there is no way that your Qin clan would survive against the raging flames of my Yi clan's fury. Yi Mo pressured at the side. Even at this point, they still had the gall to be arrogant. Remember this, Yi Lang will certainly not be the first. Qin Wenqian's chilly voice rang out. Time seemed to stop as the spear in his hand violently pierced downwards. It pierced right into Yi Lang's skull, pinning him to the ground, with fresh blood and brain matter leaking out. Despite his death, Yi Lang's eyes were still wide opened in shock. It was as if he had not expected Qin Wenqian to actually dare to pierce him with the spear. With chests breathing heavily, the spectators were stunned. They finally understood that Qin Wenqian had not been escaping, but rather luring Yi Lang to a bait ground that could be used to his advantage. "Well done," Qin Yi bellowed. Qin Wenqian's spear strike was fast and decisive, much to Qin Yi's liking. "Come and kill me if you can. If I do not meet my death today, I will become the Yi clan's worst nightmare." Qin Wenqian pointed the tip of his spear in Yi Mo's direction as he coldly stated. After doing so, he turned his body and began madly sprinting towards a distant alley. Yi Mo's body flickered, but as he began soaring through the air, the Yuanfu realm defender moved to obstruct his path. Qin Wenqian wanted to lure the people of the Yi clan, making them chase after him so that the other members of the Qin clan could have a chance to escape. The defender understood this, however, he couldn't let Yi Mo, a cultivator at the terrifying Yuanfu realm, to chase after Qin Wenqian. "I want the head of Qin Wenqian," Yi Mo angrily commanded. Upon hearing the command, the other members of the Yi clan frantically chased after Qin Wenqian. If they allowed Yi Lang's killer to escape, they would be the one to face the clan's wrath. The shock in Bai Qingsong's heart did not dissipate even after a long time. The once gene and smiling youth had actually displayed such bait prowess. Even his gaze was sufficient to cause fear in Bai Qingsong's heart. Deep in his heart, Bai Qingsong deeply regretted what has happened. However, that regret was swiftly buried by his cunning. The most important thing today was to destroy the Qin clan and to kill Qin Wenqian, giving no chance for them to revive. Many members of the Yi clan and the Bai clan chased after Qin Wenqian, causing the pressure faced by the other Qin members to lessen substantially. Taking this chance, Qin He quickly commanded, "Everyone, retreat towards the Star River Association." "But what about Wenqian?" Qin Yao asked, worry evident in her features. "Do not waste the chance Wenqian bought for us. I will find him. Qin Yi, I will leave things here to you." Qin Yi instructed as he swiftly rushed towards Qin Wenqian's direction. Qin Yi's eyes reddened as he howled, "Go!" When they finally arrived at the location where Qin Wenqian was last seen, the people of the Yi clan couldn't find a trace of him. Considering how familiar Qin Wenqian was with the streets of the Sky Harmony City, how could he possibly proceed in a straight line, making it so easy for his pursuers, when coming across to a split path, split into two groups and continue chasing after him? If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. The pursuers split themselves into two groups and continue the chase. If they stick together as one, it was highly improbable for them to be able to find Qin Wenqian, given that Qin Wenqian was intentionally hiding himself away. This particular street was one of the most luxurious streets in the Sky Harmony City. There was plenty of split paths that were unsuitable for horse riders. Thus, many of the riders had to dismount and continue their chase on foot. Currently, Qin Wenqian was hiding in an abandoned alley right at the end of the street. He withdrew a Yuan meteor stone and unceasingly absorbed the astral energy within. He had no time to take into consideration the fact that he should use the tempered thousand hammers refinement technique to refine the energy and aid in his breakthrough. In his mind, he only wanted to rapidly recover all the energy that he had exhausted earlier when he was fighting with Yi Lang. "This way!" The sound of a voice drifted over, causing Qin Wenqian's body to grow tense. A moment later, the silhouette of two figures moved past him, but almost immediately, they halted their steps as if they could sense his presence. "BZZ!" Qin Wenqian exploded forth in that instant like an arrow leaving an arched bow. As ferocious as hunting prey, he led his spear forward like a raging dragon. His spear arts contained the essence of the movements behind the dragon-subduing fist, making it incomparably domineering. One person managed to turn just in time to see Qin Wenqian's long spear piercing his own throat with lightning-fast speed. The other figure froze in shock, but the experienced opponent swiftly recovered as he retreated backwards, intending to lengthen the distance between him and Qin Wenqian. Collapsing Tiger Fist. That person roared in rage. Waves of terrifying pressure, equivalent to that of a ferocious tiger rending apart its prey, gushed forth as a fist filled with a wild, bestial aura sped frenziedly towards Qin Wentian. Innate strength. He is an opponent at the arterial circulation realm. Despite of this, Qin Wentian was still incomparably calm. In his eyes, there was only his opponent. Although this person was not a stellar martial cultivator, the might of the arterial circulation realm was nothing to sneeze at. Cultivators at the arterial circulation realm were able to unleash innate strength, which enabled them to send out energy blasts from a distance. They possessed an indomitable advantage that cultivators at the body refinement realm were unable to match. Howl! The might of the long spear was comparable to a dragon as it swept it outwards and clashed against the fist, causing lacerations to appear on the fist of Qin Wentian's opponent. Qin Wentian's strength, when paired with the boosting effect from the divine weapon, was already sufficient enough to reach the level of a normal cultivator at the arterial circulation realm. After all, he was a stellar martial cultivator. In addition, cultivators of the first level of the arterial circulation realm had a limited pool of energy. During this short span of time, Qin Wentian's resolution further increased. He must kill the opponent, and he had to adopt a blitzkrieg strategy, ending the bait as fast as possible. What a domineering strength! The opponent, seeing how Qin Wentian countered his innate strength, felt fear in his heart. No wonder Qin Wentian was able to kill Yi Lang. Retreating rapidly, he refused to engage Qin Wentian in close combat. Both of his arms explosively shot out, shooting forth waves of violent and brutal energy that threatened to overwhelm Qin Wentian. Resplendent rays of astral light emerged as the shape of a heavenly hammer materialized in Qin Wentian's left hand. Qin Wentian chopping furiously at his opponent, emitting waves of killing intent. Boom! The energy blast from the fist dissipated, its intensity diminished by the tyrannical strength of the heavenly hammer to something his body would be able to bear. With an incredibly sharp look in his eyes, Qin Wentian lurched forward. Die! Immediately after, Qin Wentian gathered his strength as he shot his spear forward like a speeding arrow. His opponent madly defended, but Qin Wentian's strike contained Herculean strength. Like a hot knife through butter, the long spear shot forth with an irresistible force, diacy piercing through the middle of his opponent's brow. Just like that, an expert of the arterial circulation realm had fallen. Qin Wentian sucked in a huge breath as he extracted his spear from his opponent's corpse. Swi-fi after, he disappeared into the alley and started sprinting towards the other direction. He was afraid that the commotion caused by the bait would attract more attention from the members of the Yi clan. The current Qin Wentian felt fatigue dragging down his steps. After all, his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Continuously killing Yi Lang and 2 others, in addition to the strike he suffered earlier, was a huge drain on his strength. Not only that, when the effect of the potential igniting needle techniques disappeared, he would be even weaker than he was now. He had to arrive at a safer location before that happened. AGM 0026, reinforcement. Without any hesitation, Qin Wentian discarded the long spear he was wielding. A lone traveler wielding a long spear as his divine weapon? It was too eye-catching and would enable his pursuers to easily trace his movements by questioning the innocent bystanders. Qin Wentian wouldn't let pride inflate his ego just because he'd managed to kill a cultivator of the arterial circulation realm. After all, his opponent was just a martial cultivator and had a limited amount of energy. If the opponent he was facing was just slightly stronger than the one he'd killed earlier, there would have been no way for him to prevail. Even if he had the aid of the long spear, the ending would still be the same, death. After discarding the spear, Qin Wentian purchased a robe from a random store in the street and hid his original layer of clothing underneath it. As Qin Wentian moved about in the streets, he would see his pursuers searching high and low for him. Acting nonchalantly as if he belonged there, Qin Wentian walked about in the streets openly, ducking into alleys when it was needed, but Qin Wentian felt extremely depressed. He discovered that this region was already sealed by the men from the Yi clan and the Bai clan, and that his pursuers were growing in numbers, blockading all entrances. There were many times when he had to turn back halfway before he could be recognized. Escaping from this region was as tough as ascending to the heavens, blocking the entrances as well, sending some men to scour the streets. This way, it'll only be a matter of time before they find me. Qin Wentian was leaning against a thick wall at this moment as his hands nonchalantly fiddling about with the star-shaped object that Uncle Black had passed him. He had no idea what this object was for, but he knew that there was no way Uncle Black would give him a useless item. At this moment, the sound of light footsteps could be heard approaching him. From the corner of his eyes, as he spotted a figure slowly walking in his direction, Qin Wentian's heart skipped a beat. Because Qin Wentian kept his head lowered, it invoked the suspicion of the person approaching, causing the person to shout, "Raise your head." Qin Wentian did not heed the command, and as his opponent drew closer, his body tensed as spirals of astral energy gathered in his body. Abruptly, Qin Wentian raised his head and moved to strike. A whistling sound spread through the air. He swept his spear out horizontally, preparing to slice through the throat of his opponent. At this moment, the face of his supposed opponent came into view. Smiley face, I have no idea where he got the spear from. The author just said he discarded his spear earlier as it was too conspicuous. Second uncle, Qin Wentian drew in a breath in shock. This person was Qin He. He hadn't expected Qin He to chase after him right after Qin Wentian had created the distraction. Live on! Qin He only spoke 2 words as he quickly retreated out of the alley, wearing the same long robes as Qin Wentian and a conical-shaped bamboo hat, lowering his head. The weapon he used was also a long spear, and his long robes masked the difference in their heights. As long as no one observed his features clearly, there wouldn't be too much differences between him and Qin Wentian. Second uncle Qin Wentian exclaimed in a low voice as he realized what Qin He was going to do, only to hear the sounds of a collision outside the alley. It was as if Qin He had intentionally knocked something down in order to attract the attention of his pursuers. "We've found him! Over here!" The excited sounds of the pursuers drifted over, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble. Live on! The sound of Qin He's voice resounded in his mind. Many thoughts surfaced in Qin Wentian's head. Once upon a time, Qin He had hated him, treated him coldly, and even wanted to expel him from the Qin clan. But now, when it came to a situation of life and death, Qin He unhesitatingly walked out for the sake of saving him, leaving behind a heroic view of his back and 2 words. Qin Wentian also thought of Bai Qingsong's hypocritical side. There were some who were pleasant looking on the outside, elegant and graceful in their behavior, but deep inside, their hearts contained an utterly despicable and vile character. There were others, however, who looked cold on the surface, but were incomparably brave and valiant when the situation called for it. The men of the Qin clan shed blood, not tears. I must live on. Qin Wentian clenched his fist with only one thought in his mind, living on. Turning his back, Qin Wentian chose a direction opposite from Qin He and continued on. Qin He had intentionally put himself in danger and might not survive, and it was all for the sake of giving Qin Wentian a faint hope of surviving. For the sake of Qin He's sacrifice, Qin Wentian grit his teeth and swore that he would definitely escape from this place today. Qin Wentian's footsteps became faster and faster. Since Qin He had gone through the trouble of creating such a huge distraction while drawing all the pursuers away, Qin Wentian needed to make good use of this chance to escape before Qin He's identity was revealed. The anger in his heart, as well as his thirst for survival, transformed into motivation. Qin Wentian increased his speed and sped through the streets before finally reaching an entrance. There was actually no one guarding the entrance. With no traces of hesitation, Qin Wentian rushed forward, and 10 breaths later, a high wall appeared to his side. This high wall separated the inner streets and the main streets from the outside. At this moment, in front of Qin Wentian, a graceful silhouette leapt up in the air, landing on the top of the high wall. The silhouette belonged to a girl about 18 years of age. Her clothing wrapped around her body, fully displaying her contours, with a head full of black hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes shone with a luster as she discovered Qin Wentian, placing her hand into her mouth as she wised, revealing an exceedingly mesmerizing smile on her face. Qin Wentian didn't recognize this beautiful and bewitching lady in front of him, but from her gaze, it appeared that she knew of him. Since there wasn't an air of enmity being emitted from her, Qin Wentian increased his speed as he continued rushing forwards. However, much to his surprise, he soon discovered that the lady was mirroring his movements. She was going in the same direction as him, albeit she was on the top of the high wall, while he was beneath it, on the streets. "Ha ha, you found him?" A crisp voice rang out, and almost immediately, Qin Wentian saw the silhouette of another person leap through the air and land on the top of the high wall. The new arrival directed a glance at him. This light Missy, personally led the search. Of course there would be no problems. The lady from earlier laughed. The two of them seemed to have no intention of conversing with Qin Wentian as they followed him down the streets, causing Qin Wentian to feel somewhat irritated in his heart. On the other side of the wall was the main street. The actions of the two clowns on the wall would surely attract the notice of others, and if this continued on, he would surely be exposed. Increasing his speed yet again, Qin Wentian sped past a few other streets and alleys before finally arriving at the main road, preparing to make his way to the Star River Association to seek refuge. The sounds of horses galloping rang out as clods of earth dislodged, creating layers of dust. Very quickly, Qin Wentian noticed a platoon of troops riding his way, and the person in the lead was none other than Yi Mo. Yi Mo's appearance, as well as the presence of so many troops, caused Qin Wentian to turn pale. He was exposed. This time around, even if he had wings, he would still find it difficult to escape from here. I want him alive. Yi Mo icily commanded, making no attempts to mask the killing intent in his eyes. Immediately, the shadows of two figures rushed forth with terrifying speed, causing Qin Wentian to slightly shudder. These two opponents were definitely at the arterial circulation realm, but, at the same moment, Qin Wentian had no time to react as a violent gust of wind blew past him, materializing into a shadowy silhouette that sped in the direction of the two cultivators of the arterial circulation realm. Violent tremors shook the ground as the shadowy figure's every step left an extremely deep footprint in the ground, causing the hearts of the people to tremble. Poochie! Time seemed to slow as a light sound rang out. Qin Wentian observed that the palms of that mysterious figure were comparable to sharp sabers and had diacy pierced right into the hearts of the two cultivators. With a light exertion of strength, that person easily killed the two cultivators from the Yi clan, slowly leaving their bodies to collapse onto the ground. How strong! Qin Wentian's countenance froze as he realized that the mysterious figure was none other than one of the two figures who'd been speeding along the top of the high wall earlier. And at that moment, lady from earlier appeared before him. Not only that, a bunch of figures, all appearing to be below 20 and emitting an unusual yet grand aura, appeared an instant later from all directions. Junior apprentice brother seems to be quite handsome. The lady from before had hints of a charming smile present on her face and a fragrance about her that, in addition to her form-fitting clothes that further accentuated her well-endowed figure, made her as bewitching as a demoness. Her looks were on the same scale as that of the four great beauties in the Sky Harmony City, but she had one point that they lacked: she was incomparably seductive, capable of making any man feel a nefarious fire burning down in their loins. Junior apprentice brother? Confusion clouded his features upon hearing the term that the lady had referred to him as. However, he soon understood why after he saw Mustang. This made the background of the youths clear. They were all members of the Emperor Star Academy. I don't believe that this is the Emperor Star Academy's intention, is it? Yi Mo calmly spoke. The Emperor Star Academy should have already had nothing to do with this matter. Mustang and the rest had no business here. This is Mustang's, idea. It has nothing to do with the Emperor Star Academy. Mustang replied just as calmly. The truth was what Yi Mo had guessed, because of the royal clan, as well as the indirect pressure caused by the complicated webs of economic affairs. Mustang's request for the Emperor Star Academy to send help was overruled. And thus, without any other choice, Mustang and his allies had to come to the Sky Harmony City alone. As for what the actual reason behind the rejection was, Mustang had no idea. However, he truly liked this youth, Qin Wentian. Be it personality or talent, Mustang had no complaints. As such, he wanted to protect Qin Wentian. Roping in all his students and rushing through the night, eventually, they witnessed that earlier scenario. Since it's as I have guessed, I have no more worries, Yi Mo coldly replied as he waved his hands. Almost immediately, the soldiers under his control encircled Qin Wentian and the rest. Although the combat ability of the Emperor Star Academy was overwhelming, Yi Mo held an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Since Mustang and his students wanted to interfere in this matter, they would all be buried here today. AGM 0027, the treacherous human heart. The sound of warhorses galloping filled the air as they rushed forward in the direction of Qin Wentian and the students from Emperor Star Academy. Yi Mo was motionless, his eyes fixated on Mustang. Since Mustang's interference was just a personal decision, there was no need to be polite to him. Qin Wentian contemplated his surroundings. Yi Mo's men were still increasing in number, while there were only slightly more than 10 students from the Emperor Star Academy. It seemed that this bay would not be easily won. Mountain! The bewitching lady next to Qin Wentian called out, and abruptly, the shadow of a tall and sturdy figure sprinted forward, releasing his astral souls. Atop his forehead, the shadows of 2 astral souls materialized. The first was that of a demonic ape, emitting a fearsome and domineering killing intent. It was as if the manifestation was truly alive. The second manifestation was that of a stone man. This combination of astral souls will grant him an exceedingly strong defense. Qin Wentian's pupils contracted. The demonic ape astral Su and the stone man astral soul were obviously condensed on the basis of forming an unbreakable defense. Not only that, the attack power they granted was not to be belittled either. The majority of cultivators would carefully consider the combined effects of their astral souls. Tremor. The youth who was named Mountain forcefully smashed his fists upon the ground, and abruptly, a terrifying surge flowed towards the platoon of soldiers, causing explosions to appear madly within the ground. These explosions created huge potholes, which made the horrified warhorses cry out in fear. However, there was still a rider who wasn't caught in the tremors caused by the mini-earthquake. The rider masterfully steered his warhorse and dashed towards Mountain from the side, only to see that Mountain's feet were stomped deep into the ground. His body stood tall and erect, akin to a real mountain. A long spear whizzed as it pierced through the air, aimed for Mountain's head. However, showing no signs of panic, Mountain grabbed the spear with both his hands as his body forcefully collided with the warhorse. That terrifying impact was incapable of moving his body even the slightest bit. Indeed, what a terrifying defense! Qin Wentian exclaimed in his heart as he saw that Mountain had smashed both the spear and the wielder onto the ground. Blood spurted all about, causing the terrified warhorse to run away in a frenzy. This ignited confusion within the ranks of soldiers assembled nearby, giving the impression that he alone could hold out against 10,000 men. Bait erupted in the other directions as well. Qin Wentian saw that there was a person who condensed 2 sword-type astral souls, integrating both as one into his body and emitting a terrifying sword chi. Wherever he passed, fresh blood adorned the skies like a shower of rain. All of them were cultivators who had opened 2 astral gates and belonged to the arterial circulation realm. The Emperor Star Academy truly accepted only geniuses amongst geniuses. However, Yi Mo held an absolute advantage in numbers, and, regardless of everything else, there were still some fish that had escaped the net. They galloped in Qin Wentian's direction, only to find the bewitching female beside him smile lightly as her palms ferociously struck outward. Qin Wentian only saw the flash of a whip's shadow before the figures atop the warhorses were instantly whipped into the air. They were dead before they fell to the ground. That whip was as sharp as a sword. Just a single strike was sufficient enough to kill. Junior apprentice brother, you need to leave. The arms of the female coiled around the Qin Wentian's neck. As the distance between the enchanting visage of the bewitching lady and Qin Wentian shortened to only half a step, his heart palpitated wildly. He silently cursed that this bewitching woman was truly a demoness. Go on. With you here, it will only affect us when we enter combat. Luo Huan continued. Qin Wentian Lai nodded his head. He knew that with his current strength, he could only be considered a burden. Go. Qin Wentian decisively chose a direction with less enemies and proceeded onwards. Elder sister will protect you. Luo Huan's figure followed as she brandished her whip, instantly creating a path of death through the soldiers clustered in the direction that Qin Wentian had chosen. Yu Fei, bring up the rear. Right. The sword-wielding youth leapt through the air, landing behind Luo Huan. A few rays of sword light swept forth, decimating their pursuers. Qin Wentian sprinted madly away, not even bothering to turn his head to witness the bait field. After seeing the strength possessed by the Emperor Star Academy students, he felt that he was truly insignificant. Regardless of him attempting to compare himself to Mountain or Yu Fei, as long as they entered combat, they would easily be able to slaughter their opponents no matter how many body refinement cultivators they were pitted against. Only those at the arterial circulation realm would possess the qualifications to clash against them. Junior apprentice brother, where are we going? Luo Huan closely followed Qin Wentian's side, as if she was strolling idly by the courtyard. No hint of exertions were visible as she easily matched Qin Wenqian's pace. Elder Mustang and the rest of the respective seniors, are they sufficient to deal with the enemies? Qin Wenqian asked. No. Among us, other than Teacher Mustang who is at the Yuanfu realm, the strongest is only at the 7th level of the arterial circulation realm. Our opponent, Yi Mo, other than being a Yuanfu realm cultivator, still has plenty of arterial circulation exponents under him. And those aren't the extent of his strength. As long as one more Yuanfu realm cultivator makes an appearance, the situation will quickly deteriorate for our side. Once that happens, the members of our Emperor Star Academy will prioritize fleeing. Although Luo Huan was matching the pace set by the madly sprinting Qin Wenqian, her words were still extremely clear. She fully understood how terrifying Yuanfu realm cultivators were and knew that without a doubt, as long as even one more appeared, her apprentice brothers would have no choice but to flee regardless of how strong they were. They must do so at their fastest speed. Qin Wenqian Lai nodded his head as he stated, "Thank you, Evideni." These people had appeared in Sky Harmony City for the sake of saving him, bearing huge risks on their part. Luo Huan laughed, as she questioned, "So where are we going?" "Star River Association." Qin Wenqian replied, causing Luo Huan's expression to undergo a change. She asked again, "You joined the Star River Association?" "No, but I'm acquainted with a Grandmaster Weaponsmith in the Star River Association, and he promised me that we would be able to find refuge there," Qin Wenqian replied. As if she were pondering something, Luo Huan's expression flickered before she replied, "Is it possible for us not go there?" Qin Wenqian, astonished by her reply, cast a glance at Luo Huan before saying, "The rest of my family members might be there, and furthermore, since Sky Harmony City is sealed, the Star River Association is the only safe place left where we can seek refuge." Luo Huan ceased the conversation and continued following beside Qin Wenqian, sprinting in the direction of the Star River Association with no indication of taking a rest. Once Qin Wenqian reached the Star River Association, the effects of the potential igniting needle technique dissipated. All the fatigue from earlier invaded and assailed his body, causing Qin Wenqian to wish that he could just faint and seek comfort from the darkness, but at this moment, he couldn't do so. Within the Star River Association, both Qin Yi, Qin Yao, and the rest had arrived, but when compared to before, only half of their numbers were left. Most of the deaths had been caused by the defenders sacrificing themselves, losing their lives in exchange for the safe passage of the Qin clan members. Although they'd managed to survive, their bodies were riddled with injuries. Wenqian, Qin Yi and the rest immediately hurried over upon seeing Qin Wenqian enter the Star River Association. "Do you have news about your second uncle?" Qin Yi asked. Qin Wenqian froze as he shook his head, causing Qin Yi and Qing Shong's faces to grow pale. "Seems like my predictions were accurate, the Qin residence was indeed destroyed." From the side, a sarcastic voice in a high-pitched tone drifted over. Lin Yu was here today for the collection of her divine weapon, and seeing the sorry state the Qin clan members were in, she couldn't help but add salt to their injuries. The sounds of footsteps rang out. Step by step, Qin Wenqian walked slowly towards Lin Yu with a cold look in his eyes that emitted the sharpness of a sword. Lin Yu's face stiffened as she asked, "Your clan's annihilation wasn't caused by me, so why are you taking out your anger on me?" Scram! Qin Wenqian spat out a word, causing Lin Yu to be dumbstruck. Scram? This stray dog from a defeated clan actually dared to ask her to scram? In spite of her annoyance, however, the pressure that Qin Wenqian was currently exerting was capable of causing her heart to tremble in panic. Grandmaster Francis. At that moment, Francis had arrived. Lin Yu revealed an expression of joy on her face as she ran towards him. "Get lost." Before Lin Yu had even reached Francis' side, she heard Francis's cold voice ring out. Lin Yu halted mid-step, her face pale. Extremely displeased, Francis was currently in a terrible mood and had no time to bother with Lin Yu. Ignoring her, he diocese approached Qin Wenqian and expressed his welcome. "Young Master Wenqian, you have arrived. Grandmaster Murin has entered closed-door seclusion to craft and refine weapons. He will be out shortly. Please, all of you, follow me to the Grand Hall for a rest." Francis was extremely courteous, causing Lin Yu's pupils to widen in shock as she stood at the side. Qin Wenqian and the rest politely nodded their heads in agreement. They went to the side to take a rest, yet the atmosphere within remained extremely heavy. None of them had any idea regarding what had happened to Qin Chuan and the others who were still fighting at the Qin residence. Why are you still here? Scram. Don't look for me here in the future. Francis ignored the look of humiliation in Lin Yu's eyes as he harshly spoke. Many in the Star River Association stared at the members of the Qin clan while sighing in their hearts. The once impressive Qin clan, capable of commanding the winds and clouds, was now crumbling. They were hanging on by a thread in their darkest hours. Time flitted past, and yet Murin had not emerged. The thunderous sounds of horses galloping rang out from the outside as a platoon of soldiers stopped within 100 meters of the Star River Association. Yi Mo and his soldiers had arrived, and after dismounting, they reached the entrance of the Star River Association, coming face to face with the members of the Qin clan. As their eyes met, a surge of terrifying pressure permeated the atmosphere. Relentless sounds of horses galloping resound through the air. All the men under Yi Mo, including Azura Wu himself, had arrived. The members of Qin clan all felt a heavy feeling weighing down in their hearts. Everyone, sorry for the wait. At this moment, a clear and straightforward voice sounded out. Murin, one of the division leaders of the Star River Association, had arrived, accompanied by that arrogant lady who was always by his side. Qin Wentian, have you come to a decision about my past proposal? Murin smiled as he asked with a Qin expression, causing people to feel comfortable and relaxed around him. Proposal? Qin Wentian froze. The matter about joining our Star River Association and becoming my disciple. Grandmaster Murin, I thought you said that we would be the guests of the Star River Association? A lack of comprehension appeared on Qin Wentian's face. No, the chairman has spoken. He decided not to accept guests. It would still be better for you to consider my previous proposal. Murin continued smiling as he explained. The eyes of Luo Huan, who was standing beside Qin Wentian, narrowed to slits. Only now did she roughly understood the situation. Moving her mouth close to Qin Wentian's ears, she whispered, "Do you have something they want in your hands? With the status of a guest, they don't have binding power over you, but once you've joined the Star River Association, you will have to do what they say." Qin Wentian wasn't stupid, and neither were the members of the Qin clan. At this moment, their hearts went cold when they saw the Qin smile on Murin's face. That smile was like a poisonous snake, causing people to be terrified. It was very obvious that Murin had intentionally delayed the time he appeared, waiting for Yi Mo's soldiers to arrive and force the members of the Qin clan into desperation. Once he walked out, they were left with no choice but to submit to his demands. What a crafty fellow! Francis silently admonished in his heart, his eyes filled with the flames of anger. He had already thought he wasn't a good man, but when he was compared to Murin, they were still worlds apart. He felt that he himself was too naive. As to why he was in a terrible mood, it was because the second-level divine imprint Qin Wentian had given him had been borrowed by Murin. When he asked Murin to return the divine imprint today, Murin had refused, causing Francis to suffer humiliation. AGM 0028, Summoning of War Beast. The eyes of Qin Wentian were fixated on the Qin smile of Murin, as he asked, "What happens if I disagree?" "Oh, you had better agree." Murin hadn't replied. The one who'd replied was the lady by his side, her gaze filled with arrogance and pride, as she looked down on the members of the Qin clan while she continued, "Grandmaster Murin is a second-level weaponsmith, and just a small distance away from being a third-level. Given the position of your Qin clan currently, he is showing kindness to you, and it would be your honor to accept. Do you understand? Qin Wentian, this is a chance for you." The elder from the Star River Association added. At this moment, Qin Wentian could clearly feel the haughtiness and arrogance emitted from the three of them. Pride had seeped deep into their bones, and they didn't even care about his opinion, or that of the Qin members. If it wasn't for Qin Wentian possessing a few perfectly drawn inscriptions of second-level divine imprints, these people would never have even bothered to speak with him. And as for Murin, as long as he said a word, he could immediately sentence the members of the Qin clan into the abyss. Since this was going to be the answer, why did you still ask us to seek out the Star Association for refuge? Qin Yi's tone of voice was chilly, as he was incomparably angry. If it weren't for the promise of Murin to Qin Wentian, the members of the Qin clan wouldn't have rested all their hopes on the Star River Association. Murin indifferently swept his gaze towards Qin Yi as he coldly replied, "Even if Qin Wentian agreed to my proposal, you wouldn't be under the protection of my Star River Association." Despicable. Your father, have no need for your protection." Qin Yi bellowed with rage, and his fist thundered out, displacing the air comparable to the roar of a tiger, towards the Murin. A look as sharp as a sword flickered in Murin's eyes. Flicking out a single finger, immediately a thunderous sound rang out as Qin Yi only felt a terrifying pressure. The manifestation of a fire ember lion savagely dashed over, before his body was flung into the air. "This is the Star River Association. I don't wish to kill you, but there will not be a next time." Murin's expression remained calm as he spoke. A cultivator of the Yuanfu realm compared to a cultivator of the arterial circulation realm, the disparity was too wide. Even though Qin Yi was a cultivator of the 8th level of the arterial circulation realm, in front of Murin, he wasn't able to last a single strike. The members of the Qin clan all had furious and angered looks on their faces. However, the Star River Association wasn't someone that they could afford to provoke. This feeling, this humiliation, was extremely painful to bear. "What is your decision?" Murin asked as he looked towards Qin Wentian. As long as Qin Wentian agreed, not only would he be able to survive, he would become a member of the Star River Association. From all aspects, only an idiot would choose to refuse. Qin Wentian turned his gaze towards Qin Yao and the rest. "Wentian, the Qin clan has no cowards." Qin Yao coldly stated. "The Qin clan has no cowards," the members of the Qin clan echoed. "Even in death, they would not suffer such humiliation. The humiliation today. If I don't die, I will forever engrave this moment in my heart." Qin Wentian glanced at Murin as he turned his body away and walked towards the exit of the Star River Association. If it wasn't for Murin who'd baited them with the promise of safety and lured them into the Star River Association, then the Qin clan today wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. The members of the Qin clan followed behind Qin Wentian as they cast infuriated gazes onto Murin. "Open a path for them, let them out. Don't drag your personal baits into my Star River Association." A chilling, ice-cold aura was emitted from Murin when he closed his eyes as he addressed Yi Mo and the rest who were standing outside the exit. Yi Mo and the rest retreated, opening a path, and allowed the members of the Qin clan to walk out. Now, the lives and fate of the members of the Qin clan lay in his hands. Qin Wentian and the rest stepped out of the Star River Association into an expansive public square, with all the entrances sealed. There was no way they would be able to escape today. "During the journey here, you asked me if it was possible for us not to come. Had you already guessed the ending?" Qin Wentian asked in a low tone, gazing at Luo Huan who was standing beside him. The Star River Association has always been standalone and would not interfere excessively with matters of the other powers. However, they possess a terrifying level of strength. The members of the Star River Association all place an emphasis on pragmatism, and I was worried that what you offered to them wouldn't be able to match up to what the Yi clan was offering. However, it seems that I was wrong. They wanted to call you to their side instead, but you rejected them." The calm voice of Luo Huan caused Qin Wentian to feel a burst of coldness instead. "If that's the case, I'm afraid that before this, they'd already contacted the Yi clan." Qin Wentian drew in a deep breath as he tightly clenched his fist. Murin made his arrival only after the members of the Yi clan had arrived, while asking if he had agreed to the proposal earlier. If he agreed, he would have been entirely within Murin's control, and if he disagreed, Murin would just send them to the abyss with a single world. How cold, how ruthless. Turning his head back, he cast a glance back at Murin. Coincidentally, at this moment, Murin and the lady beside him were standing beside him on the stage. They were also looking towards him. Their gazes were filled with disdain, as if they were mocking his stupidity. The soldiers in front of them had all already been deployed into their formations, while pointing their spears towards Qin Wentian and the rest, as they released a heavy killing intent into the air. The people on both the left and right of them began to stride forward as well. In the direction of the Star River Association, both Azura Wu and Yi Mo, the two Yuanfu realm cultivators, were assuming command of the soldiers. "The heavens want my Qin clan to perish." Qin Yi howled, filled with unwillingness. The members of the Qin clans had dejected looks on their face. There was no way for them to escape from this situation, only death awaited. Far off in the distance, countless pairs of eyes glanced over, while silently sighing in their hearts. The Qin clan, from today onwards, would become nothing but a remnant of history. Luo Huan glanced up at the air. In a certain direction, there was a black eagle spiraling about, soaring in the sky. If the Qin clan really had to fall today, the Emperor Star Academy would have no choice but to forcefully bring along Qin Wentian and retreat. The hands of Qin Wentian were tightly wrapped around the star-shape item that Uncle Black had given to him, and the excess astral energy in his body were slowly being infused into it. At this moment, Yi Mo waved his hands, indicating that a massacre was about to occur, causing looks of determination to appear on the faces of the members of the Qin clan. Now, they could only go all out and hope against all hope, while fighting for their survival. But in this instance, an explosive resplendent radiance abruptly burst forth from the body of Qin Wentian. A voice filled with agony screamed, only for the spectators to see that star-shaped object was releasing a surge of terrifying strength, which seemed to be corroding the arms of Qin Wentian. As the spectators suddenly discovered, to their amazement, that the level of corrosion seemed to have completed, and that the entirety of Qin Wentian's arm was fully submerged, an incomparably thick and sturdy arm, akin to that of demonic beasts, had appeared. This bizarre sight caused everyone to be stunned. Very quickly, the body of Qin Wentian was nibbled away by the corrosion. It was as if the crowd could see the form of a demonic beast materializing, threatening to devour Qin Wentian. "Wentian, quickly, release it!" Qin Yi looked at the star-shaped object in Qin Wentian's hands and quickly shouted out. However, the Qin Wentian right now felt that his body was filled with boundless strength. How could he release it? In an instant, the entirety of Qin Wentian's body was fully submerged by the corrosion, while a gigantic demonic ape, filled with a bestial and tyrannical aura, seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Wentian's body was faintly discernible, transforming into a shadow within the body of the summoned creature. Heavy but filled with inexhaustible energy, this was what Qin Wentian was feeling now. He was clearly able to feel the power this huge form contained, but the current him was already an arrow at the end of the flight, a spent force. It was hard for him to be able to bear this burden. However, Qin Wentian had no choice but to clench his teeth firmly and persevered on. Boom! Qin Wentian took a single step forward with much difficulty, causing the ground to shake violently. The power of that step stunned the crowd, as well as the members of the Qin clan. The sudden change caught them all unaware. Boom, boom, the gigantic demonic ape abruptly started galloping, and that incomparably huge palm slammed down Diacy onto a group of soldiers, causing shrieks of terror everywhere. That might of that palm created a deafening sound as it slammed through the air, splitting apart the earth, while blood erupted, as the once living humans were smashed to death beneath the might of the palm. The power of a single palm was comparable to the heavy pressure emitted by Mount Tai. Moving forward, the demonic ape extended its hand as the shape of a heavenly hammer coalesced, abruptly exploding into motion, causing flesh to explode and blood to paint the skies red as a total of 4 to 5 people were instantly killed, becoming mincemeat. The scene of brutal carnage caused the hearts of the members of Qin clan to palpitate wildly, only to see that the body of demonic ape, at this moment, was wielding the hammer in an intricate dance, as it executed a particular set of hammer arts, the tempered thousand hammer refinement art. Qin Wentian didn't have much energy in his body left to sustain this heavy burden. He could only squeeze all his energy out, using this particular hammer technique to continue breaking through his previous limit, decimating all his enemies. The places where the demonic ape had passed were all emptied of life, causing the men of Yi Mo starting to panic. The arterial circulation realm cultivators tried frantically to escape, as none of them were able to withstand a single strike from the demonic ape. Far off in the distance, as Mustang and the rest of the members of the Star Emperor Academy rushed over, they couldn't help but be thunderstruck by the sight of Qin Wentian's shadow in the body of the demonic ape. Could this be a war beast summoned by a summoning constellation? Mustang was trembling in his heart. How was this possible? Qin Wentian was only at the body refinement realm, and had only a single astral soul. Where did this demonic ape come from? And according to the knowledge of Mustang, in the whole of Chu country, there was no one capable enough to condense an astral soul from the summoning constellation. This exceeded his field of comprehension. Kill! At this moment, Qin Yi rushed forward, causing the sluggish expressions on the faces of the Qin clan members to vanish as they awoke, and started to attack the soldiers surrounding them. This burden isn't something that his body will be able to sustain for long. Let's help out. Mustang, with the force of a hurricane, dashed forth, as members of the Emperor Star Academy joined the fray. As the demonic ape decimated the soldiers in its path, very quickly, it arrived in front of Yi Mo and Azura Wu, causing their pupils to contract as they both released their astral souls. Wielding the heavenly hammer with unmatchable strength, the demonic ape swiped the heavenly hammer towards Yi Mo. Yi Mo gathered the entirety of the astral energy in his body, and like a northern goshawk swooping down on its prey, his palms struck out, transforming into a mountain peak. It explosively smashing downwards, capable of smashing through any fortifications, in the direction of the huge hammer. Boom! The mountain peak disintegrated, as Yi Mo was launched into the air. The impact caused the body of Yi Mo to be thrown right into the Star River Association, stronger than even Yi Mo, who's a Yuanfu realm cultivator. The expressions of the crowd wavered, only to see the demonic ape dash forward, in the direction of Yi Mo. Feathered wings grew on the back of Yi Mo, as he soared in the air, only to see the demonic ape stomp fiercely onto the ground, causing huge tremors as the whole building of the Star River Association shook, before launching its body into the air, wielding the heavenly hammer, as it explosively struck out. Rumble! The body of Yi Mo was smashed right into the ground, as his countenance paled. The body of the demonic ape landed on the ground shortly after, half kneeling, as if it had no more strength to stand up. Die! A human-sounding voice emanated forth from the throat of the demonic ape. This was the voice of Qin Wentian, only for the spectators to see the demonic ape standing up, its eyes filled with violent fury and killing intent, as it strode towards Yi Mo. His face devoid of blood, Yi Mo looked at the gigantic silhouette in front of him, as he stated, "Qin Wentian, if you dare to kill me, both Qin Wu and Qin Chuan will be buried with me." Rumble! Even before the sound of his voice faded, the heavenly hammer had already smashed down, before transforming back into astral light and vanishing into nothingness. Yi Mo was smashed beyond recognition, as his body was mangled into a pile of mincemeat and blood. The heavy steps of the demonic ape strode towards the exit of the Star River Association, causing the gaze of everyone in the crowd to be riveted on it. Roar! A howl filled with fury frightened Azura Wu so much that he fled, soaring through the skies, as his expression turned unsay. The others, upon seeing the death of Yi Mo and the escape of Azura Wu, had no more will to do bait, broke ranks, and escaped. Initially, Qin Yi and the rest had wanted to chase after the soldiers, but Qin Wentian, who had exhausted the last vestige of his strength, collapsed onto the ground as he came out from the body of the demonic ape. Wentian! Qin Yao cried out in worry, as she sprinted madly towards Qin Wentian, while at this moment, the demonic ape turned its head, looking at the body of Qin Wentian as its expression flickered, and under the fearful watch of Qin Yao, the gigantic ape squatted over, carrying the unconscious Qin Wentian, as a kind smile broke out on its visage. The eyes of the demonic ape were filled with traces of love and genius. AGM 0029, Bai Qing's talent. The hand that Qin Yao extended to Qin Wentian froze in midair as she looked at the demonic ape carrying Qin Wentian. She had a sense of surrealism, almost like she was in a dream. This demonic ape doesn't seem to be a true demonic beast. If it was, there would have been no way for Qin Wentian to merge his body with it. However, the expression that it was currently exhibiting through its eyes was so human, so real. Roar! The demonic ape howled as it turned its back and galloped away. Every step it took shook the ground and caused a thunderous sound to ring out. Its body leaped into the air, and as it landed onto the ground once more, there were cracks within 100 meters of its landing. The momentum of that gigantic body was not delayed even slightly, and it continued leaping into the air. Swi-Fi, its figure blurred into a show while the thunderous sounds of its landing continued to echo throughout Sky Harmony City. How is this possible? Summoning a war beast? How is it possible that it would appear at Qin Wentian's side? If that was not a summoning, then what was it? Murin had seen many things and had extraordinary experiences, but even he had no idea about the origins of that demonic ape from earlier. Qin Yao's figure dashed behind the demonic ape, but she was stopped by Qin Yi. Currently, the Yi clan was in full retreat, but Sky Harmony City was still under their control. If Qin Yao were to chase after Qin Wentian, it would be too dangerous. However, their crisis was averted, albeit only temporarily. Qin Yi cast a side glance at Murin, as he coldly stated, "My Qin clan will remember today's actions clearly in our hearts." Murin indifferently swept his gaze over to Qin Yi without even giving a damn. The haughty look in his eyes clearly expressed disdain. Putting Qin Yi beneath his notice, he replied, "Lady Luck seems to be smiling on you today. If you ever want to find me, come to the Star River Association in the royal capital." After he finished speaking, Murin and the rest returned to the Star River Association without waiting for Qin Yi's reply. In the eyes of a revered weaponsmith such as himself, the Qin clan was merely a clan that has fallen to ruins and was about to fade away. Qin Yi brought the members of the Qin clan along as they opted to leave together with the members of the Emperor Star Academy. The spectators, who had been viewing from afar, still had a dazed look on their faces. Very quickly, rumors started to spread to all corners of the Sky Harmony City. Qin Wentian transformed into a monstrous demonic ape and killed Yi Mo, whose cultivation was at the Yuanfu realm. Currently, Qin Wentian was an extremely hot topic amongst the citizens of Sky Harmony City, as his exploits were discussed by countless people. At the very same day, another shocking event of the same magnitude occurred. From Chu country's northwestern direction, there was a legion of troops who arrived and destroyed the seal from the Sky Harmony City before rushing towards the Qin residence. Rumor had it that these troops were the guards stationed at the northwestern region of Chu country. In the past, their general was a bait commander under Qin Wu. After hearing the news of the Yi clan leading their troops over to seal Sky Harmony City, they had rushed throughout the night in order to reach the city in time. The situation and power balance of the Sky Harmony City once again underwent a drastic change. The Qin clan regained their former authority, Azura Wu fled in defeat, and the Bai clan decided to relocate, preparing to move to the royal capital. Bai clan Bai Qingsong seemed to have aged drastically from the time autumn snow condensed her astral soul, which caused him to be in high spirits, to the encounter with Qin Wentian, who suddenly revealed his power. Now, even his light daughter refused to heed his words. "I will not leave with you." Bai Qing calmly looked at her father as she spoke, however her words were now much colder, lacking their previous affection. During the past few days, she had been imprisoned by Bai Qingsong. Impudent! What happened to your filial piety? Bai Qingsong was outraged. Filial piety? Daddy, you still remembered that it was you who had taught me filial piety. You were the one who also taught me benevolence and righteousness, but look at what you've done. Hypocrite! Repaying gratitude with enmity, almost causing the death of Wentian Gij. Bai Qing's eyes were slyly wet. She hated her father immensely, realizing that every thought she had of her father was a facade. Bai Qingsong truly was a hypocrite. Smiley face, Gij means older brother. The psychological impact of personally witnessing her father betray his own beliefs was extremely cruel for a 15-year-old girl who had always thought of her father as her idol and had firmly believed in his kindness. Wentian Gij? I'm your father. As for benevolence and righteousness, it is only possible if there are benefits to pave the way. Everything I do it for the Bai clan, for both of you sisters. The look in Bai Qingsong's eyes went cold. Why can't you be more like your elder sister? Be like sister and keep a false pretense? She was so good that even I was fooled. I never thought she would be so evil, even when Wentian Gij was so good to her. Bai Qing coldly laughed. Stop being unreasonable. It seems like after all these years, I have raised and fed you for nothing. No wonder your sister is so talented and yet you can't even cultivate. Bai Qingsong was immensely disappointed. Talent, do you mean this? Bai Qing continued laughing coldly, and a brupy, resplendent astral light shone brilliantly, lighting up the darkness and causing Bai Qingsong to freeze. A faint shadow of an astral soul appeared atop Bai Qing's forehead. This astral soul emitted extreme yin energy and seemed to be a spirit from the netherworld, while the halo around it shined with a pure golden color. A pure gold astral soul. Its origin was definitely the fourth heavenly layer or higher. Rumble. Bai Qingsong felt that his brain was shaken, suffering from a concussion as he gaped. The fourth heavenly layer, Bai Qing's first astral soul, was condensed from the fourth heavenly layer. This discovery caused Bai Qingsong to be thunderstruck. He saw the astral soul being slowly retracted back into Bai Qing's body, and instantly, Bai Qing seemed to transform into a nether spirit, emitting an exceedingly chilling yin energy that made Bai Qingsong shiver involuntarily. Excellent! You are my daughter indeed, but the astral soul you condensed, why did you pick a yin constellation? Bai Qingsong continued to shiver. I'm not unable to cultivate. I just listened to Wentian Gij, who instructed me not to absorb the Yuan Qi from heavens and earth so that I could increase my affinity to sense the astral constellations. Not only that, he taught me the art of meditation, so I was able to do what elder sister did and sense the constellations originating from the third heavenly layer. Because of my disappointment towards you, I continued pushing my senses upwards. I had already stopped caring about life and death, and even if I died, I still had to continue upwards. My intention and will were supported by my emotions, and when I finally managed to sense the constellations in the fourth heavenly layer, I was no longer conscious. It was not I who selected this constellation, but rather, it was the constellation that had chosen me. Although Wentian Gij and I have no blood relations, his kindness taught me how to be happy and maintain a positive outlook. His smile was so clean and pure. But you, as my father, taught me hypocrisy, betrayal, emotionless, and cold-bloodedness. What qualifications do you have to be a father? You are not worthy. After saying what she had to say, Bai Qing turned her back and walked out, leaving Bai Qingsong to stand there dumbly like an idiot as a sentence repeatedly played over and over again in his mind. You are not worthy. Closing his eyes, Bai Qingsong felt a trace of regret in the innermost corner of his heart. He was thinking what could have been if he had not betrayed the Qin clan by breaking the marriage proposal. Both of his daughter had such shocking talent, especially Bai Qing, who had condensed an astral soul from the fourth heavenly layer. This was a miracle even when compared to the entirety of Chu country. However, she did not want to acknowledge him as her father. 3 days later, there was a forest region in the west of Sky Harmony City. In that region, a puppy with snow-white fur was chasing its tail, running in circles. Beside it, the body of a handsome-looking youth laid on the ground. The snowy puppy blinked its eyes, and it speedily dashed forward, leaving the area. Several moments later, it returned, and not only that, 2 young ladies were following its lead. Light fellow, why did you bring me here? One of the young ladies was clad in a white robe. With beauty that could be comparable to fairies, it was as if she was not from the human world. She ran behind the snowy puppy, as she abruptly paused. There was actually a human lying on the ground. The snowy puppy crouched beside the body of the youth, its puppy eyes staring adorably at the white-robed young lady with a look so cute that it could kill. Ching Cheng, we have been chasing this light fellow all the way from the royal capital to here. And now, because of a corpse, it voluntarily came to look for us. Beside the white-robed young lady, there was another lady clad in green. She glared at the light snowy puppy as if she were extremely displeased. This light fellow seems to be teasing us. With its speed, it could obviously evade us if it doesn't want to be found. What a naughty fellow. Mo Qingcheng shook her head as she laughed bitterly. After doing so, she walked to the side of the youth and checked his injuries before stating, he is unconscious because he suffered grievous injuries. Not only that, he has expended all his spirit, energy, and qi. After her diagnosis, Mo Qingcheng withdrew a medicinal pill from inside her robes and placed it inside the mouth of the youth. Soon after, the medicinal pill melted, and the mystical healing energies started to flow into the youth's body. Are you mad? That was a top-graded second-level medicinal pill. The lady clad in green was dumbstruck. Medicinal pills could be classified the same way as divine weapons. A top-graded second-level medicinal pill was enough to cause cultivators at the arterial circulation realm to go crazy over it. It was exceedingly precious. This must be fate, if not, we wouldn't have met him. Nolan, there's a straw house not far from here. Let us take a rest over there. Mo Qingcheng carried the youth on her back as she spoke to the lady clad in green. Crazy, you have really gone crazy. Nolan shook her head. If the people from the Chu capital knew that Mo Qingcheng was actually carrying a male on her back, no one knew how great a commotion it would have caused. And what was even more despicable was that during the trip, the hands of the youth were actually resting on the area in front of Mo Qingcheng's chest. Occasionally, they would come into contact with Mo Qingcheng's twin peaks, causing her face to redden, making her look even more alluring. What are you looking at? The girl clad in green glared at the snowy puppy, who was following them by the side, before adding in a low tone, this brat had the luck of the devil, enjoying such advantages even when he is unconscious. Nolan, he doesn't know anything yet, and this light snowy puppy seems to have spiritual intelligence. Now that we have saved him, as I said before, this could be considered a form of fate. Mo Qingcheng bitterly smiled. She had never thought that she'd be in such close proximity with someone of the opposite S*X. If the 10 prodigies of the royal capital were to find out about this, I reckon that even if this kid has a few more lives, that would still not be enough for him. Nolan shook her head. She was very clear about the status of the suitors who wanted to marry the white-robed lady. However, Mo Qingcheng's heart had never once been moved by their attempts to woo her. The The two ladies arrived at the straw house, which was situated in an open area inside the forest region. It was a picturesque location, and there was even a creek beside it. Nolan was nursing the burning anger in her heart, but her anger soon turned into astonishment as she witnessed the snowy puppy holding a few stalks of medicinal herbs in its mouth, walking back together with Mochi. This light fellow is actually able to find spiritual herbs? The snowy puppy increased its speed as it shot forward, quickly arriving at Nolan's side and tilting its head. Nolan rolled her eyes upon seeing hints of provocation in its eyes. Arrogant bastard. Nolan scolded in a low tone, but she was secretly amazed. Mochi walked by and smiled. I told you that it had spiritual intelligence, but I don't know what type of demonic beast it is. No matter how hard I try to persuade it, it refuses to follow me. It even led us to such a place. Let me boil the spiritual herbs. Mochi moved towards Nolan, who moved aside, relinquishing her position. The snowy puppy pranced about the straw house before lying down on the body of Qin Wentian. It only awoke after the spiritual herbs were fully boiled. Mochi fed the medicinal extract to Qin Wentian. Nolan deeply glanced at Qin Wentian, feeling bewildered in her heart. How could this fellow be so lucky that the most beautiful woman in the entirety of Chu country would carry him on her back and feed him medicine? Note: Mo is a surname. Qingcheng means a woman so gorgeous that she could topple kingdoms. AGM 0030, State of Affairs. Under the careful observation of Mo Qingcheng, Qin Wentian's countenance gradually began to regain its color. Despite this, he still remained unconscious. The snowy dog laid on the ground beside Qin Wentian, but intermittently it would hop right up into Mo Qingcheng's embrace, causing a smile to constantly break out on Mo Qingcheng's visage. This light fellow was just too adorable. Nolan, can you guess what type of demonic beast he is? Mo Qingcheng questioned curiously. Who knows? Maybe it's just a common wild beast that's unable to cultivate. Nolan replied. How could there be such an intelligent wild beast? Still, you have a point, this fellow is just so small. Mo Qingcheng smiled brilliantly. The radiance of her smile caused even Nolan to be slightly dazed. Wow, you've been in such a good mood these past few days. Even I've never seen you smile before. Well, there's no one else around anyway. Mo Qingcheng shrugged her shoulders. How about him? Nolan pointed to Qin Wentian. You even hugged him previously. The cheeks of Mo Qingcheng involuntarily blushed, as they became tinged with the color of rosy red. She rolled her eyes at Nolan, following which, her gaze began to linger on the features of Qin Wentian as she added, but still, he can be considered quite good-looking. Yi Wu-Q is good-looking too, but why have you always ignored him? Anyway, there were rumors saying that Yi Wu-Q entered into a marriage agreement with someone from the Sky Harmony City today, so he should already know that he doesn't have the slightest bit of hope in winning your heart. Nolan curled her lips slyly as she added, oh yeah, the Sky Harmony City is close to us. The Yi clan's annihilation of the Qin clan should have been almost completed. Mo Qingcheng let out a sigh for the Qin clan. Someone's coming. At that moment, Mo Qingcheng suddenly spoke. He should wake up soon. It's time for us to leave. After which, Mo Qingcheng walked out of the straw house as she spoke to the snowy dog that was still in her embrace. Light fellow, are you willing to come with me? The snowy dog looked at her and licked her face a couple of times, before it leapt out of her embrace, returned back to the entrance, and squatted there while looking at her. Okay, I shall not force you. Since you like him, just stay by his side. Mo Qingcheng smiled helplessly as she left with Nolan. The snowy dog gazed at her back as she left, as if it was somewhat reluctant to part with her. Shortly after Mo Qingcheng and Nolan left, there were indeed people approaching, 3 youths, 2 guys, and 1 girl. Oh, what an adorable light fellow. The girl ran towards the snowy dog. However, the snowy dog seemed to have no interest in the girl, as it turned its back to her and entered the straw house. Brother, there's someone here who's fainted. The girl, upon discovering the unconscious Qin Wentian, took out a flask of water from her belongings, and fed Qin Wentian a mouthful of water. Yanga, just ahead of us is Sky Harmony City, let's not find needless trouble. We'll rest here for a day before proceeding. One of the travel-worn youths, who was fully covered in dust, stated. In order to rush to the royal capital, he'd already ridden to death a few horses, and right now, was preparing to enter the Sky Harmony City in order to purchase better horses before traveling again. Understood. Despite the girl sticking out her tongue, she was extremely good looking. Cough cough. At that moment, Qin Wentian coughed twice, as he opened his blurry eyes. A beautiful countenance floated into his vision. You're awake. Liu Yang broke into a Jin smile as she discovered that Qin Wentian had awoken. Qin Wentian sat up and, other than discovering the fact that his body only had a minimal amount of strength, found that he was basically fine. Not only that, he felt as if he'd even broken through, and had stepped into the 8th level of the body refinement realm. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of astral energy within him currently. The burden that had been placed on his body had been too immense. Controlling the gigantic body of the demonic ape had been akin to wanting to take his own life. Luckily, he had broken through his limits, and had regained consciousness. No wonder Uncle Black told me to only use that star-shaped object when my life was in absolute danger. Qin Wentian silently stated in his heart. It could still be considered that he'd gained a blessing from a disaster, breaking through to the next level. Although, he didn't know that the reason for him breaking through to the 8th level was actually because of the pill that had been fed to him by Mo Qingcheng. That was also the reason behind his rapid recovery. If it wasn't for that, his body would need at least another 2 to 3 months before it could recover. Thank you for saving me. Qin Wentian thanked the youthful female. It was very obvious that this was a case of mistaken identity. No problem, it was just a simple matter. Is this light dog yours? He's so adorable. The youthful female smiled. Only now did Qin Wentian realize that there was a light white and furry puppy beside him. Upon seeing that Liu Yang was about to hug it, the puppy hurriedly jumped into Qin Wentian's embrace. Liu Yang, it's time for us to leave. The voice of one of the youths drifted in outside of the straw house. Okay. Liu Yang replied, as she said to Qin Wentian, this puppy is extremely intelligent, no wonder it's been waiting for you. Since you're already awake, I should get going. My name is Liu Yang. If there's a chance, let us meet again in the future. After saying that, an extremely sweet smile broke out on the face of Liu Yang before she turned and left. My name is Qin Wentian. Standing up, Qin Wentian walked out while holding the puppy in his arms, only to see Liu Yang waving goodbye to him. Not only that, he also noticed remnants of boiled spiritual herbs that were still emitting a lingering smell. Many thanks. Qin Wentian, looking at the back Liu Yang, lowly intoned, while far off in the forest, 2 pairs of eyes were currently observing Qin Wentian. They were none other than Mo Qingcheng and Nolan. Okay, we've confirmed his safety, however, it seems as though he thought that the one who saved him was the girl earlier. Do you want to reveal yourself and set the facts straight? Nolan laughed as she looked towards Mo Qingcheng. Let's leave. Mo Qingcheng smiled, as she turned and departed. Only Qin Wentian and the snowy puppy remained at the straw house. Qin Wentian curiously regarded the snowy puppy in his embrace. All the fur on its body was white, and it was extremely soft to cuddle against, just like a bundle of cotton. Its beautiful eyes revealed a hint of intelligence, as the puppy inclined its head, and curiously regarded Qin Wentian as well. You've been waiting for me? Qin Wentian felt this was a light bizarre. The eyes of the puppy narrowed into slits, as if it was laughing at him, causing Qin Wentian to gasp silently in his heart. Was this puppy able to understand what he was saying? It's time for me to cultivate, you'd better go back to your home. Qin Wentian genie spoke to the snowy puppy, only to see the puppy persistently leap back into his arms whenever he tried to put it down. Fine, since you don't wish to leave, you can temporarily follow me. Qin Wentian bitterly smiled as he sat down cross-leggedly. Placing the puppy on the ground, he started his cultivation. He desperately wanted to know the current state of affairs inside of Sky Harmony City, but he still had to recover his strength first in order to ensure his own safety. Astral light cascaded down from the 5th heavenly layer, and fell onto the body of Qin Wentian. The human body was a vessel that was capable of storing astral energy. The higher the cultivation realm, the more astral energy the body could contain. The body refinement realm consisted of using the astral energy to temper one's for limbs and bone structure, so as to increase one's strength. After the cultivator stepped into the arterial circulation realm, he could fully stimulate his body's acupoints and tap into his potential. He could clear the pathways of his meridians and energy channels, store astral energy within all of the acupuncture points in his body, and hence, be capable of emitting immense power during bait. Night soon approached. Qin Wentian felt that his whole body was extremely comfortable. he'd never felt this well before. His state of being was even more comfortable than when compared to before the time when he'd been injured. It was like his whole body was filled with strength. The reason for this was because, other than breaking through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the medicinal pill that Mo Ching-cheng fed him aided him immensely as well. Of course, Qin Wentian didn't know that he'd just consumed a top-grade medicinal pill of the 2nd level. Standing up, Qin Wentian contemplated his surroundings. This place seemed to be the forest that was to the west of Sky Harmony City. He'd once ventured here during his childhood years together with Qin Chuan and the rest for hunting. Naturally, he'd still recognize the surroundings. After cleansing himself in the creek nearby, Qin Wentian departed, while the snowy puppy followed closely behind him, causing Qin Wentian to exclaim in astonishment. Although it was the middle of the night, the streets of Sky Harmony City were lit up as bright as day, with huge lanterns placed in all directions. Despite the time, the streets were still buzzing with activities. Most commoners would choose this timing to gather in inns, talk about the past, discuss the current heroes of their time, and enjoy drinking to their heart's content. Qin Wentian halted his steps as he passed by an open-space wine shop as he heard voices drifting out of the shop, discussing some things that he wanted to know. The Qin clan is in dire straits now. The patriarch of their clan, Qin Wu, as well as their clan leader, Qin Chuan, have been captured and been escorted to the royal capital. There's also news that they are currently detained in the prison and will be executed at any moment. Even if they can escape execution, if they land in the control of the Yi clan, I'm sure that they'd be played to death. Don't be certain too fast, the northwestern troops are already camped outside of Sky Harmony City. I heard that they intended to mobilize their forces and rush towards the royal capital tonight, and according to reliable news, it's not just the northwestern troops. Out of the 8 main garrisons of our Chu country's frontier troops, 3 of them have broken camp and moved, causing the area they were stationed at to become emptied, and invoke panic and anxiousness in the hearts of people. How could they be so audacious? Someone exclaimed in shock. Audacious? Previously, they all had close connections with the Wu King. Now that the royal capital has trained its sights upon the Qin clan, who knows when it would be their turn? However, at the very least, they were smarter than Qin clan. They maintained their alliance, and didn't do what the Qin clan did, forsaking their military authority, and thus be banished to Sky Harmony City. Even though the emperor was wary of their power, he knew that the alliance of the 8 frontier troops had a power that couldn't be easily suppressed. If it leads to internal warfare, then the Chu country may suffer heavy repercussions by facing attacks from other countries that are close to it. This time around, the 3 allied garrisons that are moving towards the royal capital are purposely hoisting the flag of the royal emperor, while claiming that the emperor was misled by members of the Yi clan, and that he wrongly executed loyal ministers. As long as the 3 allied garrisons continue to exist, Qin Wu and Qin Chuan will still have hope to survive. But if they're defeated, the emperor will have no more scruples, and will immediately order the execution to be carried out. I didn't think that after the Wu King had shaken the world, there would still be an event of such commotion in the Chu country. However, the defeat of the 3 garrisons is only a matter of time. I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold out for about 3 years. And after the Qin clan produced a Wu King, they produced another genius, Qin Wentian. But within 3 years, I'm afraid that even Qin Wentian wouldn't have sufficient power to save them yet. Speaking of Qin Wentian, he is indeed a hard-to-come-by genius. Were it not for him summoning that demonic beast and killing Yi Mo, the direct line of descendants of the Qin clan would have been broken there and then. How would the Qin clan have had sufficient time to wait for the reinforcements of the northwestern troops? Not only that, the second in command, Qin He, wasn't lacking resolution. Despite breaking a leg, he still commanded the Qin troops valiantly alongside the commander from the northwestern troops, and in the end, he even resolutely made a decision to expel Qin Wentian from the Qin clan. Although on the surface that might look cold and unfeeling, in reality, that could be said to be a brilliant plan. By casting Qin Wentian out, they've severed the relations between the Qin clan and him. Qin Wentian won't have any more connections with the rebellion staged by them. This way, Qin Wentian can safely enter the Emperor Star and focus on his cultivation. And with the strength of the Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian will definitely be protected. This was a last, desperate gamble by them. severing Qin Wentian from the Qin clan so as to allow him to cultivate in peace, gambling on the fact that he'd have enough power to save Qin Wu and Qin Chuan before the allied forces of the three garrisons were defeated. Right, the Qin clan have placed the last of their hopes on Qin Wentian. In any case, in this cultivation-oriented world, only those with immense, tyrannical strength are able to control fate and destiny of the world. As long as one has enough power, what is a mere emperor? With sufficient power, just a single world can cause blood to flow like river. After all, personal strength is the only thing that matters in this cultivation-oriented world. Lost in their thoughts and discussions, these people rambled on, while fantasizing between themselves about being one of the chosen sons of heavens, wielding immense might and controlling the destiny of those who lived in the world. Qin Wentian, who was to the side, after hearing this information, felt an unknown emotion begin to emerge in his heart. Ended.